What should I read today? Oh, a new story.
Half a month ago, the world collapsed. Countless people turned into zombies. To be exact, after being infected by the virus. They lost their self-awareness. And became mad monsters that only knew how to kill. A city with a population of tens of millions. Became a huge graveyard within a few days. But I, Ling Mo, who used to be an ordinary person, discovered after the apocalypse began that I could control zombies. At first I did not understand what was happening. Between me and some of them there seemed to be a thin thread. Their minds were empty, like puppets. And if I concentrated strongly, I could put my will into them and control their actions. The first attempts were dangerous. The control constantly broke, the zombies broke free from my influence. And several times they almost killed me. But over time I began to understand how it worked. Now I had one corpse puppet, a young zombie, that I could control quite steadily. One day I sent him into an abandoned supermarket. Through his eyes I could see everything that was happening inside, as if I had gained a second body. My puppet approached another zombie. Suddenly took out a bone-chopping knife and cut off his head with one strike. After that I made it collect food and put everything into a bag. When everything was finished, I sat in the dark room of my shelter and looked at the supplies I had obtained. Finally, my shelter was in the warehouse of an old furniture factory on the outskirts of the city. It smelled of cheap paint and wood, which hid the human scent well. There were also far fewer zombies here than in the city center. Before sleeping, I fed my puppet a piece of rotten meat. And left it standing outside the iron door. Then I closed the door and went to sleep. Even while sleeping, I did not break the mental connection with it. But that night I could not fall asleep for a long time. Because I kept thinking about her. Yelen. My childhood neighbor. The girl I secretly loved. When the disaster began, she called me. Brother Ling, run. And that was all. After that there were only beeping tones. I knew that at that moment she was on the way to my home to cook dinner. Since then I could not stop thinking about her. Whether she was alive or dead, I had to find her. The next morning I packed my backpack, took a knife, and left the shelter. The puppet walked in front, clearing the way. We slowly moved through the residential blocks. There were more and more zombies. In places like this you could not attract them with noise, you had to move quietly. With the help of the puppet I killed more than a dozen zombies and finally reached a large street. There were especially many of them here. I was about to climb onto a roof to observe when I heard a scream. Help! Two guys were trying to hold the entrance door while a crowd of zombies was crashing against it. I only frowned. Idiots. A few seconds later the door collapsed and their screams quickly stopped. But for me it became a chance to move forward. Soon I reached an intersection and saw a crashed bus squeezed between cars. I was about to go around it, but suddenly stopped. Yelen always took the bus. My heart began to beat violently. I made the puppet climb inside. The bus was dark. The air was thick with the smell of blood and decay. Bodies were lying everywhere. I immediately noticed something strange. All of them were zombies, and the backs of their heads had been opened. It looked as if someone had systematically killed them one by one. Then I understood what had happened. When the disaster began, the people in the bus started turning into zombies. After that a massacre began, they tore apart all the living passengers. When there were no humans left, they began killing each other. I did not have time to finish that thought. A shadow suddenly rushed out from behind a seat and instantly pounced on my puppet. It moved incredibly fast, much faster than an ordinary zombie. A second later its hand had already torn open the back of the puppet's head. I immediately slammed it to the floor, but it stabbed its hand into the puppet's stomach. And then I saw the face. Yelen. It was her. Her eyes had turned blood red, but her expression was calm and cold, completely different from ordinary zombies. And at that moment I finally understood. She had survived the fight inside the bus. And for some reason her mutation had gone further. She was no longer an ordinary zombie. She had become something stronger. While I was still shocked, she pulled out the puppet's intestines and threw the body aside, then jumped on top of it and grabbed its neck. The control began to collapse. But then I had an idea. I focused and looked straight into her eyes. In front of me appeared her mental light, her consciousness. For ordinary zombies it is dim and empty. But hers was brighter, and slightly red. That meant there was still something else inside. I broke into her mind. It was difficult, she resisted. But in the end I managed to subdue her. When everything ended, my puppet was already dead. But I felt something else. A desire came from Yelen's consciousness. She wanted what was inside the heads of zombies. I made her break open the head of the corpse and take out a reddish gelatinous piece. It was an infected part of the brain, the virus gel. I made her eat it. Immediately her body seemed to receive a surge of energy. Then I understood. This mutation was still evolving. If she kept consuming these gels, she might evolve further. And if the evolution continued, perhaps one day she could regain her reason. I looked at her for a long time. She stood in front of me, covered in blood, with a pale face and glowing red eyes. But it was still her. I gently wiped the blood from her face and quietly said, "Don't worry. I will definitely find a way to bring you back." But in just that moment of distraction, a cold light immediately flashed in Yelen's eyes, and at the same time Ling Mo felt a sharp pain in his head. Fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses and controlled Yelen again. Just a slight lapse of attention and Yelen almost broke free from his control, which made Ling Mo feel lingering fear. Even the corpse puppet had no ability to resist in front of Yelen, and Ling Mo himself probably would not fare much better. Moreover, he neither wanted to hurt Yelen nor be killed by her. Now that he had found Yelen, he could not die. He had to find a way to make Yelen recover. This place could not be stayed in for long. Ling Mo quickly controlled Yelen and walked toward the direction of his residence. In a place with such dense population, no matter how careful one was, it was inevitable to encounter zombies. But unlike the difficult battles on the way here, with Yelen present the zombies almost had no ability to resist. Whether in speed or strength, Yelen far exceeded ordinary zombies. Ling Mo originally worried about hurting Yelen and was unwilling to control her to fight, but when zombies appeared, the strong desire to attack transmitted by Yelen made Ling Mo himself feel a burst of heat. The violent feeling he had sensed earlier when controlling the corpse puppet was now magnified more than 10 times. From the moment Yelen rushed out, Ling Mo clearly felt that he was already in a half-control state over her. When she fought, her instincts were stimulated to the greatest extent. With Ling Mo's current puppet-controlling ability, he could only maintain the connection between himself and Yelen, but could not influence her fighting process. I didn't expect her to be this strong. Ling Mo suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If he did not quickly improve his own strength, it might not take long before Yelen would break free from his control. At that time, not only would he be unable to help her recover, he might even die at her hands. Even if he managed to escape by luck, finding Yelen again in this large city would be like searching for a needle in the sea. Thinking of this, Ling Mo gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the boning knife, and rushed directly to Yelen's side. At this time there were 4 zombies around Yelen, and she was twisting the head off one of them. These zombies would not actively attack Yelen, but when Ling Mo appeared, the other 3 rushed toward him at the same time. It was the first time dealing with so many zombies, and Ling Mo felt very nervous. But for some reason, the violent aura he sensed from Yelen made him feel a strong desire to fight the moment he raised the boning knife. With a low roar, Ling Mo rushed directly into the middle of the 3 zombies. Zombies were very strong, and they were not stiff like in movies. But as monsters that acted purely on instinct, their attack methods were still relatively simple. When one of the zombies reached out to grab Ling Mo, he suddenly turned his body sideways. While avoiding that zombie's attack, the boning knife was thrust toward the abdomen of another zombie. Puff! The sound of the knife entering flesh was heard, but Ling Mo had no time to look. He immediately raised his foot and kicked the 3rd zombie. This zombie was kicked directly in front of Yelen. Before it could get up, Yelen directly dug out the back of its head. At this moment the zombie that Ling Mo had dodged had already rushed at him again, and Ling Mo, who had just stabilized himself, now truly encountered danger. The knife had not yet been pulled out, and the zombie's hand covered in blood had already reached in front of him. Once grabbed, it would almost be impossible to break free. Under the threat of death, Ling Mo did not panic. He pulled forward with the boning knife in his hand. When he felt the zombie being dragged forward by the knife, Ling Mo swiftly stepped to the side. As the 2 zombies collided together, the boning knife in Ling Mo's hand had already sliced open the belly of one of them, and without any delay stabbed into the back of the other's head and twisted hard. All of this happened in an instant. When Ling Mo woke up from the violent state, only the corpses of zombies were left at the scene. Only then did Ling Mo realize that what he had shown just now was not only calmness, but also a high synchronization between mental reaction speed and physical response. Although this had much to do with the improvement of his psychological and physical condition, that violent feeling must also have had some influence. Most importantly, looking at the corpses at his feet and holding the boning knife covered with blood, Ling Mo's body could not help trembling slightly. This was not because of fear, but because of excitement. At this time Yelen had already swallowed all the gelatin from the backs of these zombies' heads, and her eyes became brighter, appearing somewhat lively. If not for that strange blood-red color, she would almost look no different from an ordinary survivor. For some reason, when Yelen changed, Ling Mo also felt a slight change in his body. Although it was very subtle, Ling Mo indeed felt that his strength had become much stronger than before, the consumed physical strength had recovered somewhat, and more importantly, the mental connection between him and Yelen had become closer. Could it be that because he had a mental connection with Yelen, when she continued to mutate he himself was also affected? Aside from this, Ling Mo could not find a better explanation. Before this, Ling Mo could not determine whether this change was good or bad. But the changes he felt now immediately excited him. It did not affect his reason, and he could become stronger together with Yelen. Ling Mo even began to look forward to further changes. However, he knew clearly that he could not rush things. If something dangerous happened to Yelen, he would regret it forever. On the way back, Ling Mo found a clean dress and a pair of sandals in a clothing store, planning to change the blood-stained clothes on Yelen. The appearance of the corpse puppet being disgusting was one thing, but Yelen loved cleanliness the most. Even if she had become a zombie, she could not be allowed to wear clothes like that. But after returning to the residence, looking at Yelen sitting quietly in front of him, Ling Mo did not know how to start. Whether controlling Yelen to take them off herself or doing it himself, it was inevitable that he would see the body that had appeared countless times in his fantasies. Before, because his own conditions were insufficient, although Ling Mo liked Yelen very much, he had never confessed, nor had he ever thought their relationship could change. After all, he was just a miserable shut-in with low income, while Yelen was the campus beauty of X City University, surrounded by many suitors with excellent conditions in various aspects. But now, because he had to help her change clothes, he had no choice but to see her body. Even though Yelen had no reason now, Ling Mo still felt his mouth go dry. He looked at the basin of water placed by his feet, then looked at Yelen, who was dirty all over. After hesitating for a long time, Ling Mo finally slowly reached out his hand. As the buttons were undone one by one, Yelen's delicate and fair skin gradually appeared before Ling Mo's eyes. His whole body burning with heat, Ling Mo finally suppressed the impulse and began to wipe Yelen little by little with a wrung-out towel. Calm down, pushing her down in this situation, would that still count as being human? Facing the naked body of the girl he loved, it would be false to say there was no impulse. But looking at Yelen's emotionless eyes, Ling Mo felt a pain in his heart. When would Yelen recover her reason? A slight throbbing he suddenly felt in the early morning made Ling Mo wake up at once. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yelen, who had been sitting in the corner the whole time. After cleaning her body and changing into clean clothes, Yelen looked almost the same as before, the only difference was those eyes flashing with a strange red light. The abnormal feeling Ling Mo had just sensed came from Yelen's instinctive desire. If Yelen could speak, then the first sentence she would say now would probably be, "I'm hungry." And the food she needed was that special gelatin inside zombie brains. Judging from Yelen's behavior, that special gelatin could cause the virus in her body to mutate further, and the effect was obvious. Since she had a craving, he naturally had to satisfy it. Thinking about it really made his feelings complicated. Ordinary survivors could hardly avoid zombies fast enough, yet he had to actively go looking for trouble with zombies. The most important thing was that beside him there was also a mutated zombie. After bringing some food, Ling Mo took a brand new sharp knife from his backpack. The boning knife had already become somewhat worn, and would affect him in battle, so it could no longer be used. He tried to feed Yelen a sausage, but found that Yelen had no interest in it at all. The only food she seemed to need was that gelatin. "Let's go, I'll take you out to find something to eat." After pulling Yelen up, Ling Mo took her downstairs. This city was now completely lifeless. Everything was lacking, except zombies. However, places where large numbers of zombies gathered were still very dangerous for Ling Mo, so he could only take Yelen to look for those that were alone. While searching carefully, Ling Mo could not help thinking about a question. For the zombies wandering outside now, their only source of food was survivors who risked their lives to come out looking for supplies. And most survivors, if careful enough, could at least barely keep themselves alive even if they could not gather much food. Then would these zombies, like Yelen, start killing each other if they could not find food? Perhaps in some places there were already zombies like Yelen that had discovered mutation. For survivors, that would truly make things worse. After the mental connection strengthened, Ling Mo felt it was much easier to control Yelen than yesterday. And after exploring through the night, he had also grasped the trick to controlling her. Unlike ordinary zombies, Yelen not only had instincts but also a strong desire to attack, and she could convey her needs to Ling Mo. In addition, her own strength was very good. Completely controlling her would only restrict her performance and also cause resistance from her. Therefore Ling Mo only maintained the mental connection between them to ensure she would not attack him, and did not restrict her freedom of movement. Because of the mental connection between them, even though Yelen could move on her own, she still did not leave Ling Mo's sight and even followed closely behind him. Fortunately, this was the suburbs, where the population had not been dense in the first place. Ling Mo soon found several zombies wandering at an intersection. As soon as Yelen saw those zombies, she immediately rushed over impatiently. Her movements were extremely fast and her attacks fierce. After being stunned for a moment, Ling Mo also rushed over with the sharp knife. In just 1 minute, those zombies were dealt with, and after swallowing the gelatin, Yelen's eyes became even more lively. At the same time, Ling Mo also felt that his mental power had become stronger and his strength had also increased somewhat. Although this change was not very obvious, it was still a pleasing improvement for Ling Mo. While Yelen fought, the violent feeling he experienced became more and more obvious. After hunting nearby with Yelen for the entire morning and killing dozens of zombies, her need was finally satisfied. However, something that surprised Ling Mo was that after eating the brain gelatin of dozens of zombies, Yelen actually appeared very exhausted, and her emotions became extremely unstable. If the mental connection between Ling Mo and Yelen had not become closer and closer during the process, she might even have broken free from his control. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ling Mo quickly found a residential building and brought Yelen into an unoccupied room. At this time Yelen had already clenched her fists irritably, but her body seemed unable to use strength, and she collapsed completely. Ling Mo carried her onto the bed and only then realized that her body felt as if it were about to burn, her temperature frighteningly high. Could it be that because she ate too much at once, the virus had become unstable? Just when Ling Mo was worried, a violent feeling instantly swept over his mind, and everything he saw seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red color. Obviously, when the virus in Yelen's body changed, it also affected him through their mental connection. So painful? If he cut off the mental connection now, he could escape from this violent state, but Yelen would lose control and might hurt someone. Ling Mo could only grit his teeth and endure it. His body felt hotter and hotter, his head covered in cold sweat, as if he were about to explode. Especially the swelling feeling coming from his head, as if something was about to drill out from inside. If it had not been for the strong willpower Ling Mo had developed during this time by controlling corpse puppets, he might already have been unable to endure it and fainted. Yelen, meanwhile, opened her mouth and breathed rapidly. Her originally pale cheeks showed a faint abnormal redness, and the blood color in her eyes became brighter and brighter. Under Ling Mo's gaze, she finally closed her eyes without making a sound and fell onto the bed. Ling Mo was first startled, then quickly calmed down. He originally had no understanding of this special virus, let alone the mutation of this virus. Even if he was anxious, he could not help much. At least through the mental connection between him and Yelen, he could feel that Yelen's vital signs were still very normal. It was just that the power brewing inside her body was becoming stronger and stronger, and she could not bear it for the moment, so her body activated a self-protection mechanism, causing her to faint temporarily. While waiting for Yelen to wake up, Ling Mo kept enduring the torment in his body. Only several hours later did Ling Mo finally feel that heat flow through his whole body and then calm down. The power left inside his body seemed to soak into every cell, making him feel completely refreshed. Ling Mo clenched his fists and felt that his strength had increased a lot compared to before. As for other changes, he would probably experience them one by one during battle. At this time Yelen slowly opened her eyes as well, but what made Ling Mo freeze instantly was that after this mutation, Yelen's eyes had actually returned to the appearance of a normal person. More precisely, they had changed from that strange blood-red color into clear black. Not only were they deeper, but they also made her whole person look colder. However, that dangerous aura had become hidden. If someone did not know her strength, they would probably think she was just an ordinary survivor girl, and would never imagine that she was actually a mutated zombie. The virus mutation that happened in her body was actually more like an evolution of the virus. Evolution obtained through devouring others of the same kind. After the shock, what Ling Mo felt was a burst of wild joy. Since her eyes could return to the appearance of a normal person, this meant his guess might really become reality. As the virus evolved, perhaps Yelen would gradually recover her reason. However, after her eyes returned to normal, the evolution speed of the virus inside Yelen clearly slowed down a lot. 3 full days passed, and even after hunting more than 100 zombies, it only made Yelen somewhat stronger. The mental changes Ling Mo had hoped for did not appear at all. What was worth being happy about instead was the change in Ling Mo himself. As his mental power became stronger and stronger, Ling Mo tried, while half-controlling Yelen, to control other zombies at the same time. Unexpectedly, after several failures, he actually succeeded. And the more he practiced, the more skilled he became at controlling corpse puppets. Not only that, his own combat ability was also becoming stronger. Although his movements were not as fast as Yelien's, with reason he could respond more flexibly than she could. Now he was confident that even if Yelien broke free from his control, he could still ensure his own safety. But at this moment, Ling Mo discovered something very frustrating. His stored food had run out. Previously, when fighting and collecting food entirely through the corpse puppet, Ling Mo himself did not consume much energy. But after he began personally participating in battles, his physical consumption obviously increased, and he also ate more. This place had originally been the suburbs. When the apocalypse first broke out, much of the food had already been looted, and the remaining amount was very limited. After repeated searches by survivors, there was now very little food left to find. After finding nothing in 2 small supermarkets in a row, Ling Mo finally decided to take Yelien toward the city center. Compared with this urban-rural edge area, the city center had far more supplies of all kinds. But because the population base was extremely large, the number of zombies there must also be terrifying. If Yelien were not with him, Ling Mo would have another option, which would be to retreat to the countryside or into the mountains. But in that case, Yelien would probably starve to death. A city full of zombies was the best place for Yelien, and also for Ling Mo himself, to continue evolving. However, before going to the city center, he still had to make sufficient preparations. A suitable means of transportation, portable food, and weapons. Food and transportation were already available. Ling Mo had long prepared a bicycle. But the weapon gave him a headache. Ordinary household knives quickly developed chips or became dull, making them very inconvenient to use. A suitable knife was clearly very necessary. Oh right, doesn't Wong Lin's family make handmade knives? Wong Lin was a young girl who lived in the same building as Ling Mo. She had a pretty face, and the few times he happened to see her, Ling Mo could not help taking a few more looks. But after the apocalypse broke out, he had never seen that girl again. Thinking of her now made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. A gentle and weak girl like her, even if she had not mutated and had luckily survived, probably lived a very hard life. Early in the morning, Ling Mo carried the packed luggage on his back, brought Yelien with him, and headed toward Wong Lin's handmade knife shop. Even though Ling Mo deliberately chose relatively safe roads, he still had to kill more than a dozen zombies along the way before finally reaching this shop, which had long been completely desolate. The blood splattered across the glass display window, the shattered glass door, and the pitch-black interior of the shop all made people feel uneasy. But in the apocalypse, this was the most common scene. Naturally, Yelien went in first to check the situation. Although she would attack zombies, zombies would not actively attack her. However, there were no zombies inside the shop. Yelien and Ling Mo encountered no trouble and walked straight in. There were many knives in the shop, but they were all for collection and had no sharpened edges. However, Ling Mo had once come to buy one for a friend before and knew that there were actually sharpened knives in the shop, they were just not displayed openly for sale. I remember the workshop should be behind here. Ling Mo walked behind the counter to a security door and grabbed the handle. When he twisted it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Normally such a door could be opened just by pulling it, but when Ling Mo twisted it, he found it was locked. Could it be that the people in the shop escaped into the workshop at that time? If so, there might be living people inside. Maybe Wong Lin was still alive, inside there. Thinking of this, Ling Mo suddenly became excited. He quickly knocked softly on the door and called quietly, "Is anyone inside?" Bang! After a moment of silence, a dull sound suddenly came from inside, like something being knocked over. There really is someone. Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, then knocked on the door again with force. But inside there was only the sound of clang, and the door still showed no intention of opening. Could it be that they were too hungry to have strength? But hearing the movement inside, Ling Mo began to feel an uneasy premonition. In any case, to obtain the knives inside, the door had to be opened. With Ling Mo's strength alone, he could not kick open the security door directly. But with Yelien's help, it was not difficult. With a dulled bang, the door was knocked open slightly. Before Ling Mo could open it fully, a hand suddenly reached out from inside. The moment he saw that hand, Ling Mo's pupils shrank. At first glance it did not seem unusual, but the faintly red nails and the creaking sound made when they scratched against the metal door were clearly exactly the same as Yelien's. Could there also be a mutated zombie inside? Although he had already suspected it, seeing a mutated zombie other than Yelien still shocked Ling Mo greatly. And judging by the size of the hand, it should belong to a man. That meant Wong Lin was probably already in great danger. Thinking that the owner of this hand might have torn Wong Lin into pieces and stuffed her into his stomach made anger surge inside Ling Mo. He raised the sharp knife in his hand and chopped down hard. With a clang, half of the hand fell to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere, and the security door was completely knocked open by the force of the strike. What appeared behind the fallen door was an extremely bloody scene. In the small workshop, both the walls and the floor were almost completely covered with blood, fragments of clothes, and scattered human bones. Among them were also 2 complete skeletons lying face down, exposing the hollow backs of their heads. The only one still alive was a young man who had been knocked to the ground by the door. The moment he hit the ground, he jumped up like lightning and turned into a black shadow, rushing directly toward Ling Mo. This was the first time Ling Mo had directly faced the attack of a mutated zombie. The attack speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. If it had been the old Ling Mo, he would probably have been knocked down instantly and died on the spot. But after improving himself, Ling Mo was extremely calm. Although the mutated zombie was very fast, Ling Mo's reaction speed was not slow either. Almost the moment the mutated zombie moved, Ling Mo moved as well. He stepped half a step back, turned his body to the side, and swung the arm holding the sharp knife toward the mutated zombie with force. Puff! A large burst of blood exploded at the moment the two crossed paths. During the movement, Ling Mo completed a 90-degree turn, lifted the knife that had cut open the mutated zombie's abdomen upward, and then chopped down fiercely. If it had been an ordinary zombie, Ling Mo's continuous attack would have hit directly. But the mutated zombie was indeed very fast. The moment Ling Mo turned around, it bent down and turned as well, not only avoiding the downward strike but also crashing directly into Ling Mo and reaching for his chest. If those strong fingers of the mutated zombie grabbed him, it would not be just a superficial wound. And from this angle, Yelen could not intervene to help. "You're looking for death." At the moment of life and death, the violent ferocity inside Ling Mo was also stimulated. Instead of dodging, he twisted his wrist and chopped downward again. At the same time, his knee suddenly rose and struck the mutated zombie's chin, causing its movement to freeze for an instant. In a fight, even a flaw of only a tenth of a second could bring fatal consequences. And in that brief instant, the sharp knife in Ling Mo's hand had already stabbed hard into the back of the mutated zombie's neck. Crack! With a soft sound, the mutated zombie's movement suddenly stopped. Ling Mo gritted his teeth and twisted the knife with force. Snap! With this crisp sound, the blade of the knife broke directly. But the part left inside the mutated zombie completely ended its life. Holding the broken half of the knife, Ling Mo finally felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and he could not help gasping heavily for breath. Seeing the mutated zombie's corpse fall, Yelen immediately rushed over and pulled out the gelatin from its brain. With Yelen's current hand speed, she could even take out the brain gelatin without getting a single drop of blood on herself. Only after she released her hand did the back of the mutated zombie's head, which now had a large hole in it, slowly begin to leak a mixture of red and white matter. What surprised Ling Mo was that the brain gelatin of a mutated zombie was completely different from that of an ordinary zombie. The brain gelatin of ordinary zombies was only slightly reddish, but the piece taken from the mutated zombie's brain was completely covered with red veins. At first glance, it looked like a gorgeous red gemstone. After giving Yelen an order to wait for a moment, Ling Mo took the gelatin from her hand and carefully examined it in front of his eyes. Before, Ling Mo had guessed that this gelatin should be a lesion infected by the virus, similar to a stone formed inside the body, only softer. Probably because this lesion existed in the brain, it caused infected people to lose their reason and become zombies. And by swallowing the lesion, the virus inside Yelen's body would become purer, and the influence of the virus would gradually deepen. This might be a method of fighting poison with poison. When he placed it under his nose and smelled it, a very faint but extremely pungent smell immediately rushed into his nose, making Ling Mo frown at once, almost choking him to the point of fainting. However, something that ordinary people could not endure was the greatest delicacy in Yelen's eyes. Judging from the appearance of this gelatin, the purity of the virus contained inside was definitely much higher than that of ordinary zombie gelatin. Considering what had happened before, Ling Mo decided to let Yelen swallow this gelatin only after finding a suitable place to rest. Otherwise, if she fainted on the spot it would be bad enough, but Ling Mo would also lose his ability to move. At that time even a normal zombie could easily kill him. Stepping over the corpse of the mutated zombie, Ling Mo frowned and walked into the workshop, which was almost no different from a slaughterhouse. Yelen was left outside to prevent the smell of blood from attracting zombies. The floor seemed to be covered with a layer of flesh and blood, and stepping on it felt strange. A thick smell of rot filled the air and made his head ache. Thinking that Wong Lin might be among the flesh and bones here made Ling Mo wish he could drag the mutated zombie's corpse back and beat it again. There were many finished and half-finished craft knives and swords in the workshop, but these were not what Ling Mo wanted. He searched for a long time before finally finding a box under half of a blood-stained sleeve. When the box was opened, there were indeed several daggers and short knives inside. Once pulled out, they gleamed with cold light. The sharpened blades looked very sharp, and the quality was quite good. They were much better than those heavy kitchen knives and also easier to carry. After carefully testing the feel, Ling Mo chose a short knife and hung it at his waist, and also picked a convenient dagger. With these two items, they should help somewhat during the journey to the main urban area. Although Yelen was strong, the closer they went to the city center, the more zombies they would encounter. Relying entirely on Yelen would not work. And precisely because he was together with Yelen, Ling Mo always had a subtle feeling. He hoped to become stronger than Yelen, rather than barely survive by relying on her. Only then, when one day Yelen regained her reason, would he be able to stand straight and face her. After establishing a mental connection with Yelen, he could evolve together with her, which gave Ling Mo an opportunity to become stronger. But evolving together alone was not enough. As a mutated zombie, Yelen's physical strength was far higher than Ling Mo's, while Ling Mo's advantage lay in learning and constantly exploring combat skills. During these days of fighting together with Yelen, Ling Mo had indeed learned many things from real combat. This could be seen from his battle with the mutated zombie just now. But this was still not enough. Ling Mo walked out of the workshop and looked at Yelen's back with a complicated expression. It had already been proven that mutated zombies like Yelen really existed, and judging from Yelen's astonishing growth speed, they would probably soon encounter existences even stronger than mutated zombies. Especially in the zombie-dense city center, the number of mutated zombies was probably not small. Thinking about it this way, his speed of becoming stronger was still not fast enough. Let's go. Seeing that nothing else could be found in the shop, Ling Mo took Yelen and left. Although for Yelen everything she received was merely mental commands from Ling Mo, in Ling Mo's eyes she was still the beautiful girl who used to act spoiled, so he unconsciously spoke to her. But what Ling Mo did not know was that just after they left, inside a two-story building across from the shop, a slender and fair hand suddenly pulled open a heavy curtain. A pair of clear eyes looked through the narrow gap, watching Ling Mo and Yelen disappear at the street corner. Wong Lin, what's wrong? A man's voice came from inside the room, asking in confusion. The girl called Wong Lin immediately lowered the curtain. She turned and looked at the dim interior of the room. Her delicate face with clear features showed no expression, and under the weak light she appeared even more sickly. That mutated zombie was killed. The short knife inside was also taken away. The best one. The man speaking stepped out of the shadows and asked in surprise, impossible. What method did they use? Head-on confrontation. Wong Lin's expression also looked somewhat complicated. Originally, considering that he was still my relative, I planned to find a suitable way to deal with him. I didn't expect someone to be able to fight a mutated zombie face-to-face. I noticed them when they arrived. One was a girl with no combat ability, the other looked somewhat familiar but I can't remember who he is. He didn't seem special. So powerful. We thought of so many ways, yet someone beat us to it. The man showed a shocked expression, but there was even more frustration. At this moment Wong Lin suddenly snorted in dissatisfaction. The key is that knife. I personally made that one, and he actually took it away. If it weren't for that knife, I wouldn't have specially come back here. It's already taken, just forget it. After being stunned for a moment, the man said helplessly. A flash of anger suddenly appeared in Wong Lin's eyes. No way. I spent more than half a year making it. Why should he take it away? Let's go chase him now. Don't look for trouble. You're just cowardly and afraid of trouble. Anyway, if I meet him again, I'll definitely make him regret it. He actually took my things, a robber. Yes, you're right, the man responded with a headache. Then he carefully asked, now that the knife is gone, what should we do? We can only go check your cousin's shop, right? And see whether anyone in their family survived. I'd rather they were all dead. Wong Lin showed a look of disgust and muttered unhappily. But after being silent for a while, she nodded helplessly. No choice. That family inherited grandfather's true skills, and the knives they make aren't bad either. Let's go take a look. If it weren't because I can't use anything except knives, I wouldn't even bother going. Speaking of which, that man just now, the more I think about it, the more familiar he seems. In such a small place, people see each other often. It's not strange if you've seen him before. Don't think about it anymore. Prepare quickly and then go to your cousin's place. Compared with Wong Lin's indifference, the man was extremely excited. Seeing his reaction, Wong Lin only snorted. I really hope they're all dead. Especially that guy just now. He actually took my knife. I hope you die early and reincarnate soon. At this moment, Ling Mo, who was hurrying back to his temporary shelter, suddenly felt his scalp tingle and a chill rush up from the soles of his feet. He quickly turned his head back, but saw nothing except a few zombie corpses that had just been killed. What's going on? An illusion? Ling Mo looked around suspiciously. In the end he shook his head helplessly, looked at Yelen again, and hurried away with her. The temporary shelter Ling Mo chose was a small family hotel. The room was fairly clean, and the smell of blood was not very strong. The key point was that the location was good. He deliberately found several bottles of disinfectant and poured them at the entrance, and almost no zombies paid attention to this place. However, this method could still have some effect in areas where zombies were not dense, but in city districts full of zombies, it would probably attract their attention instead. After eating a little food and carefully checking the doors and windows, Ling Mo finally sat down in front of Yelen and took out the piece of gelatin from his clothes. Perhaps because it had been exposed to the air for too long, the originally faint pungent smell had become even stronger. As soon as it was taken out, Yelen's eyes turned red from the stimulation. If the mental connection between Ling Mo and her had not already become very strong, she might even have tried to resist. But this smell was almost torture for Ling Mo. The reason he did not immediately put it into Yelen's mouth was that he discovered the color of this gelatin was extremely strange. It looked just like a real blood clot, and it even appeared very fresh. He had not expected that the virus could also have a preservative effect. At this moment the instinctive need from Yelen had already become very strong. Ling Mo did not continue to stimulate her and simply reached out and placed the gelatin near her mouth. Yelen's lips were very cool. When she opened her mouth and swallowed the gelatin, the warm tip of her tongue lightly brushed across Ling Mo's finger, making his heart suddenly jump. Looking at Yelen, whose gaze gradually became calm, Ling Mo even had the impulse to lean forward and kiss her. However, just when Ling Mo slowly held her face in his hands, the expressionless Yelen suddenly closed her eyes, and her brows slightly frowned. This shocked Ling Mo greatly. It was the first time he had seen an expression appear on Yelen's face after her mutation. Although Yelen had her eyes tightly closed, the dangerous aura radiating from her made Ling Mo feel as if the surrounding temperature had dropped. At the same time, a sensation of alternating cold and heat swept across Ling Mo's whole body. He trembled all over, and then felt intense pain coming from every pore in his body, while his head felt as if it were about to explode. Ah! Unable to help himself, Ling Mo let out a groan of pain and immediately curled up, while Yelen, whom he had let go of, fell backward and collapsed into the bedding. An indescribable pain spread from every cell in Ling Mo's body. He felt as if his body was being torn apart little by little and then reassembled again. Just being affected through the mental connection caused him such suffering, let alone Yelen, who was directly experiencing it. Ling Mo, his eyes bloodshot, knelt on the bed. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, but his eyes remained fixed on Yelen. If Yelen could endure it, how could he, a grown man, fail to endure? A full half-hour passed before the pain finally began to ease, but to Ling Mo it felt as if 3 days and 3 nights had gone by. Fortunately, the feeling of comfort that followed greatly relieved the aftereffects of the pain. He could feel that the subtle changes he had accumulated over time had been gathered and elevated through this intense pain. His whole body seemed to be reborn. The strength hidden in his muscles and the unprecedented clarity of his mind made Ling Mo extremely excited. Just like mutated zombies, he had also gained a kind of evolution. Although it could not be seen from the outside, Ling Mo could clearly feel it. Perhaps it was only his illusion, but Ling Mo felt that because he had consciously endured the pain, the evolution he obtained in mental power might even be greater than what his body received. Whether that was true could only be confirmed through practice. Yelen did not wake up all night. In her unconscious state, she kept her brows slightly furrowed and occasionally trembled. Ling Mo stayed by her side the entire time, feeling both pity and anticipation. After absorbing the brain gelatin of a mutated zombie, how much would Yelen grow? Damn, I actually fell asleep by accident. The extreme physical exhaustion finally caused Ling Mo to fall asleep after keeping watch for the whole night. But the special ability he had developed in the apocalypse allowed him to wake up again after only a few minutes. This special way of sleeping was probably something most people surviving in the apocalypse would learn. The strong instinctive vigilance that almost became second nature kept reminding him to stay alert even in sleep, and a few minutes of deep sleep was enough to relax his tense nerves. However, as a puppet controller, Ling Mo rarely entered deep sleep because he had to maintain the mental connection with the corpse puppet. This was the first time. He nervously opened his eyes, only to discover a shocking fact: Yelen was gone. Could it be that during those few minutes Yelen had broken free from his control? But after calming down, Ling Mo suddenly realized that this was not the case. After evolving, Ling Mo's mental ability had become very strong. The change from deliberate control to effortless control was almost a qualitative transformation. Although Yelen was not in front of him now, Ling Mo could clearly feel that his mind was still connected with hers. But ever since being controlled by him, except during battles or when going outside, Yelen almost never moved on her own. Why had she suddenly? Thinking of this, the puzzled Ling Mo quickly shifted his vision to Yelen's perspective. Fortunately, Yelen was still inside the hotel, but her behavior was somewhat strange. Normally, aside from attacking and eating, Yelen almost never made any actions with self-awareness. But now she was wandering around the hotel. From time to time, she even stopped at certain places and quietly looked at them for a while. What was going on? Ling Mo quickly rushed out of the room and soon found Yelen in the corridor downstairs. The moment he saw Yelen, Ling Mo almost cried out. The morning sunlight shone through the window, and Yelen, standing in the sunlight, turned to look at him with a slightly confused expression on her face. Just this small trace of emotion made Ling Mo tremble all over with excitement. Yelen! Ling Mo hurriedly rushed in front of her, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and shouted with great joy. He had not expected that she would regain awareness so quickly. No. After shaking Yelen a few times, Ling Mo suddenly felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. In Yelen's eyes he saw only occasional flashes of confusion, along with the same indifference as before. Perhaps the evolution of the virus had loosened the imprisoned reason inside Yelen, but it was still far from full recovery. It was also possible that the evolution of the virus had caused Yelen, whose mind had been blank, to develop a new consciousness. Yelen? After calling her several more times unwillingly, Ling Mo finally accepted the fact that Yelen had not completely recovered. However, Yelen at least now showed a trace of emotion and had begun to move on her own. Whether this was a sign of her recovery or a completely new evolution of the virus, it at least proved that Ling Mo's expectations still had hope of becoming reality. When Ling Mo led Yelen out and headed toward the main urban area, he realized that the change in Yelen's consciousness was not only reflected in her ability to act on her own, but more in the amplification of her instincts. When facing ordinary zombies, Yelen treated them as if they were insignificant lower creatures, and her killing methods were even cleaner and more decisive. The look in her eyes was like stepping on insignificant insects. Moreover, her attack speed had increased greatly. If before she had been like a cheetah, now she was completely like a humanoid cheetah. Although the evolution of the virus made Yelen appear closer to a normal person on the outside, her behavior became more and more like that of a real beast, especially when hunting weaker creatures. Probably for Yelen, ordinary zombies were simply weak trash. Ling Mo could not help thinking about what kind of reaction Yelen would have when facing humans. However, under his control, stopping Yelen from attacking at will was still completely possible. Riding a bicycle with Yelen and quickly passing through the streets and alleys, if it were not for the zombies everywhere around them, Ling Mo would actually have enjoyed this scene. But the good situation did not last long. Soon after entering the city area, Ling Mo discovered that trouble had found him. To be precise, he ran straight into two survivors who were being surrounded and attacked by zombies. The two survivors, one male and one female, both looked quite young. From the backpacks on them it was not difficult to see that they had come out to search for food. The place where they were fighting was right outside the entrance of a supermarket. Using the supermarket's entrance as cover, the two barely resisted the zombies' frantic attacks, but the increasing number of zombies around them caused them to fall into danger again and again. These zombies themselves moved quickly and attacked with great strength. The supermarket's glass doors were soon smashed to pieces, and the two had no choice but to retreat inside, using shelves and counters as obstacles to deal with the zombies. From afar, when Ling Mo saw this scene, he originally planned to go around and leave, but the girl attracted his attention. The girl held a long knife and always had a smile on her face. Whenever danger appeared, her sudden swift slashes could kill the zombies rushing toward her. Her momentary speed could even be compared with Yelen. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Ling Mo would not have believed that such an extraordinary young girl really existed among ordinary people. The most important thing was her smile. When an ordinary girl encountered such a situation, even if she did not become frightened out of her mind, she would at least turn pale and tremble. But looking at her expression, it seemed as if she was greatly enjoying the fighting process, even though she was clearly at a disadvantage. No matter how strong she was, facing more and more zombies, her stamina would eventually be exhausted. Even Ling Mo could see that her sudden acceleration attack method was not only a great test of stamina but also a considerable challenge to concentration. Yet under such circumstances she could still remain so calm. For a moment Ling Mo even had a doubt: could this girl, like himself, also have some kind of special ability? As soon as this thought appeared, Ling Mo became extremely curious about the girl. But after looking at Yelen sitting behind him, he decided it was better not to meddle in other people's affairs. If they were ordinary survivors it would be fine, but if they really had special abilities, they might see through Yelen's true identity, and that would become troublesome. But just as he rode his bicycle and tried to go around them, he suddenly heard a loud shout from the supermarket direction. "Brother! Help us!" Hearing this shout, Ling Mo immediately felt his head ache. Not to mention that being called brother made Ling Mo feel annoyed, the shout itself could cause even bigger trouble. The hearing of zombies was even more sensitive than that of ordinary people. As soon as that boy shouted, several zombies immediately crawled out from nearby alleys or shops. And the moment they appeared, they noticed Ling Mo and rushed directly toward him and Yelen. "Damn it!" Ling Mo cursed in his heart. Pulling out the short knife at his waist, he jumped off the bicycle. Because he was wary of the girl's identity, Ling Mo had to let Yelen stay behind him and not allow her to act, in case something was noticed. But dealing with nearly 10 zombies alone was something he had never done before. Relying only on his own attack ability might be far from enough to handle so many. Fortunately Ling Mo still had the puppet control ability, and now was the perfect time to test the results. When he raised the short knife and faced the first zombie rushing toward him, Ling Mo's gaze had already shifted to the second zombie. The moment their eyes met, his powerful mental force had already forcibly taken control of that zombie. So while he killed the first zombie, the second zombie he controlled seemed to deliver itself forward and directly rammed into Ling Mo's knife. This was only the beginning. Seeing several zombies rushing toward him at once, Ling Mo kicked away the corpse at his feet. Although his heart tightened, his mind was clearer than ever. He had already tried controlling 2 zombies at once. What about 3 at the same time? Controlling 3 zombies simultaneously was a new challenge for Ling Mo. But at this critical moment he had no time to think. The idea flashed through his mind for an instant, and he immediately put it into action without hesitation. He slashed the zombie in front while simultaneously controlling the 2 zombies behind it. As their movements froze briefly, Ling Mo's short knife quickly cut their throats. This method of control only influenced the zombies' movements for a very short moment, but even Ling Mo had not expected it to be so effective in actual combat. Using the same method again and again, Ling Mo appeared to rush easily into the group of zombies, killing nearly 10 zombies with unbelievably fast attacks. In almost the blink of an eye, only zombie corpses remained scattered around him. Covered in blood, Ling Mo looked almost like a god of slaughter, leaving the man and woman inside the supermarket completely stunned. "Holy crap! Shauna, did you see that? Who is that guy? He's so brutal." The boy stared in shock and shouted in disbelief, not noticing that a zombie squeezed through the gap in the counter and reached out to grab him. Puff! A flash of cold light passed before his eyes, and the hand fell beside his feet. He stood there covered in cold sweat, staring at the girl standing very close to him. Shauna glanced at him coldly. Casually she thrust the long knife into the zombie's abdomen and pulled it out again. "What does it have to do with me? We're saved. Come on, let's break out." Although Shauna reacted indifferently, the boy was extremely excited because the situation had finally turned. Without caring whether Ling Mo was willing to help them or not, the boy immediately rushed out from behind the counter. After frowning slightly, Shauna followed closely behind. Seeing the 2 rushing toward him from afar, Ling Mo knew he could not shake them off for the moment. Instead of watching them bring a group of zombies toward him, it was better to meet them halfway and help them break out of the zombie crowd. With Ling Mo's support, the 2 quickly broke out of the zombie crowd. At this moment dozens of zombies had already gathered in front of the supermarket, and they could not stay there even for 1 more second. "Brother, follow me." The boy gratefully smiled at Ling Mo and immediately turned and ran toward a small alley. Ling Mo glanced back at the street full of zombies and had no choice but to take Yelen and follow. As for the girl, she calmly walked at the back, occasionally cutting down the zombies that followed too closely. Seeing the girl attack at close range, what caught Ling Mo's attention was not only her extremely fast attack speed but also the long knife in her hand. It was extremely sharp and had a strong sense of weight. He did not know how her slender arms could swing it so easily at such speed. The key point was still her expression and eyes when she killed zombies. She was too calm, even making people feel a little uneasy. The boy led Ling Mo and Yelen through the alleys for more than 10 minutes, then rushed into a small building. Only then did they finally shake off the large group of zombies. While the boy stopped to catch his breath, Ling Mo had already noticed that the building showed signs of being cleared by people. Most likely this was where they lived. Brother, thank you so much." After running for his life for more than 10 minutes, the boy's face was completely flushed red, and even his hair was soaked with sweat. He supported himself on Ling Mo's shoulder with one hand and said intermittently, "Really, thanks." Looking at the boy's appearance, Ling Mo wanted to say that he did not need to force himself, but the boy's expression was sincere, so Ling Mo could only nod awkwardly. "You're really amazing," after finally catching his breath, the boy immediately said with admiration. "And your girlfriend too. She ran so fast but didn't even change her expression. Were you athletes before? But you don't look very muscular. She can compete with our Shauna. Lu Yuhao, are you annoying or not?" Shauna, who had been silent all along, suddenly interrupted him with a frown, looking somewhat displeased. "Who is our? Don't be like that, we're classmates after all," Lu Yuhao said with a grin. Then he turned to Ling Mo again and smiled. "Thanks so much today. How about coming upstairs to sit for a while?" As he spoke, he patted the backpack behind him. "We have beer." Ling Mo glanced back at Yelen and thought that fortunately after evolving, her appearance was almost no different from that of a normal person. Judging from Xiana and Lu Yuhao's reactions, they did not seem to notice anything unusual. But for Yelien's sake, he felt it was better to have less contact with other survivors. So after thinking for a second, Ling Mo decisively shook his head. "No, we still have things to do." "Huh? What things could there be? Come sit for a while." Lu Yuhao was stunned. In his opinion, meeting other survivors in the apocalypse was obviously something worth being happy about. Even if they did not survive together, exchanging some experience would still be good. Moreover, someone as capable as Ling Mo must know many things they did not. If he stayed, it would also be a big help to them. As for having things to do, in the apocalypse, what else could there be besides surviving? Xiana said somewhat impatiently, "Since he doesn't want to, don't force him." "Huh?" Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly looked in surprise at the short knife in Ling Mo's hand. After a brief moment of shock, she suddenly reached toward Ling Mo's waist. Her speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Ling Mo had not expected her to do this suddenly, but when her fingers touched the knife handle, he reacted quickly. He only slightly turned his body, using a subtle angle to make Xiana's movement miss. This immediately stunned Xiana, and Lu Yuhao also opened his mouth in shock. "Xiana, what are you doing?" The failure of her move made Xiana's gaze toward Ling Mo change slightly, but her tone was somewhat unfriendly. "Where did this short knife come from? That's none of your business." Being questioned like this, and remembering how she suddenly made a move just now, Ling Mo could not help frowning slightly and answered rudely. Although he had not done it willingly, he had still saved them. Even if someone lacked manners, there should be a limit. From the careful way Lu Yuhao treated her, it was obvious that she usually acted arrogantly because of her strong fighting ability. But Ling Mo did not accept that attitude. "You!" Xiana glared at Ling Mo angrily, but from the way she kept glancing at the short knife, it was clear that she cared about it very much. After a few seconds of silence, she slightly adjusted her tone and asked again, "Where did you get this short knife? Can you tell me?" Girls like her rarely lowered their attitude so quickly. This could be seen clearly from Lu Yuhao's surprised expression. There was nothing worth hiding anyway, so Ling Mo briefly explained how he searched for weapons in the handmade knife shop. He only slightly changed some details about the mutated zombie, such as the red gelatin. When hearing about the existence of mutated zombies, neither of them showed any surprise, which confirmed Ling Mo's guess. Indeed, in the city area there were already many mutated zombies. "You went to the Wong family shop, right?" Xiana suddenly asked. "How did you know?" Although the short knife was a finished product, there were no marks engraved on the sheath or blade. How could this girl tell? Then Ling Mo thought again. The Wong family's handmade knives were quite famous in X City, so it was probably not difficult to guess. Xiana looked at the short knife with a somewhat complicated expression. "That means everyone in the shop is dead." "Forget it, it's nothing." "Since it's nothing, could you stop staring at me?" Being stared at around his lower body by Xiana made Ling Mo feel very strange, so he said awkwardly. Xiana was stunned for a moment, then laughed lightly without caring. "What are you afraid of? Your girlfriend doesn't seem to mind at all." As she spoke, she pointed at Yelen standing behind Ling Mo, "Right? Sister." "I mind." Ling Mo felt speechless. Xiana looked only 17 or 18 at most, yet her words were so sharp. But hearing her speak to Yelen, Ling Mo quickly said, Sorry, she can't speak." "Huh? Such a beautiful sister is actually mute?" "Ah, sorry, sister, don't mind me," Lu Yuhao first exclaimed in surprise, then quickly smiled awkwardly in apology. Ling Mo did not know how to explain, so he could only smile bitterly and nod. What he did not expect was that after Xiana looked deeply at Yelen, she suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. If Ling Mo had not immediately suppressed Yelen's impulse to attack, Xiana might have been torn into pieces at that moment. From Xiaona's expression, it was clear she had no idea how dangerous that moment had been. Sister, come rest at our place for a while. Your complexion looks very bad. There was a trace of sympathy in her tone. After speaking, the way she looked at Ling Mo also softened a lot. You're pretty good. Come upstairs and sit for a while. I'll treat you to a drink. A misunderstanding. Just as Ling Mo was about to refuse, Xiaona had already pulled Yelen toward the stairs. Lu Yuhao also walked behind Ling Mo and pushed him forward. Come on, it's rare for us to see living people. After going upstairs and opening one of the room doors, Ling Mo was surprised to find that far more people lived in this building than just Shauna and the other girl. About a dozen men and women all turned their eyes toward the door at the same time. With one glance, they were all young people not older than 20. One girl wearing a middle school uniform immediately ran over excitedly when she heard the door open. Sis, you're back. Oh? You brought back 2 more people. The female middle school student looked past Shauna at Yelen and Ling Mo and asked casually. Then she turned her attention to Lu Yuhao's backpack. How was today's harvest? Not bad. We just looted that big supermarket on South Street. There's still a lot of stuff we didn't bring back, but I've already hidden it. We'll go get it after we finish eating. Lu Yuhao smiled somewhat proudly, but he did not mention at all that they had fallen into a desperate situation and nearly lost their lives. Oh right, let me introduce 2 people to you. This is, sorry brother, I forgot to ask your name. Lu Yuhao had just started enthusiastically speaking, but suddenly froze in embarrassment. Ling Mo. This is my girlfriend, Yelen. After sighing quietly, Ling Mo introduced himself. Ahahaha, so it's Brother Ling. Lu Yuhao immediately returned to normal. He put an arm around Ling Mo's shoulder and pushed him to the center of the living room. Everyone listen. This guy helped us a lot today, so we decided to treat him to food and drinks. These young men and women were sitting on the sofas or on the floor in the living room. They had not paid much attention to the appearance of Ling Mo and the others. But after hearing Lu Yuhao's words, they all looked at Ling Mo in surprise. One man lying on the sofa immediately sat up and looked Ling Mo up and down suspiciously. How is that possible? With Shauna there, why would he need to help? Exactly. With Sister Shauna here, how could we need help from an outsider? Another person also spoke up, deliberately emphasizing the words outsider. However, the female middle school student from earlier walked over and waved her hand. It's just a meal. You don't have to act like this. If he's here to freeload, then he's freeloading. Why find an excuse? Lu Yuhao, you're too kind. Our group already doesn't have enough food. The man who first questioned him snorted coldly and spoke again. Lu Yuhao's expression became awkward again. He secretly glanced at Ling Mo but found that this ridicule did not cause much reaction from him. What I said is true. You don't know, when Shauna starts fighting she gets carried away and doesn't care about the situation around her. Lu Yuhao clearly was not good at handling this kind of situation. Although he tried to explain, the young men and women all showed expressions of complete disbelief. At this time Shauna also walked over while holding Yelen's hand. But she clearly had no intention of helping explain anything. Instead, she looked at Ling Mo with a slightly teasing smile. Her eyes clearly said, let's see how you handle this situation. Holding a grudge. This girl really held grudges. Obviously, although she had lowered her pride earlier, she had not forgotten that Ling Mo had talked back to her. But she had clearly misjudged. For these parasites who only knew how to enjoy the results without doing anything and who were extremely xenophobic, Ling Mo had no interest in arguing seriously with them. He only sneered, turned around, took Yelen's hand, and walked toward the exit. Sorry, I have no intention of freeloading. Enjoy your meal. Oh ho! Pretty arrogant. Both Shauna and Lu Yuhao were stunned. The young man who had spoken earlier immediately looked unpleasant, feeling that he had lost face on the spot. He said with mockery, a person like this even brings a woman. Can you even feed her? It's already good enough that we offer you food, yet you still act like a big shot? This was truly unbearable. Thinking he came to freeload and worrying their own food would decrease, making sarcastic comments was one thing. But he was already leaving and they were still insulting him in every way. Did they think he was made of clay? Ling Mo's pupils shrank. In almost the blink of an eye he rushed directly in front of the young man. During this process Shauna was the first to notice Ling Mo's intention. But the moment she reached out to stop him, Ling Mo had already rushed past her. Only then did Shauna truly realize that although she was fast, her nerve reaction speed was far inferior to the seemingly ordinary man before her. At the moment she stretched out her hand, Ling Mo seemed to see through her movement. While moving at high speed he avoided her action. Not only did he pass her, he appeared in front of the young man without the slightest pause. The young man only felt darkness flash before his eyes. Then he felt someone grab his collar and his feet instantly left the ground. You motherf. Slap. A clear and loud slap stunned everyone present. This is called slapping your mouth. If you say another word that makes me unhappy, I'll give you another one. Ling Mo's cold eyes made the young man, whose cheek instantly became red and swollen, not even dare to cry out. Humiliation, hatred, yet he did not dare struggle or talk back. In Ling Mo's eyes he could clearly feel undisguised coldness. And judging only by Ling Mo's skills, he knew this was not a bluff. Shauna. The young man shouted unclearly. Although he tried to keep a straight face so people would not see his fear of Ling Mo, the panic in his eyes had already betrayed him. Ling Mo's merciless action shocked everyone, including Shauna. But after hearing the young man shout, although a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, she still stepped forward and said, Ling Mo, let him go. Apologize. Ling Mo said coldly. Shauna frowned. You've already hit him. Different matters. Apologize. Why? The young man had just spoken when a slap sound rang out again and another solid slap landed on his face. Shauna looked at Ling Mo with a complicated expression. Then she turned to look at the young man whose cheeks were swollen on both sides and said, Lu Xian, apologize. Who told you your mouth stinks? He had expected Shauna to stand up for him, but instead he got another slap. Everyone in the room was looking at him, and every gaze felt like a needle stabbing his body. Lu Xian's expression looked as if he had swallowed a fly, and his heart was filled with anger. Wasn't I speaking up so everyone could eat a little more? And she says my mouth stinks. Watching me get beaten and no one stands up. But under Ling Mo's gaze, Lu Xian could only swallow those words and squeeze out 3 words through his teeth, I'm sorry. As soon as he said it, his face felt burning hot, as if Ling Mo had slapped him 10 more times instantly. Ling Mo snorted disdainfully, threw Lu Xian to the ground, and without hesitation pulled Yelen and walked outside. Wait! Only then did Lu Yuhao react. He hurried after them, took 2 cans of beer and several packs of chocolate from his backpack, and forced them into Ling Mo's hands. His face was full of apology. Sorry, I'm really very sorry. Who are those people? Only you and Shauna go out to find food? Although Lu Yuhao had tricked him once, Ling Mo actually did not dislike him much and could not help asking. They're all classmates, we're from the same boarding school. Lu Yuhao shook his head helplessly. That Lu Xian just now, his family is quite rich, so he's always been arrogant. Don't bother with him. And even if we let them go out to search, they would only cause trouble for us. You saw it too. In our group Shauna is the strongest. Originally I hoped you could join us. I don't raise parasites. I don't have that energy. Ling Mo directly interrupted Lu Yuhao. I see. Anyway, thank you for today. Before Lu Yuhao finished speaking, Shauna also followed them out. She looked deeply at Ling Mo, then cast a sympathetic glance at Yelen. Finally she said softly, it will be dark soon. Stay one night. Even if you can endure it, your girlfriend probably can't? As for that Lu Xian, you don't need to worry. He won't dare provoke you anymore. Shauna's tone was very sincere, but Ling Mo truly had no plan to stay with this group of people. No need. You can always find a place to stay in the city. Don't go. Just as Ling Mo turned around, he felt someone pull his sleeve. When he looked back, it was Shauna. Seeing Ling Mo looking at her with a questioning expression, Shauna actually showed a slightly shy expression. Only when Ling Mo began to grow impatient did she seem to make a big decision and say, I think you're quite capable and not afraid of trouble. I want to ask you for help. Oh. I refuse. Ling Mo decisively shook his head. Saving them earlier had already been out of helplessness, and they had just experienced some unpleasantness. Now he only wanted to quickly take Yelen and leave, otherwise when it got dark they really might not be able to leave. How can you be like this? I haven't even said anything yet. Shauna bit her lip in frustration and grabbed Ling Mo's sleeve, seemingly having no intention of letting go. Her expression looked stubborn, but when observing her at close distance, Ling Mo finally noticed that she had a baby face that looked much younger than her actual age. Before, he had only noticed how sharp she looked when killing zombies and had not realized that she was actually a cute-looking girl. Maybe because she carried the hope of survival for so many people and had experienced too many battles, the feeling she gave people seemed more mature than her appearance. Hey, don't stare at me. Noticing Ling Mo's gaze fixed on her face, Shauna suddenly raised her eyebrows and shook off his arm. We're all survivors, and you also have some ability. Why aren't you willing to help? If you're really that capable, why do you still need my help? From Shauna's tone, it was obvious she was unwilling to admit that she was not as good as Ling Mo. Ling Mo could not help complaining silently in his heart. Let me put it this way. If it's related to those parasites, I won't help. Ling Mo really had no good feelings toward those people who only enjoyed the results without doing anything. From the moment Shauna and Lu Yuhao came back, those people had not cared about their safety at all. Instead, for their own benefit they united to exclude outsiders. Slapping Lu Xian earlier was also partly to indirectly slap those parasites in the face. But this was Shauna and Lu Yuhao's own choice, and Ling Mo had no plan to say more about it. However, asking him to have anything to do with those people was impossible. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Shauna showed a mysterious smile. So that means if it has nothing to do with them, you're willing to help, right? Very good, because this matter really has nothing to do with them. I didn't say that. I just heard Lu Yuhao tell you that we are students of X City No. 3 High School. You know that school, right? I know, a key school, fully boarding. In X City, No. 3 High School was very famous. But for Ling Mo, whose grades had always been average, he had only heard of the school but never been there. Instead, Yelen had graduated from No. 3 High School the year before last and was admitted to X City University. But he had not expected that the punchable-looking Lu Xian was also from No. 3 High School. At this moment Lu Yuhao added at the side at the right time, that Lu Xian got in with money. You're very annoying. Shauna glared at him and continued speaking. When we escaped, some classmates stayed in the school. We originally agreed that after finding a place to stay we would go back to pick them up. But we went back once and couldn't even get close to that place. You only need to help me enter the school. How about it? To be honest, Ling Mo did not have this kind of self-sacrificing spirit, but he would not use his own standards to demand others. He looked at Shauna meaningfully and suddenly reached out his hand. What about the reward? Huh? You don't think I'm free labor, do you? Ling Mo asked as if it were only natural. Lu Yuhao's eye twitched and he suddenly asked in a near breakdown, who exactly told me that after a disaster breaks out everyone would help each other and benefit each other. Brother Ling, I suddenly feel the world is so dark. That also depends on what kind of disaster it is. Do you think there is still order and morality now? Ling Mo snorted coldly. Indeed, outside there were zombies everywhere. Living people hid like rats, struggling to survive in the cracks. The order of the whole world had completely collapsed. 1 week ago they might still have hoped for rescue, but now they completely understood that under such circumstances, besides saving themselves, there was no other way. When the disaster broke out, anyone could turn into a zombie in an instant. No one could even say clearly how the virus was transmitted. But to cause such a large-scale outbreak and sweep the entire world within a single day, it was probably through the air. And when these mutated zombies encountered living people again, they would immediately tear them apart and devour them, not giving them any chance to mutate. Shauna stared at Ling Mo for a while and suddenly showed a smile. Your request is very reasonable, but haven't you already taken the reward? Shauna pointed to the short knife at Ling Mo's waist. This was made by my relative. You're related to Wong Lin? Ling Mo was startled. The world was really too small. But this could explain why a young girl like her had such a sharp long knife. In this country it had probably already gone beyond the category of ordinary controlled knives and could completely be called a killing weapon. But when Ling Mo looked at the long knife on her body, he noticed that the engraving on the handle was slightly different. It did not say Wong at all? Probably noticing Ling Mo's confusion, Shauna touched the knife handle behind her shoulder and snorted. Stop looking. I made this one myself. By the way, the one in your hand was made by Wong Lin. Wong Lin? This really shocked Ling Mo. He had not expected that the sickly Wong Lin in his memory could forge handmade knives and swords, and that her craftsmanship was so good. But after thinking about it, the Wong family was a family handicraft workshop, so passing the skill to her was nothing strange. But being so young and having such good skills, yet dying early and even leaving no corpse? Ling Mo could not help tightening his grip on the knife handle, and his expression instantly became somewhat gloomy. Shauna did not notice the subtle change in Ling Mo's expression and continued speaking. Although it's not as good as the one I made, this short knife is still quite valuable, right? You can count it as receiving the reward in advance. So it's settled? If you're worried about your girlfriend's safety, you can let her wait here. My classmates will take care of her. No need. Ling Mo directly interrupted Shauna's suggestion. What a joke. Yelen was a mutated zombie. Once she left his control, when they came back they would probably only see a pile of minced flesh and bones. You're a bit annoying as a person, but in this aspect you're really not bad. Your girlfriend can't speak and seems quite introverted, but she's so beautiful. You should continue to cherish her well. Shauna raised her eyebrows and suddenly reached out to pat Ling Mo's shoulder, speaking with a serious face. So little sister, you really misunderstood. But after learning that Shauna and Wong Lin were relatives, Ling Mo's heart softened a little. In a place like a campus where the population was extremely dense, there were naturally a huge number of zombies. The group left inside was likely already in great danger. Shauna must have already considered this result, yet she still had not given up. Should it be called persistence, or foolish bravery? Only to the gate. Ling Mo thought carefully for a while. With his skills, breaking through to the main gate should not be a problem. If something unexpected happened, Yelen was still beside him. That's great. Brother Ling, since you're willing to stay and help, tonight we must drink well. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuhao quietly gave Shauna a thumbs up, then familiarly put his arm around Ling Mo's shoulder and said with a smile. Since it's a deal, then I won't say thank you. Shauna smiled slightly and also grabbed Yelen's hand. It was obvious that she quite liked this beautiful sister who did not speak at all and had no expression. Regarding Ling Mo and Yelen staying, with Lu Xian's example before them, this group of people did not dare to have any more complaints. However, from the deliberately avoiding gazes of most people, Ling Mo could see that what they felt toward him was mostly fear. Although Shauna was also very strong, she had never attacked them before. Probably at the moment Ling Mo grabbed Lu Xian, this group finally realized that it was better to behave honestly in front of Ling Mo. Just as Ling Mo intended, although his slap only landed on Lu Xian's face, in reality the others who were dissatisfied with Ling Mo also felt the burning pain on their own faces. Whether they had spoken in agreement before or only complained in their hearts. As for Lu Xian, when he heard that Ling Mo was actually going to stay, he slipped into a room quietly and did not dare to show his face again. Ling Mo did not think he had gone too far. This was originally a world without order. Since he had strength, he could not allow others to insult him. Everyone still remembers the teachers and classmates who stayed at the school, right? Lu Yuhao arranged for Ling Mo to sit on the sofa, then excitedly said to the group, Brother Ling has already agreed to help me and Shauna go find them. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the way they looked at Ling Mo instantly became very complicated. The female middle school student from before hesitated and said, there are an unbelievable number of zombies there. The meaning was obvious, she did not believe the success rate of this action. Suspicious expressions could also be seen in the eyes of the others. I already told you before, I will definitely go back to find them. If they hadn't helped us cover the rear back then, you would already have become scraps inside the zombies' stomachs. Compared with Lu Yuhao, Shauna spoke not only directly but also without any politeness. If she were not pulling Yelen like a clingy little sister, she would really look somewhat like a leader. But, at this moment, a man with glasses sitting to Ling Mo's left suddenly spoke. Since that's the case, then everyone should go together. Shauna is right. They might still be alive and waiting for us to rescue them. If we just leave like this, it would be too selfish. How about it, take us with you? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expressions became somewhat unpleasant. But strangely, no one objected. No, before Shauna and Lu Yuhao could speak, Ling Mo said it first. The proposal was rejected, but the man with glasses was not angry. He only turned his gaze to Ling Mo and asked, why? You all have no combat ability, and such a large group is too obvious a target. Being extorted by Shauna once was one thing, but being a babysitter for such a group of people, Ling Mo asked himself if he was really that kind. And although the man with glasses spoke nicely, Ling Mo felt that they simply lacked a sense of security and wanted to follow along. This could be seen from their reactions. The distance between number 3 high school and here was quite far. If those people were all dead it would be one thing, but if there were still survivors, it would probably take 2 or 3 days for Shauna and Lu Yuhao to return. Passing through those areas densely filled with zombies was not a simple matter. Of course this group had no pressure at all. They only needed to play the role of burdens. But the food is simply not enough. The man who had previously supported Lu Xian suddenly said with a bitter face. The moment he said this, it basically confirmed Ling Mo's guess. Yeah, we didn't expect to meet Brother Ling today, so we didn't prepare enough food for them in advance. Lu Yuhao slapped his forehead and turned a pleading gaze toward Ling Mo. How about this? You don't need to care whether they live or die. You only need to help us when there is danger. Is that okay? Shauna lowered her head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said to Ling Mo. When she said this, everyone's expressions became somewhat subtle. They probably all understood their own position, but being pointed out so clearly like this was probably the first time, so embarrassment was inevitable. In fact, precisely because they understood they were burdens, they showed dissatisfaction toward Ling Mo's appearance. Whether Ling Mo was also a burden like them or had some ability, to these people who stuck together he was an outsider intruder. As for Shauna and Lu Yuhao, in their eyes they were like hosts. They wanted to squeeze them desperately while also monopolizing them. But burdens should have the awareness of being burdens. Once the host spoke, even if they were dissatisfied in their hearts, they could only endure it. Since Shauna had said this, Ling Mo nodded indifferently. Okay. That's great. Shauna, don't worry. As long as you give us weapons, we will try our best to protect ourselves. The man with glasses showed a slight happy smile and said. But looking at the complicated and conflicted expressions of the others, it was hard to take those words seriously. Everyone discussed some details for a while, then Lu Yuhao took out the food from his backpack. They sat together and had a simple meal. However, the food they had found was really not enough to fill people's stomachs. On the contrary, the food in Ling Mo's backpack was much better both in taste and in calories. That was not surprising. In the city there were many zombies and also many survivors. No matter what supermarket it was, it had probably already been searched several times. But Ling Mo had no intention of taking his food out to share. Oh? Sister doesn't eat? Shauna handed half a pack of instant noodles to Yelen, but found that Yelen had no reaction at all. Is sister in a bad mood? Although Shauna seemed not to notice anything, Lu Yuhao felt a trace of coldness from Yelen's eyes and could not help asking tentatively. No, she just doesn't interact much with strangers. Ling Mo suddenly felt a headache and quickly interrupted their questions. Tonight Sister Yi can sleep with us. Shauna suddenly suggested. You can stay with Lu Yuhao. The boys stay here, we girls stay across there. As she spoke, she pointed to the house opposite. Although Ling Mo wanted to refuse, when his gaze passed over Shauna and the other girls, he nodded as if by accident. Okay. Anyway, they were not far apart, so Yelen would not leave his control. Ever since his mental power greatly increased, the control distance had obviously grown much larger. Oh, Ling Mo's straightforward agreement surprised Shauna a little, but it slightly changed her opinion of Ling Mo. After the apocalypse arrived, basically all entertainment activities disappeared. After eating, although it had only just gotten dark, everyone silently returned to their rooms to rest. Shauna also pulled Yelen and went to the opposite apartment with several girls. Meanwhile Ling Mo maintained the mental connection with Yelen while, under Lu Yuhao's arrangement, sleeping alone on a single bed. This could be considered special treatment. After all, tomorrow he would help Shauna and the others go to number 3 high school. And with his combat ability, even if he helped selectively, it still had extraordinary meaning for them. However, no one expected that when Ling Mo lay on the single bed and seemed to close his eyes to rest, his perspective had already switched to Yelen. Letting Yelen stay alone with you, how could I feel at ease? I have to watch. Ling Mo said silently in his heart. Ever since meeting Yelen after she turned into a zombie, Ling Mo had constantly been going through a process that was both painful and enjoyable. A body that in the past had existed only in fantasies could now be touched by him at will. Time and again it became completely naked in his hands, then quietly stood before his eyes. But when he met Yelen's emotionless gaze, he could only forcibly suppress the impulse to push her down. However, this kind of pity only appeared when facing Yelen. So when Shauna led Yelen to a mattress in the corner, she had no idea that at that moment, in the room opposite, a strange smile was appearing at the corner of Ling Mo's mouth. Sister, just sleep with me. There's no way to add another bed for now. Shauna frowned and looked around, then said with a slight apology. This girl who spoke arrogantly and looked proud was unexpectedly gentle toward Yelen, which made Ling Mo sigh deeply in his heart. If she knew Yelen's real identity, who knew what expression she would show? As a zombie, Yelen was not unable to rest, but she was not like ordinary people who needed long periods of sleep. After mutating into a zombie under the influence of the virus and being completely driven by instinct, these zombies actually knew better how to use their own energy. The zombies wandering in the streets looked slow and lazy, but once prey appeared, they would instantly erupt with powerful strength and speed, immediately turning into terrifying monsters. They felt no pain, did not know how to retreat, and together with their flexible movements, once these zombies began to attack, they would not stop until the target disappeared. But when there was no prey, their movements would immediately slow down. In this state, their energy consumption dropped to the lowest level. Compared with the sleep ordinary people needed, this level of rest was already enough for zombies. However, in front of Shauna and these girls, Yelen could not behave strangely. Therefore Ling Mo controlled Yelen to nod, then she lay down on the inner side of the mattress. Sister, aren't you taking off your clothes? After asking in confusion, Shauna reached out to pull off Yelen's coat. You'll catch a cold if you sleep in clothes. Come, I'll help you. Girl, what are you trying to do? Ling Mo's eyebrow twitched as he shouted in his heart. He had agreed to let Yelen sleep with Shauna only because he wanted to experience the pleasant feeling of sleeping among girls. He had never thought about playing such a shameful game. But since you brought it up yourself, then you can't blame me. After controlling Yelen to sit up, Ling Mo, more precisely, using Yelen's fair and slender hand, grabbed Shauna by the collar and suddenly pulled her in front of him. Shauna froze for a moment. With Yelen's speed and strength, and with Shauna completely unprepared, she had not even reacted before she was already pulled in front of Yelen. As Yelen's fingers skillfully undid the first button of Xiana's collar, a patch of snow-white skin immediately appeared. Ah! Xiana let out a soft cry, but she did not push Yelen away, clearly stunned. The distance between them was now less than 10 centimeters. The breath she exhaled could even move Yelen's hair. However, she did not notice that Yelen's breathing was incredibly slow, almost impossible to detect. But when Yelen unbuttoned the third button and even revealed a corner of the pair of little jade rabbits, Shauna finally came back to her senses. "Sister, you're quite naughty." Shauna burst into laughter and directly pushed Yelen onto the mattress, twisting together with her. "Come on, I'll help you take it off, ha ha ha." The other girls also looked over with smiles, and the female middle school student even joined immediately. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, lying alone on the bed in the other room, could not stop twitching at the corner of his eyes. A girls' dormitory really was an extremely embarrassing place. After making noise for more than 10 minutes, Shauna, who had taken off everything except her underwear, finally got into the blanket and lay beside Yelen, who had also been stripped down to only her underwear. From the moment the female middle school student joined, the other girls also rushed over one after another. Yelen, who was beautiful yet silent, aroused great interest among this group of young girls. Several times Ling Mo even felt that Yelen's chest had been touched. "Wow, so big. Sister, what cup size are you? Such a thin waist, and your skin is so smooth." From the moment the girls began touching her everywhere, Yelen, controlled by Ling Mo, had already given up struggling completely. After all, being surrounded by a group of half-dressed girls who kept making physical contact was something Ling Mo had never experienced before, not even imagined. The key point was that although they were attacking Yelen, the one suffering was Ling Mo. Only when Shauna got into the blanket did Ling Mo suddenly wake up. "Sister, your body is so cold." Shauna touched Yelen with her warm foot, turned to face her, and spoke softly. "Give and take." Ling Mo also made Yelen reach out to touch Shauna, but as soon as she moved, her elbow bumped into Xiana's chest. "Ha, stop playing." Shauna laughed softly after suddenly having her chest touched. "I didn't expect sister to actually be quite cheerful. If you smiled more it would be even better. You're so beautiful, you must look great when you smile. But that guy named Ling looks totally unworthy of you. At first I thought he forced you. Girl, don't joke. I have principles." Ling Mo rolled his eyes inwardly while controlling Yelen to shake her head. "Haha, I know. Later I saw you were clean and heard him say you, then I knew he wasn't that kind of scumbag." Shauna moved closer to Yelen, almost pressing against her body. "Sleep. Tomorrow we still have to go to number 3 middle school. Anyway, thanks to you in advance." This girl really had two completely different personalities in front of him and in front of Yelen. Probably because she had used too much strength during the day. After saying this she soon began breathing evenly and deeply, clearly already asleep. Ling Mo, however, kept looking at her for quite a while through Yelen's perspective. When asleep, the arrogance on Xiana's face disappeared, revealing a hint of softness. Letting such a young girl carry the hope of survival for so many people really made things difficult for her. Even ordinary people already endured huge pressure just to survive themselves. One could imagine how heavy the burden on Xiana's not-so-strong shoulders must be. Although she brought it on herself. After reaching out to touch Xiana's cheek, Ling Mo, lying on the single bed, turned over. After taking a deep breath, he soon fell asleep. Just as Xiana said, there was still tomorrow. To ensure enough strength, it was better to rest early. Early the next morning, this small building, which looked nothing special from the outside, immediately became busy. Lu Yuhao divided the stored food according to the number of people and distributed it to everyone, even Ling Mo and Yelen were no exception. Of course, for Ling Mo, whose backpack was full of food, 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of snacks were basically useless. As for Yelen, it went without saying, she was completely uninterested in food eaten by ordinary people. But when the others received this pitifully small amount of food and saw Ling Mo's indifferent expression, their faces showed some dissatisfaction. Lu Xian, whose cheek had not yet fully swollen down, even complained in a low voice to the person beside her, "He doesn't care about us at all, yet he still takes a share of our things." "Stop talking, do you still want to get beaten?" The man with glasses turned back and said with a frown. "You're just timid and afraid of trouble." Lu Xian's face immediately turned red. After cursing angrily in a low voice, she suddenly shut her mouth. Even though Ling Mo did not even glance at her, when Lu Xian saw him walk in, she still restrained her foul mouth and did not continue speaking. What weapons do you have? Ling Mo did not care about people like Lu Xian at all. He walked straight to Lu Yuhao and asked. Lu Yuhao was rummaging through several large backpacks. Hearing this, he raised his head and somewhat awkwardly took out a kitchen knife. This is the best one. In fact, with the arm strength of ordinary people, it was very difficult to chop off a zombie's head with a kitchen knife in one strike. It was probably not easy to cause a fatal injury in a single blow and stop the zombie's movement. Moreover, in close combat, even if you had a weapon in your hand, it was still a great test of an ordinary person's willpower and reaction ability. If Ling Mo had not had the corpse puppet to help him at the beginning, it would have been difficult for him to gradually improve through fighting. But something was better than nothing. Having a kitchen knife in hand was better than fighting with bare hands. Try to give one to each person. A single zombie is only a little stronger than an ordinary person. With a little courage, you wouldn't be completely unable to resist. In the end, zombies win mainly because of their numbers. Ling Mo said lightly. A single ordinary zombie, if a normal person encountered one, they actually still had the ability to fight. Because of this, Ling Mo looked down on the group of parasites in this room who had healthy limbs and plenty of strength, yet relied on a little girl. Easy for you to say. Although someone muttered in dissatisfaction, everyone still quickly gathered around Lu Yuhao to collect weapons. Judging from Ling Mo's attitude, even if they were in danger he probably would not help. If Shauna and Lu Yuhao were too busy to care about them at that time, they could not just wait there to die. Soon the food and weapons were all distributed, and Shauna also returned carrying a long knife covered with blood. She had gone out earlier and cleaned up the zombies wandering nearby, which could also be considered clearing the way in advance. Let's go. We must reach number 3 high school before the afternoon. Shauna stood by the door, and a trace of determination appeared on her stubborn and proud face. Once Shauna spoke, the group looked at each other and all followed behind Lu Yuhao downstairs. Ling Mo and Yelen walked at the very end. As soon as the door was pushed open, 2 zombie corpses lying outside immediately came into view, and several girls instantly cried out in alarm. Don't make noise. It will attract zombies. Shauna turned back and said with a frown. The girls immediately covered their mouths. The other boys did not make any sound, but their expressions did not look good either. Seeing this scene, Ling Mo secretly shook his head. After being parasites for so long, they were not even as good as ordinary survivors. By this time, probably not many survivors would be frightened just by seeing corpses. Number 3 high school is in this direction. On the way we must pass 3 residential communities, 2 streets, and a hospital. There are many zombies along the way. You only need to help when I can't handle it. Shauna turned and said to Ling Mo. Ling Mo nodded calmly and quietly held Yelen's hand. The reason he agreed to Xiaona's request actually had many factors. While admiring and sympathizing with this girl, Ling Mo also wanted to do something for Wong Lin. After all, this short knife was very useful. But Wong Lin was already dead, so he could only help her relatives. On the other hand, this was also an opportunity for Ling Mo. Not only could he use it to understand the situation in the city, he could also train his puppet control ability in practice and improve his combat experience. Actually, when he usually cooperated with Yelen, and when he tried controlling multiple zombies at once yesterday, Ling Mo had vaguely noticed something. Although his puppet control ability was becoming more and more skilled, it always felt like there was a layer of separation. This should be what was commonly called a bottleneck. He did not know what level he could reach after breaking through this bottleneck. The faster his strength improved, the faster he could help Yelen evolve. Perhaps it could also allow her to regain consciousness sooner. Ever since she swallowed the gel from inside the mutated zombie's brain and showed a slight sign of developing awareness, Yelen had lost much interest in the gel from ordinary zombies. Even after swallowing it, the effect was not significant. This also meant that he had to take Yelen to find more mutated zombies. Based on the 2 times he encountered mutated zombies and his own analysis, Ling Mo believed that mutated zombies usually appeared in relatively enclosed places with a certain number of people. Whether it was a hospital or a school, especially a full-time boarding school, there was a high possibility of mutated zombies appearing. At the moment he agreed to Shauna, Ling Mo had already decided that once they reached the school gate, he would separate from Shauna and the others. They would go to rescue people, while he would take Yelen to search for mutated zombies in the campus. With a large group of burdens, Shauna and the others did not move very quickly. However, seeing Xiaona's relaxed expression as she easily killed zombies with swift knife strikes, these people's fear also eased a lot. Although Lu Yuhao's combat ability was inferior to Xiaona's, he cooperated well with her attacks. Whenever Shauna forced several zombies back, he would suddenly rush forward and deal with one or two of them, then immediately retreat behind Shauna after succeeding. As for the others, even with weapons in their hands, they still did not dare to attack. After passing the first residential community relatively smoothly, the first casualty finally appeared. When they passed by a shop, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind a collapsed shelf and grabbed one of the boys. The boy only had time to let out a scream before he was pulled directly into the shelf with a loud bang. When Ling Mo, who was closest to him, kicked the shelf away, the boy's throat had already been bitten open by the small zombie, which looked about 7 or 8 years old. His eyes were wide open, blood bubbling from his mouth, and he could not even speak. In just 1 second, a huge hole had been torn in his neck, and even his trachea had been pulled out. The small zombie raised its blood-covered head. Through the dirty, messy hair, its red eyes stared coldly at Ling Mo like it was looking at a dead person, then suddenly lunged forward. Dealing with a single zombie was very easy for Ling Mo, especially after he learned to use his puppet control ability to influence them instantly. The moment their eyes met, Ling Mo had already briefly controlled it. Even its action of lunging toward him, which seemed like an attack, was actually controlled by Ling Mo. Seeing the small zombie about to collide with him, while the people behind him had already cried out in alarm, Ling Mo expressionlessly swung the short knife in his hand. Pfft! A stream of blood splashed onto the wall with Ling Mo's movement, while the small zombie fell heavily from midair and landed at Ling Mo's feet. He's dead. Ling Mo did not even glance at the zombie corpse. He stepped past it, looked at the boy lying in the pool of blood, and said briefly. The group immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, a girl suddenly burst into tears, but out of fear of zombies she immediately covered her mouth, forcing all the crying back into her throat and turning it into muffled sobs. The other girls looked at the still slightly twitching corpse in terror, their eyes almost red. The boys were not much better. Shauna walked to the corpse with an unpleasant expression, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. But soon she moved her gaze away, turned around, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." But, a girl hesitantly looked at Shauna, but in the end said nothing. This unexpected incident suddenly made the atmosphere heavy and made these people even more nervous and careful. They realized that although Shauna and Lu Yuhao were clearing the way in front, and Ling Mo was following at the back, no one could guarantee that a situation like just now would not happen again. After all, their goal was to travel forward, not to clear minds. Except for zombies that rushed at them on their own, Shauna and the others would not deliberately search the shops along the road. Xiana's attitude toward the death made Ling Mo understand her a little better. She was indeed raising parasites, and she was stubbornly acting foolish, but at critical moments she still had the decisiveness she should have. This was probably why she could still survive while carrying such a large group of parasites who only stretched out their hands to ask for food and drink. Wang Cheng, this is all because you were meddlesome and suggested that we come too. Otherwise how could someone die? Lu Xian looked back at Ling Mo, seeing that Ling Mo was not as nervous as they were, but instead very calm. A trace of disgust appeared on his face. However, after suffering a loss and losing face, he did not dare to trouble Ling Mo again. He could only walk to the man with glasses and curse viciously in a low voice. Wang Cheng pushed his glasses and replied quietly, "Without Xiana and Lu Yuhao, how would you survive? And you also saw that guy surnamed Ling looks down on us in every way. What if he persuades Xiana? Most importantly, if those people hadn't died, could Xiana and Lu Yuhao feed so many people?" This, Lu Xian looked at Wang Cheng in surprise, then frowned and asked, "Then what's the use of us coming? Damn it, if it were before, how would I look at a girl like her for approval, let alone that poor bastard Ling Mo? Damn it, he even dared to hit me." Behind the lenses, a cold light flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes as he interrupted Lu Xian's curses. "Why come? Don't you think the more people disappear, the more beneficial it is for us? Just flatter Xiana well. Right now she is your source of food and clothing. If I were you, I would put away those little thoughts. You couldn't get her before, and you won't get her now. As for that Ling Mo, if I were you, I would forget about it as soon as possible. You can't afford to provoke him." Lu Xian froze. When he looked up at Wang Cheng, he even felt a chill in his heart. Who would have thought that the refined-looking Wang Cheng was actually planning something so sinister and vicious? However, while he was still stunned, Wang Cheng had already tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and followed behind Xiana, looking as if he planned to fight side by side with them. But when Lu Xian came back to his senses, he had already gritted his teeth and cursed, "Hypocrite. If this hadn't happened, I could have given her some things casually and Xiana would obediently submit. As for that poor bastard, he isn't even worthy of kneeling and licking my boots." The drastic change in status before and after the apocalypse filled Lu Xian with imbalance. Being humiliated by Ling Mo and despised by Wang Cheng made his eyes bloodshot. But what could imbalance do? Just as Wang Cheng said, he could not even touch the corner of Xiana's clothes now, and Ling Mo could easily defeat him. Damn! 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 After cursing 3 times, Lu Xian finally felt a little less suffocated inside. But he's right, looking around at these classmates, Lu Xian secretly began calculating which people could be sacrificed. During the next part of the journey, because the appearance of a victim made them more vigilant, they actually passed through without any further losses. The occasional zombies that appeared from behind were all dealt with by Ling Mo one by one, and Yelen did not even need to act. But the good situation did not last long. Soon everyone arrived near the hospital. Without Xiana reminding them, they already knew this place was extremely dangerous. Originally this area was located in a busy district, and with a place like a hospital where people gathered densely, just imagining the possible number of zombies was enough to make people's legs go weak. In fact, some people were already thinking of retreating, but Xiana glared at them and forced them back. Sure enough, as soon as they turned onto the street, the scene in front of them made their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. Countless car wrecks, either abandoned or crashed during driving, were densely piled up on the street. Among these obstacles, at least hundreds of zombies were wandering aimlessly. Inside a luxury sports car closest to them, half of a person's twisted and swollen face was pressed tightly against the front windshield. The other half of the body had been pulled out through the gap of the side window by zombies and had long disappeared, leaving only blood smeared across half the car. How are we supposed to get through this? The group had already turned pale. Even Wang Cheng had sweat on his forehead. Without drawing attention, he moved a little closer to Xiana. Compared to shrinking back in fear behind others, being closer to Xiana was actually safer, although it was more thrilling. Even Xiana felt a headache in this situation. On the other hand, Ling Mo still looked calm. Although there were many zombies on the street, it was not impossible to get through. Xiana's concern ultimately came from being dragged down by this group of burdens. I'll find a way to attract their attention first. Ling Mo, you take them. Xiana gripped the knife handle tightly and said resolutely. I'll attract the zombies' attention. Ling Mo's sudden words stunned everyone. Even Xiana showed an expression of disbelief. You? It wasn't that she doubted Ling Mo had the ability. She just found it hard to accept that Ling Mo would voluntarily step forward to solve their problem. Forcing our way through is more dangerous. You should find a place to hide first. As long as the zombies on the road start gathering in my direction, you should pass through immediately. Attracting zombies' attention was actually not difficult. Ling Mo had tried using things like firecrackers before. Whether it was sound or a strong smell, it would attract zombies' attention. Of course, to attract a large group at once, a huge sound was naturally the most effective. But with so many zombies on the street, although attracting them all was not difficult, the person who placed the bait would be in an extremely dangerous situation, unless there was something like a timed bomb. Even with such a thing, a single explosion might not hold the zombies for long. They might lose interest halfway before gathering. Moreover, Ling Mo naturally did not have such a weapon, but he had a safer and more ingenious method. Are you really sure you'll be fine? Xiana asked hesitantly. Maybe I should. Hurry and go. Ling Mo smiled calmly and said. Lu Yuhao looked at Ling Mo with great admiration and patted his shoulder. Brother Ling, you've got real guts. I thank you on behalf of everyone. You're really not polite. Ling Mo rolled his eyes inwardly. And he was not doing it for these people, but because he could not stand seeing a girl take such a risk. Anyone could see that if Xiana really went, her chances of coming back alive would be extremely small. On the other hand, he also did not want to stay and babysit this group. In the end, Ling Mo was just an ordinary person. Even though he had a selfish side, within the limits of what he could do, he still could not help showing a bit of the desire to play the hero and save a beauty. Moreover, this was not only helping Xiana, but also helping himself. Along the way he had followed behind them and reached here without putting in much effort. Now it was time for him to act. But, he really seemed destined to be a poor bastard, unable to learn what it meant to be honest or to peacefully act as dead weight. Even when forced by reality to bow his head again and again, in his heart he still held on to some ridiculous but unbreakable bottom lines. For example, this damn desire to play the hero and save a beauty. Fortunately this time it wasn't courting death, because he was quite confident. Wang Cheng and the others' eyes also lit up. Just as they opened their mouths to say some polite words, they heard Xiana grit her teeth and say, "Then we'll hide first." I'll only give you 5 minutes. Ling Mo waved his hand and said. 5 minutes later, the area where he was now standing would be filled with zombies. The fact that Yelen also stayed made Xiana a little puzzled, but it had to be said that when they were evacuating, Ling Mo's calm expression with a smile still shocked her deeply. As for the thoughts of the others, they were all different. But no matter what, the fact that Ling Mo took the initiative to help while risking great danger still moved many people. Some people even secretly began to feel ashamed and regretted the exclusion they had once felt toward Ling Mo. However, Ling Mo, who remained where he was not thinking about these things at all. For him, other people's opinions of him, especially the opinions of these unrelated people, could be completely ignored. What mattered was that he had done what he wanted to do and had a clear conscience. Of course, the most important question was, did this matter put Ling Mo's life in danger? The answer was naturally no. Knowing there were tigers on the mountain and still jumping down to die was not something Ling Mo would do. Even if his heroic feelings flared up, he would not rush to die for nothing. After Shauna and the others had completely disappeared, Ling Mo touched his nose and casually walked into a nearby mobile phone shop as if he were strolling. When they had just arrived earlier, several zombies inside had rushed out after hearing the noise, but they had all been cut down by Shauna, and their corpses were lying at the entrance. Ling Mo left Yelen outside and stepped over the bodies into the shop. Since the apocalypse began, all public facilities had lost their function, and communication was no exception. But what Ling Mo wanted to find was not an ordinary mobile phone, but a powerful counterfeit phone that could act as a portable speaker. Fortunately, this mobile phone shop was not a brand specialty store and sold all kinds of miscellaneous phones. Ling Mo rummaged through the messy counters and found several phones with plenty of battery, then walked out satisfied. Now he had speakers. If he simply threw them on the ground to use, it could attract some zombies, but attracting all the zombies on the whole street would be difficult. Moreover, it would also be dangerous for himself. Imagine that once the sound started, zombies from all directions would gather. Yelen would be fine standing among a pile of corpses, but where could he run? Besides, since he had taken the initiative, he had to do it well. Otherwise it would waste the ability he possessed. Indeed, for ordinary people, such a task that had a 90% chance of death was actually quite easy for Ling Mo. He first carefully moved a little closer to the street and used his puppet control ability to control 3 zombies. However, in order to avoid being seen by Shauna and the others who might be hiding somewhere, Ling Mo deliberately chose a blind corner before letting the 3 zombies walk in front of him. Come, one for each. Ling Mo smiled strangely and handed the phones to the zombies. He deliberately chose young and strong zombie youths so their movement speed would be faster later. After glancing at the situation on the street, Ling Mo controlled these zombies to take the phones and walk back onto the street. He and Yelen hid in that blind corner while calculating the distance between himself and the corpse puppets. Controlling 3 zombies at the same time would normally reduce the control distance, but after evolving, the strength of Ling Mo's mental power was no longer the same as before. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 150, 300. Frowning and pale, Ling Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The limit is 300 meters, and it's already about to break control, but it's enough. Ling Mo then turned his gaze toward the hospital not far away, and a plan immediately formed in his mind. The straight-line distance between him and the hospital was at most 100 meters. Let's begin. Ling Mo controlled 2 zombies to walk as far as possible toward the other end of the street. Only when his head almost felt like it was about to explode did he stop them. At the moment one zombie pressed the play button, Ling Mo almost felt faint. In counterfeit phones these days, there was one song that would definitely appear, and the volume was loud enough. After the play button was pressed, there was a brief pause, and then a deafening voice suddenly sounded, 7 wooden sticks swinging, doing gay or not. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. As soon as the music started, the zombie immediately swung its arms and rushed out like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight toward the hospital entrance. The zombies wandering on the street almost immediately turned their attention to this human-shaped walking speaker. Soon meaningless roars came from their throats as they rushed toward it. Just as Ling Mo had guessed, there were too many zombies on the street. Before the corpse puppet even ran halfway, it was knocked down by the zombies, and the music quickly stopped. But it didn't matter. Ling Mo had already abandoned control of that zombie, and the moment the music stopped, the second phone immediately sounded. The same music, the same movement, but it attracted more zombies from farther away and brought the zombies wandering in the distance closer. For a moment, more than 100 meters away from Ling Mo, the area was densely filled with zombies. When the third phone sounded, the direction of the sound was not among the zombies, but at the hospital entrance. While controlling the 2 zombies, Ling Mo had already controlled the third zombie to walk to the hospital entrance, and the moment the second phone was destroyed, he pressed the play button. A large wave of zombies rushed toward the hospital. This spectacular scene made Ling Mo, who was observing through the perspective of the third zombie, Shiver. These zombies were not like those in movies. They were fast and fierce. When such a large wave rushed forward, the shock it created was extraordinary. But when the gathered zombies moved, Ling Mo immediately controlled the third zombie to run into the hospital. There were also many zombies inside the hospital. Although the third zombie ran left and right under Ling Mo's control, it was eventually completely blocked in the outpatient hall. Living people probably rarely experience being chased and surrounded by hundreds of people, and would not know what it feels like when countless hands reach toward them, nor what it feels like to watch themselves being torn apart. But to delay time as much as possible, Ling Mo had to endure this feeling. Zombies did not feel pain, which was truly fortunate among misfortunes. During this process, the phone was almost knocked to the ground several times, but at this moment Ling Mo fully mobilized his mental power. By constantly switching his control target, he forcefully dragged out several minutes of time. Several minutes were short, but when surrounded by hundreds of zombies, several minutes were enough for hundreds of people to be torn apart instantly. For Ling Mo, it was a huge test of mental power and mental reaction speed. As for Shauna and the others, the moment the strange song sounded, they were immediately stunned. Isn't this courting death? Shauna gritted her teeth angrily, grabbed the long knife, and rushed straight out of the small building where they were temporarily hiding. The others had no time to stop her. But when she saw the scene on the street from a distance, she was instantly stunned. The sight of hundreds of zombies rushing wildly in one direction had rarely been seen except when the apocalypse first broke out, and it was hard to imagine that this was caused by a person. For a moment, Xiana felt both shocked and delighted, but also full of worry. But now was not the time to worry. After turning back and cutting down several zombies attracted by the sound behind her, Xiana immediately ran upstairs. It's enough, go! So fast? Can we really pass? This is annoying, someone is risking his life to open the road for us, hurry up. The street was not completely free of zombies because of this. On the contrary, some zombies hidden in the dark were also attracted out. However, Ling Mo's final action of leading most of the zombies into the hospital avoided attracting even more hidden zombies as much as possible. So now the street could not be said to be completely safe, but it was much easier to pass than before. When Xiana led the group onto the street, they did not see Ling Mo, but they noticed that most zombies had rushed into the hospital. Could Ling Mo and Yelen have entered the hospital? Wouldn't that be seeking death? Xiana stamped her foot anxiously, but she could not abandon the people behind her. Just as she was in a dilemma, she saw Ling Mo, covered in sweat, rushing out of an alley with expressionless Yelen. Quick! Hurry up! I've reached my limit. As soon as Ling Mo finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the hospital. Countless glass fragments fell from the second floor, and more than a dozen zombies fell down with them. At the same time, the hospital's main door was completely crushed, and some zombies immediately noticed Xiana and the others and ran toward them. Go! Xiana had no time to ask anything. In this situation, even if she did not urge them, the group would run desperately. Once they were delayed, they would fall into the desperate situation of being surrounded by hundreds of zombies. In a complex environment, it would not be difficult to shake off these nearly 20 zombies, but in this area, apart from the wide street, there were only tall buildings along the roadside. Moreover, without familiarity with the routes, rushing into an alley rashly would easily lead to dying even faster. Running while dragging this group of zombies was also unrealistic. Ling Mo, Yi Lian, and Xia Na all had good stamina, but Lu Yuhao had already begun breathing heavily, and the others looked as if they could collapse at any moment. If their lives were not threatened, they probably would have already fallen down. The most critical point was that more and more zombies were following them, and they were getting closer and closer. During their escape, there were also many zombies appearing in front of them. As long as they delayed a little, the distance would be shortened. Before long, they would be attacked from both front and back. This way. Use cover to kill them. Seeing that they could not shake them off, Ling Mo turned his head and looked around, then pointed to a commercial building. It seemed like a casual point, but in fact that building was indeed the most suitable cover nearby. There was only one revolving door, and the entrance was relatively narrow. Even if there were other entrances it would not matter, because they only needed to deal with these zombies and then leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo took Yi Lian and rushed toward the building, and Xia Na quickly waved her hand and led the group to run over. Just as everyone squeezed through the revolving door, the zombies had already rushed up to them. Twisted faces, pairs of emotionless red eyes full of bloodthirst, and the strong smell of blood rushing into their noses. Even with the revolving door between them, facing so many zombies at such a close distance still made the group tremble continuously. The zombies were so fast that Ling Mo and the others had to turn around to fight immediately after entering the revolving door. However, the angle advantage created by the door really made it much easier for them. At least they did not have to face more than 20 zombies at once. Each time at most 3 or 4 could squeeze in, and as soon as they appeared they were killed by Ling Mo and the others. If Yelen acted in this situation it would probably be even faster, because she used her hands directly, which was much more convenient than the weapons used by Ling Mo and the others. But probably only Ling Mo was used to her bloody way of killing. If Shauna and the others saw it, who knew what reaction they would have? However, while Ling Mo and the others were guarding the entrance and fighting nervously, they did not notice that behind the front desk of the building, 2 zombies wearing skirts and high heels suddenly rushed out. Their previous identities might have been office workers in this high-end commercial building, but now they had become zombies that only hunted. However, wearing 10-centimeter high heels, even zombies could not run very fast, but when they approached behind the group, someone still noticed them. Ah! With a scream, the nearest girl was directly knocked to the ground. She screamed wildly, but under the female zombie she could not struggle free. At the moment she was knocked down, the zombie had already opened its mouth and bitten her carotid artery. Blood immediately sprayed out, and at this moment the other female zombie also rushed toward a male student who was frozen in fear. But his reaction was much faster than the girl's. He immediately retreated backward, but after taking 2 steps back, he collided with the man with glasses, Wang Cheng. As if out of instinct, Wang Cheng pushed him out, but in this chaotic moment, no one noticed this detail. Help! The boy was already panicking, and after being pushed he immediately lost his balance. When the female zombie pressed him down, he was still crying out for help. But the next second his voice was cut off in his throat. At this moment it was the best chance to counterattack, but everyone was stunned by the bloody scene before them. Their classmate's throat being bitten open, his chest and abdomen being torn apart, and the screams he made before completely dying were all severely challenging their nerves. But zombies would not give up attacking the prey in front of them just because they had food. After killing these 2 students, they immediately rushed toward the nearest survivors. One of the female zombies rushed toward the female middle school student who was not far from Yelen. At this time the attack from the zombies outside the revolving door was fierce. Although they heard the screams behind them, no one could spare their hands to help. If they relaxed even slightly, the main entrance would be broken through immediately, and then they would be attacked from both sides, causing even more deaths. The female student was already completely frightened. She could not even move a finger, and her mind was completely blank. Just as she was about to have her throat torn open in an instant, Yelen, who had not moved until now, suddenly appeared beside her, grabbed the fruit knife from her hand, and the moment the female zombie rushed forward, she struck like lightning. A flash of cold light appeared, and the fruit knife sliced horizontally into the zombie's neck. As Yelen twisted her wrist, blood immediately burst out and sprayed directly onto the girl's face. The bright red, warm blood finally woke the girl's mind. She screamed madly, her legs trembled, and a stream of warmth flowed down from between her legs. But Yelen did not look at her again, nor did she check the condition of the female zombie. She directly rushed behind the other female zombie. The female zombie had just pressed a male student to the ground and had just opened her foul mouth when the knife tip pierced through the back of her head and came out from her mouth. From the moment the female zombies appeared to the moment they were all killed by Yelen, less than 1 minute had passed. In just 1 minute, 2 students died. The male student was so frightened that his eyes were unfocused, and he could not get up for a long time. He did not even push away the corpse of the female zombie pressing on him. Yelen, who had acted so swiftly, was immediately surrounded by the group. The people who had been frightened out of their wits had no mind to think about why this seemingly ordinary beauty had such brutal fighting ability. In any case, she was now their protection. In fact, the one controlling Yelen's actions was still Ling Mo, who was cutting down zombies in front of the revolving door. And in order to hide his identity, he had deliberately made Yelen use a weapon. However, while the remaining survivors were trembling in fear, Ling Mo discovered through Yelen's perspective that 2 people from the group were missing. They were probably so frightened that they ran upstairs. But escaping rashly was completely foolish. Without protection, they would only die faster. If there were zombies in the lobby, would there be fewer zombies upstairs? Sure enough, after a while, several screams came faintly from upstairs, which made the people here tremble again. After several minutes of frantic killing, the zombies outside the revolving door were finally cleared. Whether it was Shauna or Lu Yuhao, both were covered in sweat. Especially Shauna, who had attacked desperately, her arm holding the knife was slightly trembling. Although Ling Mo was a little more relaxed, his expression was not good, and his temples were aching slightly. This was the after-effect of excessive mental power consumption. Looking back at the bloody scene, Xiaona's expression became complicated, as if there was both pain and a trace of self-blame. Noticing this, Ling Mo walked over and patted her shoulder, saying in a low voice, "It's not your fault. If you had left them there, the outcome might have been worse than now." Xiaona responded softly, then forced a small smile toward Yelen. "Thank you." Although she did not see Yelen act, being able to deal with two zombies almost at the same moment clearly showed that Yelen's combat ability exceeded her expectations. After a short close fight, 4 people died. Such a brutal reality filled everyone present with fear. Every survivor regretted their decision. If they had stayed behind at that time, even if there was a chance they might starve to death, it would still have been much better than the current situation. Dying at any moment and slowly waiting to die in a safe environment were completely different concepts. A male student angrily turned and rushed toward the man with glasses, Wang Cheng. With trembling hands he grabbed his collar. "It's all you. It's all your fault. I'll kill you." As he spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip on the small knife in his hand and stabbed toward Wang Cheng. Under the influence of fear and hatred, the boy's eyes were red, his face was full of killing intent, and his movements showed no hesitation. Obviously he had gone mad from fear. People in this state were very dangerous, and in their impulse they could do anything. Clang! Although it happened suddenly, Xiaona reacted immediately. With a turn of her wrist, she used the long knife to knock the small knife out of the boy's hand. Lu Yuhao was completely stunned. Only when he heard the sound of metal clashing did he suddenly come back to his senses. He rushed over, grabbed the boy, and punched him hard. "Are you crazy?" At this moment Wang Cheng's face had already turned pale, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. After finally catching his breath, the way he looked at the boy suddenly became extremely resentful. The boy who had been knocked down was obviously stunned. After a long while he shakily stood up, looking completely lost. After the surge of impulse passed, he immediately fell into mental confusion. This was understandable. When ordinary people suddenly experience death at such close range, a temporary psychological breakdown was unavoidable. However, people's ability to endure was actually very strong. After the breakdown, when facing the reality they had to accept, such people would soon return to normal. Ling Mo, who had been watching coldly, noticed Wang Cheng's expression at this moment and felt a jolt in his heart. Such a look appearing on a seemingly gentle student made one's back feel cold. "All right, leave quickly." 5 classmates had died in such a short time. Xiaona's expression was very unpleasant, and seeing internal conflict now made her tone immediately turn cold. Wang Cheng suddenly woke up, looked nervously at Xiaona, and then showed a forced smile. "Let's go." He had almost been killed just now, yet he could smile again in the next moment. The depth of this person's scheming was completely out of proportion to his age. Ling Mo sighed inwardly. He turned around, took Yelien's hand, and quickly left the commercial building with Xiaona and the others. After temporarily leaving the area where zombies were most concentrated, the rest of the journey became much safer. On the way they even rested for a while in a supermarket, searching for some food to replenish their strength. If possible, it would be best to find some stored food for dinner. The supermarkets in the city obviously had been looted many times. Most knives that could be used as weapons and the most important food supplies had been taken away. Although some things were left behind, they were often under collapsed shelves, or among disgusting blood residue, even among bones. But the survival environment in the apocalypse was cruel. Finding anything to eat was already good enough, so as soon as they entered the supermarket, the survivors immediately began searching. Seeing Xiaona guarding the entrance, Ling Mo relaxed and took Yelen for a walk around the fairly large supermarket. The supermarket was filled with a strong smell of blood and rot. Pieces of corpses could be seen everywhere. Many foods that could be used as raw materials, such as rice, had completely spoiled in this environment and could not be eaten at all. Even if they could find them, this group could not start a fire and cook here. After his mental power improved, Ling Mo felt that his sharpness had also increased a lot. For example, under the same vision conditions and the same way of observing, he could notice many details that previously would only pass by his eyes. To be precise, although he still did not care about these details, when they entered his field of vision they were immediately remembered. This was why Ling Mo noticed Wang Cheng's expression earlier. Originally he had not paid attention to this seemingly ordinary survivor and had only glanced at him casually. But while wandering in the supermarket now, although he had found nothing, Ling Mo faintly felt that something was wrong. It felt as if someone was watching him. But when he looked around, there was no one. Ling Mo frowned and carefully observed the environment inside the supermarket. When they entered, Xiaona and Lu Yuhao had already searched the place once and killed the zombies they found. Logically, besides them, there should be no one else here. However, there were too many shelves, and Ling Mo's field of vision was limited. It was difficult to clearly see every corner of the supermarket. But when he walked with Yelen into one row of shelves, his body suddenly stiffened, and then a trace of joy immediately appeared on his face. In Yelen's instinctive reaction, a strong desire and attack impulse appeared. This meant that there must be a mutated zombie inside this supermarket. But why was it only felt now? A strong sense of unease suddenly rose in Ling Mo's heart. Ah! Help! Sure enough, a miserable scream immediately sounded. Ling Mo instantly rushed toward the direction of the sound with Yelen. Of course, he was not going to save people, but to find the mutated zombie. After passing several rows of shelves, a very bloody scene appeared before Ling Mo. In front of a half-open warehouse door, there was a survivor whose arm had been torn off and whose intestines had been pulled out, yet he still stared with wide eyes and twitched slightly. Another boy was rushing frantically toward him. Looking closely, it was Liu Xian. Help! Help! No matter how much he hated Ling Mo before, at this moment Liu Xian rushed toward him in terror, seeking help. Ling Mo's pupils shrank. Without even looking at Liu Xian, he directly controlled Yelen to flank from the side. Following behind Liu Xian was a huge figure. At least 1.8 meters tall, with a body full of fat. In its small red eyes shone an extremely crazy bloodthirsty light, yet its movements were agile. In the blink of an eye it rushed behind Liu Xian. Its large hand swung out like a fan, and with a scream Liu Xian was slapped several meters away. Damn! Seeing a living person being slapped away like that right in front of him was still shocking to Ling Mo. With such speed and such terrifying strength, it was no wonder it could tear people apart in an instant. The situation was clear. Obviously Liu Xian and the survivor who was almost dead had rashly opened the closed warehouse door and released the mutated zombie trapped inside. Opening doors casually in the apocalypse was simply seeking death. But now was not the time to assign responsibility. Besides, Ling Mo actually had to thank these two idiots. During these 2 days, Yelen had already been extremely hungry and needed to feed, and Ling Mo had also reached a bottleneck. Perhaps once Yelen evolved, he himself could break through this barrier and become stronger. So in Ling Mo's eyes, this terrifying mutated zombie was not frightening at all. Instead, it was very welcome. But while his eyes lit up, Ling Mo vaguely felt that this mutated zombie seemed different from the ones he had encountered before. Its strength seemed a little stronger. A little stronger did not matter. The key was that it had to be dealt with quickly. Liu Xian's miserable screams echoed throughout the supermarket. Shauna and Liu Yuhao would arrive soon. By that time, even if the mutated zombie was killed, there would be no way to take out the brain gel in front of everyone. Wouldn't that make the fight meaningless? When the mutated zombie saw Ling Mo and Yelen suddenly appear, it rushed forward without hesitation. But what made Ling Mo's heart tighten was that the target of its attack was not him, but Yelen. Sure enough, compared with ordinary zombies, mutated zombies actually prioritized attacking their own kind rather than ordinary humans. You dare attack Yelen, you're looking for death. Seeing the mutated zombie rush straight toward Yelen, Ling Mo became furious. He simply reduced his control over Yelen to the minimum and let her fight on her own. Meanwhile, he pulled out his short knife and moved to the side of the mutated zombie. As soon as she was freed, the terrifying aura around Yelen immediately surged. Her black eyes were filled with undisguised violent killing intent. Influenced by the mental connection, Ling Mo also felt the blood in his body flow faster, and his eyes focused only on that mutated zombie. Compared with the mutated zombie's terrifying strength, Yelen was slightly weaker in raw power, but she had the advantage of a small and agile body. Her movements in a small area were quicker, and her attack speed was also slightly faster than the mutated zombies. However, the environment here was not very favorable. One side was a wall, and the other side was shelves. This fat mutated zombie only needed to swing its hand, and its attack range would almost completely cover Yelen and Ling Mo. This made it impossible for Ling Mo, who held only a short knife, to approach and attack. For a while Yelen was not in danger, but she also did not have the advantage, and even showed signs of gradually falling into a disadvantage. This was because under the influence of Ling Mo's mental connection, Yelen did not fight desperately like the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie was completely driven by instinct. As long as it still had a breath left, it would not stop attacking, and it would never have the idea of defense. Although Ling Mo had already cut several wounds on its body, the mutated zombie was completely unaffected. It was actually thanks to the terrifying layer of fat on its body. Even when a knife cut down, it could not injure its muscles or bones. At this moment they could already hear the sounds of Shauna and the others approaching. They had to speed up. In this urgent situation, a ruthless determination burst out in Ling Mo's heart. He abandoned the strategy of attacking from the side and instead rushed directly to the front of the mutated zombie. In this way, even if the mutated zombie ignored him, it would still have to attack him. But when the mutated zombie's huge and powerful hand reached out to grab him, Ling Mo's eyes suddenly became extremely calm. At this moment, at this life and death moment, Ling Mo relied on the willpower he had cultivated during this time to forcibly suppress the fear in his heart and focused all his attention on the mutated zombie's mental light cluster. Buzz. An extremely uncomfortable feeling immediately surged in Ling Mo's heart. His chest felt as if blood was stuck inside, and his head became dizzy. Controlling two mutated zombies at once was indeed a completely new challenge, because mutated zombies were different from ordinary zombies. Their instincts were much stronger, and controlling them would also create a mental impact on Ling Mo. Especially when both mutated zombies were fighting each other at the same time. Either I die or you die. When the ruthless determination surged up, Ling Mo actually managed to endure it. Those short tenths of a second felt like a whole day to Ling Mo. Even so, when he felt that he had already taken control of the mutated zombie's body, he almost wanted to laugh loudly. He had not expected that he could succeed in such a situation. The growth of his mental power had truly increased his strength by a large margin. However, excitement aside, the moment the mutated zombie was controlled, Yelen, who had already moved behind it, instantly reached out and took out the brain gel. As the huge corpse fell heavily to the ground, Ling Mo had already taken the gel from Yelen and excitedly put it into his pocket. But once the battle ended, Ling Mo suddenly felt his head go blank, and a stream of warm liquid flowed from his nose. At that moment Shauna, Lu Yuhao, and the others had just arrived, and they happened to see the corpse fall and Ling Mo's nose bleeding heavily. "Are you alright?" Shauna asked anxiously, while Lu Yuhao stared in shock at the scene. "I'm fine. A nosebleed was nothing." Being able to successfully control two mutated zombies was a breakthrough for Ling Mo. He could clearly feel that although his combat power had not evolved, his mental power had completely broken through that thin barrier. Not relying on Yelen's evolution, but achieved through his own effort and struggle. How could Ling Mo not feel happy about this sense of achievement? Seeing that Ling Mo really seemed fine, Shauna turned her gaze toward the two people lying on the ground. The one who had been directly torn apart was obviously dead. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian's life was quite tough. A terrifying wound had been torn open on his back, but it had not injured his internal organs. When Lu Yuhao turned him over, he was still conscious. Lu Xian groaned in pain, but not many people paid attention to him. Whether it was the terrifying zombie corpse on the ground or the person who was still breathing weakly were more worthy of attention than Lu Xian. Only Lu Yuhao quickly took out bandages and hemostatic medicine and began treating Lu Xian's wound. But while groaning in pain, Lu Xian's extremely hateful gaze secretly remained fixed on Ling Mo. Why? Why didn't he save him? Ling Mo could have saved him at that moment. Lu Xian's heart was filled with deep hatred, but the death of this mutated zombie also made him clearly understand that no matter how much he hated him, he did not dare provoke Ling Mo. He's going to die. Xiaona walked to the dismembered companion and said quietly. But he was still twitching, still breathing, and there was even a trace of pleading in his dim eyes. Even at this moment, no one wanted to die like this. From his eyes it was clear that he still wanted to live and did not want to die, even in such pain. But as the blade suddenly flashed before his eyes, the last trace of light in his eyes quickly faded. In his wide-open eyes remained the afterimage of Shauna swinging the knife. "Ah!" A girl immediately covered her mouth and cried out, while Ling Mo showed a trace of appreciation. Facing the crowd's shock and suspicion, Shauna, with grief in her eyes, slowly withdrew her long blade and said in a low voice, "The longer it drags on, the more suffering there will be." It is not difficult to have this kind of awareness, but being able to harden your heart and actually do it is not something ordinary people can achieve. This one is obviously a mutated zombie, and you managed to deal with it so quickly. Shauna then turned her gaze to Ling Mo and said with a complicated expression. Ling Mo curled the corner of his mouth and said while wiping his nosebleed, "Don't look at me like that. Didn't I get injured too? Is he alright?" Shauna looked deeply at Ling Mo again, then walked toward Lu Yuhao and Lu Xian and asked. At this moment Lu Yuhao had almost finished treating the wound. From his skilled movements it was easy to see that he was quite good at this. From another angle, he was basically an all-purpose nanny. Seeing Ling Mo also walk over, Lu Xian bit his lip and lowered his head, not letting Ling Mo see the vicious look in his eyes. The bleeding has stopped. Although he said that, Lu Yuhao's face clearly looked very bad. It was just that in front of Lu Xian, it seemed some words were not convenient to say directly. "Shauna, come here for a moment." Lu Yuhao packed up the first aid supplies and helped Lu Xian sit down by the wall before walking toward Shauna and speaking in a low voice. Ling Mo standing nearby heard everything clearly. Before he could speak, Shauna pulled him. You come too. This small action was equivalent to acknowledging Ling Mo's leading position in this small group and was also Xiaona's recognition of his strength. Probably from the moment she saw the corpse of the mutated zombie, this little girl had formed a completely new understanding of Ling Mo. Lu Yuhao led them behind a shelf and then said quietly, Lu Xian probably won't make it. I know. Xiaona pressed her lips together and replied. Ling Mo raised his eyebrows and unconsciously glanced at Yelen beside him. The virus can infect people. The previous large-scale outbreak may have come from airborne transmission, but since the outbreak, no survivor has mutated because of that. But this is not hard to understand. Viruses can mutate and evolve, and this can be clearly seen from Yelen's changes. The current virus is very likely transmitted through blood. Moreover, because very few people can escape with injured bodies after being attacked by zombies, almost no zombies are created this way. Even if there are, no one would know. So now Lu Yuhao and the others faced a difficult problem. Would Lu Xian mutate? Should they deal with him now, or observe him for a while first? If the injury were on the hands or feet, cutting it off immediately might save his life. But the wound was on his back, and the mutated zombie's hands were covered with blood plasma, and its fingernails were probably full of virus. It was impossible to deal with it in time. According to Ling Mo's opinion, it would be cleaner to just cut him down with one strike. They still had to head to number 3 middle school. How could they spare the energy to take care of an injured person? They would also have to watch him carefully. Not only would he be a burden, he would also be a ticking time bomb. But it still depended on the decision of Shauna and Lu Yuhao. Ling Mo had already thought to himself that if they decided to keep Lu Xian, he definitely would not continue getting involved in this mess. It was not far from number 3 middle school. If he took Yelen with him, they might arrive faster. By then, finding more mutated zombies could also speed up Yelen's recovery of sanity. After all, although he had formed a bit of friendship with Shauna and Lu Yuhao, it was not enough to affect his judgment. Even when he stepped forward earlier, it was only because Ling Mo was completely confident in doing so. Probably noticing the unfriendly look in Ling Mo's eyes, Lu Yuhao moved his lips and tentatively asked, if we bring him along. Don't be stupid. How could we possibly bring him? Didn't you see that no one is willing to get close to him? Although Shauna was a girl, she indeed had strong decisiveness. Hearing that, she gave a bitter smile and said. Indeed, just now Lu Xian kept groaning in pain, but except for Lu Yuhao bandaging his wound, the others not only did not approach him, they even stood far away, afraid of making contact with him. Then what should we do? We can't just kill him now, right? Right now he is, still a living person with clear consciousness. Give him some food and let him stay here. If when we come back he is still alive and has not mutated, then we will take him with us. Xiaona quickly made a decision, and it was indeed a compromise. Sigh. Ling Mo sighed secretly. If you do this, the other person may not appreciate it, and you still have to waste food. But this was still much better than bringing that burden along. So when Xiaona looked at him, Ling Mo simply nodded indifferently. Sure enough, when Xiaona and Lu Yuhao told Lu Xian about this decision, his expression instantly became extremely ugly. In his eyes there was not only deep despair but also extreme resentment. Lu Xian, who had originally wanted to struggle, instantly felt cold from head to toe when he saw the expressions of the people around him. Not a single person objected to this. Not a single person cared whether he lived or died. Good, very good. Squeezing these words out of his throat with difficulty, Lu Xian sneered as he took the food Lu Yuhao handed him and then tightly shut his mouth without speaking again. Even so, his body kept trembling and his lips would not stop shaking. Fear and hatred made Lu Xian's eyes extremely complicated at this moment. Almost no one dared to look into his eyes. I'll send you to that office over there. Don't worry, we will come back to pick you up. Lu Yuhao said somewhat guiltily. Leaving him in the office would at least prevent those zombies attracted by the smell of blood from tearing him apart. This could already be considered doing the utmost. Lu Xian only nodded indifferently. When Lu Yuhao settled him there and closed the door before coming out, everyone was still silent. Compared to helping a severely injured person in pain find release, the feeling of abandoning a companion was probably even harder, even though it was only temporary. But to be honest, Ling Mo did not have such hesitation in his heart. On one hand he already disliked Lu Xian, and on the other hand he did not think Xiaona and the others had done anything wrong. Instead, Lu Xian hoped that this group of people would sacrifice themselves for him alone. That was truly a selfish mentality. However, for some reason, Ling Mo was faintly a little curious. After being injured by a zombie, and by a mutated zombie at that, would Lu Xin mutate? After one rest they had lost 2 more companions. This casualty rate was simply astonishingly high. No one wanted to stay in this place any longer, and everyone urged that they should leave quickly. Fortunately Wang Cheng had also found some food. Even though Lu Yuhao gave some of his food to Lu Xin, it was still enough for their consumption today. The main reason was that now, besides Ling Mo and Yelen, and Lu Xin who had been temporarily left behind, they only had 5 people left. One girl, the glasses-wearing man Wang Cheng, the boy who almost killed Wang Cheng, and Shauna and Lu Yuhao. For some reason, Ling Mo always felt that although so many companions had died, Wang Cheng's eyes looked relaxed. Even though his expression looked sad, the more he looked at it, the more artificial it seemed. Forget it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. These people had neither courage nor fighting strength, yet they cherished their lives more than anyone else. Naturally they were full of crooked thoughts and calculations. However, once the number of people decreased, their speed of movement indeed made a qualitative leap. Without needing to deliberately take care of these people, they naturally learned to follow Wang Cheng's example and stay close behind Xia Na and Lu Yuhao. As a result, not only did the speed increase, but the safety level also greatly improved. Until they saw the buildings of number 3 middle school, no more casualties occurred. The front is number 3 middle school. Xia Na cut down the zombie in front of her with one strike and turned back to say to the others. Although many things had happened today, now that they had finally arrived here, her expression looked somewhat excited. But Ling Mo slightly frowned. From the strong battle instinct transmitted by Yelen, it was not hard to guess that inside this school, just as he had expected, there were mutated zombies. There might even be quite a few of them, far more than just one. To survive in such an environment, the difficulty could be imagined. Xia Na and the others would probably make a wasted trip. However, what surprised Ling Mo a little was that the entrance was not crowded with zombies as he had expected. Instead, it was empty. Apart from a few zombies that had obviously wandered here from elsewhere, there was no threat. Seeing the puzzled look on Ling Mo's face, Lu Yuhao said quietly beside him, when the disaster had just broken out, many people ran outside to escape. But we stayed behind. After that chaotic period passed, we sent some people out to find a place to settle. There are quite a lot of zombies in the school, but if we are careful, it should be fine. After hearing this, Ling Mo immediately showed an understanding expression. Since many people had run out, even if there had been zombies at the gate, they were probably drawn away. However, a boarding school like this would definitely have a large nest of zombies inside. This was something that could be imagined even without Lu Yuhao saying it. As for why those zombies did not leave the school, actually, when there is no prey, zombies remain in a wandering state. The school is also basically enclosed, with only one main gate leading outside, and many buildings inside. Unless survivors appear and attract those zombies, they will keep wandering here. But what happens when they get hungry? They kill each other. This was exactly why Ling Mo was certain that there must be mutated zombies in the school. Maybe there were none when Lu Yuhao and the others left, but now so many days had passed, and with Yilian's reaction, Ling Mo could completely confirm his guess. Wait. When they reached the gate, Ling Mo stopped Xia Na and the others. Our agreement was to reach the gate, so we'll separate now. Xia Na's expression immediately became a little complicated, and Lu Yuhao's eyes also showed reluctance. Although the time was not long, Ling Mo had not only saved them but had also fought alongside them. At this moment, it was hard not to feel reluctant. Thank you. Xia Na lightly bit her lip and said. Ling Mo looked at her and nodded. But we might meet again, because I also have something to do in this school. This surprised both Xia Na and Lu Yuhao a little, but seeing that Ling Mo had no intention of explaining further, they did not ask more. Before parting, Lu Yuhao took some food from their already limited supply and handed it to Ling Mo. Take it. You've worked hard along the way. If it had not been for Ling Mo and Yilian helping them, they might have been completely wiped out. At the very least, passing the road in front of the hospital would have been extremely difficult. But Ling Mo did not take it. Instead, he smiled and shook his head, indicating that he did not need it. Lu Yuhao still wanted to force it on him, but Wang Cheng quietly stopped him and said with a smile, Brother Ling is so capable, how could he need our food, right? Since he doesn't want it, just forget it. Seeing that Ling Mo's attitude was firm, Lu Yuhao could only give up unwillingly. As soon as they separated, Ling Mo immediately took Yilian and ran toward the science and education building not far from the gate. With Xia Na's skills, in such a familiar environment, protecting herself should not be a problem, so Ling Mo was not worried. Moreover, judging from their style of action, they were destined not to survive together with him. It was not difficult to hide Yilian's identity for a short time, but over time it would inevitably be exposed. As soon as he entered the Science and Education building, he saw the tightly closed elevator door, which immediately made Ling Mo feel happy. Since it was in such a sealed state, there must be mutated zombies upstairs. The emergency passage, which was the staircase, was not difficult to find. He only needed to push open the door not far away. But when he just reached the door, Ling Mo felt the violent instinct within Yelen, and at the same time a dull sound came from behind the door. Ling Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that behind this door there was a mutated zombie. Although mutated zombies attacked fiercely, they still had no intelligence and did not know how to turn the door handle. Although many cracks had appeared where the door connected to the wall, it was still difficult to break it open immediately. Ling Mo looked through the crack and vaguely saw that the mutated zombie behind the door was a grown man. Besides him, there were no other mutated zombies. Just one was good. A grim smile appeared at the corner of Ling Mo's mouth. He grabbed the door handle and raised the short knife in his hand, while Yelen also stood to the side of the door. With a click, the door had just opened when a strong force immediately slammed into it. Fortunately, Ling Mo was prepared and quickly moved aside. The mutated zombie immediately rushed out, but the moment it showed its head, the short knife in Ling Mo's hand slashed down. However, this mutated zombie's reaction speed was astonishing. It actually grabbed Ling Mo's short knife and pulled it hard toward itself. Ling Mo immediately lost his balance, and at the moment his step became unstable, the mutated zombie's other hand grabbed toward his chest. But at the critical moment Ling Mo would not surrender. Almost instantly he controlled the mutated zombie. Although he quickly reached his limit, he still used that brief moment to snatch back his short knife and stab it hard toward the mutated zombie. At the same time, Yelen directly reached out and grabbed the mutated zombie's arm, twisting it off with force. But this mutated zombie was indeed different. Not only were its reactions faster, but its resistance to control was also stronger. In a life-and-death fight, Ling Mo could not attempt a second time. But seeing that one of the mutated zombie's arms had been twisted off and his short knife had stabbed toward it, the battle should have ended. However, what Ling Mo did not expect at all was that when this grown mutated zombie had its arm torn off, it could still resist. It had no intention of dodging and instead rushed directly toward Ling Mo. At such a close distance, the sound of the knife tip entering flesh could be heard. When the mutated zombie was stabbed in a vital point, it also completely closed in on Ling Mo. That hand, sharp like a blade and hard like iron, grabbed toward Ling Mo's neck. At the critical moment, Ling Mo's expression still did not panic, while Yelen instantly acted, grabbing that hand. With another crack sound. Fortunately, when the blood sprayed out, Ling Mo had already pulled out the short knife and moved aside, otherwise his face would definitely have been covered in blood. Just a little more, Ling Mo then felt somewhat exhausted. This mutated zombie, like the one in the supermarket, had stronger combat ability than the mutated zombies he had encountered before. This was not hard to understand. In the urban area there were many people, and the number of zombies trapped there at that time must have been greater. The more brain gel a mutated zombie eats, the higher its level of evolution and the stronger its combat ability becomes. After Yelen dug out the brain gel from this mutated zombie, Ling Mo immediately took it and at the same time took out the gel he had obtained earlier to make a comparison. These two pieces of gel both came from mutated zombies, but their color was somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. They were more blood red, and when placed near the nose, the smell was also more pungent. This showed that the virus inside the brains of these two mutated zombies was purer, and the lesions that condensed from it had also changed accordingly. Sure enough, the decision to come to the main urban area was correct. Only in areas where zombies were very dense would there be more and stronger mutated zombies. After putting away the gel, Ling Mo took Yelen and continued walking upstairs along the staircase. In a building like this that was basically sealed, there would definitely be more than just that one mutated zombie. Hunting mutated zombies was dangerous, but compared with the gains, this risk was nothing. In the end of the world, people who do not dare to fight, even if they can barely survive, are destined not to live a good life. Ling Mo saw this very clearly. When Yelen was evolving, other mutated zombies must also have been evolving rapidly, and what these mutated zombies would eventually evolve into, no one could say. But one thing was certain: the higher the level of evolution, the stronger the mutated zombie's strength. If he did not seek progress and only sought stability, he would not only become weaker and weaker, but would also drag Yelen down. One must know that the priority target of mutated zombies is their own kind. Now Yelen was under his control. No matter when she regained her sanity, he had to consider things for her. What was a little risk? Before encountering even stronger mutated zombies, improving both his and Yelen's strength as much as possible was the most important task at present. Facts proved that Ling Mo's guess was indeed correct. Several classrooms in the Science and Education building had been closed by people when they escaped, and the zombies trapped inside had no other way out except killing each other. But what surprised Ling Mo a little was that in one classroom on the second floor, no mutated zombie had appeared. Instead, they had all died completely. This was an unexpected discovery, but after observing carefully for a while, he found the reason. It was not that there was none, but that the mutated zombie had gone out through the broken window? For a moment Ling Mo could not help feeling a little worried about Shauna. The appearance of such a situation showed that at least more than one mutated zombie was wandering around the campus. They might run into them. With that girl's skills, it should be fine, right? Ling Mo looked out the window. Through this window he could see the playground behind the tree-lined road, the tall teaching building not far away, and several buildings that were probably dormitories in the distance. The area of number 3 middle school was quite large, but now it looked very desolate and ruined. Bloodstains were everywhere, and zombies slowly swaying could be seen everywhere. However, the traces of Xiana and Lu Yuhao and the others could not be seen at all. After shaking his head, Ling Mo turned his attention back to hunting. Within nearly an hour, Ling Mo successively hunted 6 mutated zombies of varying strength in the Science and Education building and the laboratory building behind it. Now in his arms there were 7 pieces of gel. Except for 2 that looked slightly darker in color, the other 5 looked very pure. Ordinary people would probably avoid such a collection of viruses as much as possible, but Ling Mo carried these gels in his arms and felt extremely happy. With these gels, evolution could definitely happen again. At that time, perhaps his mental strength could also step onto a new level. Now Ling Mo's mental power had evolved, and he could even control 2 mutated zombies at the same time. As for ordinary zombies, it went without saying, controlling 4 at the same time was completely no problem. The most important thing was that he could feel that when controlling Yelen, there was no longer that sense of separation. Instead, Yelen felt as if she were a part of his own body. In this way, the cooperation between the two of them naturally became very coordinated. But the only regret was that although Ling Mo's mental power had evolved, his physical strength had not achieved a qualitative breakthrough. After experiencing a whole morning of fighting, although he was not exhausted, he still felt somewhat weak all over. If the body could also evolve, it wouldn't be this bad. In fact, Ling Mo's stamina was already much stronger than that of ordinary people, but seeing Yelen looking calm and not even breathing heavily, he still felt extremely depressed. Holding Yelen's arm with one hand, while breathing deeply with effort for quite a while, Ling Mo finally felt that he had recovered a little. But just as he straightened up, he suddenly caught sight of Yelen's collar at close range. What Yelen was wearing was a shirt he had casually found in a store. Probably because the movements during battle were too intense, one of the shirt buttons had popped open, revealing a deep cleavage. When Ling Mo raised his head, the tip of his nose stopped right in front of that cleavage. The white and smooth skin immediately made him feel dizzy, and a flame instantly rose in his abdomen. Staring at that cleavage for a long time, and even unconsciously moving closer and closer, Ling Mo finally came back to his senses. Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Usually helping Yelen dress or bathe was unavoidable, but taking advantage in this situation was not how Ling Mo wanted to treat the girl he truly liked. Besides, just one look was already pleasing enough. After reaching out and fastening the button for Yelen, Ling Mo led her toward the next destination. Since he had made so much effort to come to this school, he naturally wanted to hunt as many mutated zombies as possible and obtain the brain gel inside them. But what Ling Mo did not notice was that not long after he left, a figure covered in blood suddenly appeared in front of the tree-lined road. A pair of resentful and vicious eyes, as if completely bloodshot, stared fixedly at the other end of the road, at those overlapping buildings. The upper body of this person was wrapped in bandages, but what made one's scalp tingle was that every piece of visible skin had been torn to shreds. Under his fingernails there was mud formed from mixed blood and flesh. The most terrifying thing was still his face, scratched to pieces, mouth slightly open, revealing blood-red gums, and a pair of bloodshot eyes that people could hardly look at directly. Although he had completely changed and was almost no longer human in appearance, it was not hard to see that this person was Lu Xin, who had been left in the supermarket by Xiana and the others. Hehe. After squeezing out an extremely hoarse cold laugh from his throat, Lu Xin suddenly jumped forward. Soon he passed through the tree-lined road and rushed into those buildings. At this moment, Ling Mo had just taken Yelen into the nearest teaching building. He did not know that just as he stepped onto the stairs of the second floor, less than 50 meters away from him, Lu Xin was running wildly past. Ling Mo suddenly felt a trace of desire from Yelen, but he immediately showed a smile. Sure enough, there is a mutated zombie in this building. While Ling Mo and Yelen were carefully searching for traces of mutated zombies inside the teaching building, Shauna and the others were also fighting a mutated zombie inside a dormitory building. This mutated zombie had a tall figure, and her face was not as twisted as that of ordinary zombies. So although her face was covered with blood, it could still be seen that she was a young woman with a beautiful appearance. But when she let out a low growl and forced Shauna to retreat step by step, there was no sense of beauty at all. Shauna was resisting the crazy attacks of the mutated female zombie with some difficulty. From her movements it was obvious that her arm had been strained, and now she was completely relying on her willpower to hold on. Not far behind her lay the corpse of another mutated zombie. As for Lu Yuhao, his expression was exhausted. Although he was still following beside Shauna and occasionally helping her relieve some pressure, it was clear that he was close to his limit. Among the 3 people following them, only 2 remained. One was Wang Cheng, and the other was the boy who had almost killed Wang Cheng. Judging from their expressions, both looked extremely frightened. In fact, they had indeed suffered a huge psychological shock. After separating from Ling Mo, they had rushed straight toward this dormitory building. Before they left earlier, the remaining teachers and students had stayed inside this dormitory building, and before leaving, Shauna and Lu Yuhao had moved all the food from the school supermarket here. This food could not support them for long, but it was also not a solution for a large group of people to remain trapped here for a long time. Therefore it was inevitable that some people would leave to look for other ways out. The best result would naturally be to find rescuers, such as the army. At worst, they needed to find a safe place to settle so that they would not be trapped here and starve to death. However, those who were willing to follow Shauna were not truly doing it for the group. They only believed it would be safer to stay beside Shauna. To put it more directly, they did not believe that Shauna would come back. In fact, Shauna did not completely follow the agreement. The time she returned was several days later than the promised time. There was no way around this. In order to break through and escape, many students who had the ability to fight had died, and the remaining ones were all burdens. With only Shauna and Lu Yuhao, it was impossible to rush back again, let alone safely bring out the people who had been left behind. Even so, Shauna did not give up. So when she discovered that Ling Mo was indeed very capable, and had also taken her benefits, she could not help asking him for help. But just as Ling Mo had thought, from the moment she stepped into this school, Shauna had already prepared herself mentally. Perhaps those people were already dead? However, she never expected that the scene appearing before her would be so horrifying. In the dormitory that originally had more than 20 people, except for 7 or 8 living people, all the others had been gnawed into skeletons. Shauna had never seen scenes more bloody than this, but this scene of people eating people made her feel a wave of nausea and deep chill from the bottom of her heart. Lu Yuhao and the others were also completely stunned. 2 of them even vomited on the spot. When zombies eat people, they can be called monsters. But these people in front of them were rational, normal humans. They would rather kill their companions and eat their flesh than risk going out to search for food. What disgusted Shauna the most was that when they saw Shauna and the others appear, they actually happily came forward to greet them. When the nearest middle-aged teacher rushed to Shauna with a smile on his face, she almost unconsciously swung the long blade in her hand. Gurgle, blood sprayed wildly from the middle-aged teacher's neck. He covered his neck, his eyes showing disbelief as he stared at Xiana's pale face, and slowly fell down. The others instantly froze, while Shauna turned around and left without hesitation. At the moment she turned back, she suddenly thought of the word Ling Mo had said, parasites. Before, she had felt that Ling Mo was somewhat cold-blooded and heartless, but at this moment she suddenly also felt an extremely strong disgust toward parasites. Being weak and needing protection was not a sin. But refusing to make progress and even treating such behavior as natural, people like this in the end of the world were no less harmful than zombies. Let these people fend for themselves. As soon as Shauna left, Lu Yuhao and the others were still in shock, but they also felt strong disgust and fear toward these cannibalistic madmen. Almost at the same time they turned around and followed Shauna. But Shauna only thought of leaving these people to wait for death. She did not expect that after these people came back to their senses, they would go mad. That bitch. We waited so long and she actually. Kill her, kill her. Strong hatred swept through these people's minds, and the impulse spread like a contagious virus, making them completely lose the last bit of reason. They rushed out crazily and charged toward Shauna. What happened next in the dormitory corridor was a brutal slaughter. From the moment they rushed over, Xiana's psychological defense completely collapsed. She resisted and slashed almost unconsciously. She did not even notice that when she showed overwhelming strength, some people who regained their senses immediately turned and ran away. But she had no intention of letting them go. With a strange smile on her face she rushed forward, and with extremely fast attacks, cut them down one by one. At that time there was only one thought in Xiaona's mind: they all deserve to die. People like them did not deserve to live in this world. It was only when two mutated zombies suddenly appeared that Xiaona was finally awakened from this almost trance-like state. Obviously, the two mutated zombies had been attracted by the strong smell of blood. With Xiaona's strength, it was impossible for her to fight two mutated zombies at the same time. With great difficulty, using the advantage of the complex environment, she managed to kill one mutated zombie, but the other mutated zombie rushed over again. At this time inside the dormitory building, apart from 7 or 8 fresh corpses, the only living people left were Xiaona and the other 3. The female student had been torn to pieces when the mutated zombies appeared. Now even her body was probably incomplete. If Xiaona had not regained her senses in time, Lu Yuhao and the others would probably have suffered as well. With Lu Yuhao's combat ability, he could only protect these people from those madmen, but fighting mutated zombies was almost impossible. Killing the first mutated zombie had already consumed too much of Xiaona's strength. In addition, after experiencing such a change, her mind was also extremely exhausted. Therefore during the fight with this mutated female zombie, she was almost completely at a disadvantage. This mutated female zombie was not only attacking Xiaona. Whenever she had the chance, she would also attack the others. During this process, Wang Cheng and that boy also repeatedly fell into danger. But they did not dare to go too far away, fearing they would be attacked by other zombies. Looking at the mutated female zombie, Wang Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Finally, at the moment Xiaona was forced to retreat, he quietly lifted his leg and suddenly kicked the boy hard. Ah! At the same time a scream sounded, the boy was pushed between Xiaona and the mutated female zombie. Pfft! The mutated female zombie's hand directly pierced through the boy's abdomen, and Xiaona seized this gap and stabbed her blade into the mutated zombie's heart. Phew! While letting out a sigh of relief, a trace of fierceness also flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. Looking at the boy whose abdomen now had a large hole, whose eyes were wide open but already completely lifeless, Wang Cheng deeply felt a sense of revenge. But at this moment he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. When he looked up, Xiaona was looking at him indifferently. As soon as he met Xiaona's gaze, Wang Cheng's heart immediately trembled. Don't say anything. Xiaona waved her hand and interrupted him. Although she had just been forced to retreat, she had seen clearly that this boy could not have rushed over voluntarily. But if it had not been for him, the remaining 3 people would probably have died here. Wang Cheng's action was selfish and ruthless, but she did not want to say anything more about it. Perhaps from a certain perspective, what he did was not wrong. If Ling Mo were here, he might even praise such an action. But if he were really here, even 2 mutated zombies would probably have been handled by him. Xiaona felt that the thoughts in her head were messy. She slowly walked downstairs from the dormitory with Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng. But in her slightly distracted state, she did not notice that a figure in the shadows was staring at her. That guy surnamed Ling isn't here. Where did he go? But forget it, dealing with you first isn't too late. At the moment Xiaona stepped down the stairs, that figure suddenly rushed out. Xiaona only felt a huge force coming from behind her back. Her whole body was instantly knocked flying and she heavily fell at the corner of the stairs below. Her entire body felt as if it had fallen apart, but her rich combat experience still made her try to get up even in this situation. But before she could stand up straight, a blood-covered figure appeared in front of her. Xiaona, didn't expect we'd meet again so soon, right? Lu Xian sneered through clenched teeth. While Xiaona was struggling to stand up, he had already punched the back of her head and then grabbed the unconscious Xiaona and carried her on his shoulder. Lu Xian. Lu Yuhao, who was still standing at the top of the stairs, was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. But the moment Xiaona was knocked unconscious, he immediately came back to his senses and rushed forward like a madman. However, even while carrying someone, Lu Xian was much faster than the completely exhausted Lu Yuhao. After completely shaking off Lu Yuhao, he disdainfully raised his middle finger at him and said, "I'm in the boys' dormitory. Call Ling Mo here for me, or I'll kill Xiaona. Lu Xian, I'll fuck your mother." Lu Yuhao cursed loudly in anger, but with his speed he could only watch helplessly as Lu Xian carried Xiaona into the boys' dormitory. Just as he still wanted to chase after him, Wang Cheng ran over while gasping and grabbed his arm. "Don't go over there, are you trying to die? Didn't you see what Lu Xian looked like? He must have mutated. He's not human anymore." Damn it, Lu Yuhao cursed several more times, but he did not continue chasing. He knew in his heart that Wang Cheng was right. Judging from the strength and speed Lu Xian had just shown, he was definitely no longer human. Even if he was not yet a zombie, he was transforming into one. Even if Lu Xin would not kill Shauna for the moment, once he completely mutated and lost his reason, Shauna would truly be doomed. But with only himself and Wang Cheng, how could they possibly defeat the current Lu Xin? Brother Ling, where is Ling Mo? Lu Yuhao anxiously looked around. In the empty campus, apart from the zombie corpses that Shauna had killed, there was no other figure at all. Instead, several zombies attracted by the smell of blood and the noise suddenly appeared not far away. As soon as they saw him and Wang Cheng, they immediately ran toward them. Damn! In this situation they could only run for their lives. While escaping, Lu Yuhao kept shouting Ling Mo's name in his heart. When they separated, Ling Mo had said he had something to do in this school. He did not know whether he had already left. If Ling Mo had really left, he could only risk his life to save Xiana. At this moment countless curses were rushing through Lu Yuhao's mind. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Lu Xin with one strike. How could he have let Xiana fall into danger? That ungrateful bastard. But no matter how much he cursed, it could not change reality. Lu Yuhao rushed into the teaching building with Wang Cheng, and only then managed to get rid of the few zombies chasing them. The two of them hid in a classroom, not even daring to breathe loudly. Their entire bodies were completely soaked with sweat. After waiting for a while until the surroundings became quiet, Lu Yuhao cautiously stuck his head out to look. Seeing that the corridor was empty, he waved to Wang Cheng and climbed out of the classroom. What should we do now? Although Wang Cheng had followed Lu Yuhao desperately, he was still frightened, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Lu Yuhao gritted his teeth and answered, "What else can we do? Find Ling Mo. Xiana must be saved." Wang Cheng obviously did not want to continue risking his life with Lu Yuhao, but now Lu Yuhao was his only support, so he began thinking about how to persuade Lu Yuhao. But what neither he nor Lu Yuhao expected was that when they carefully reached the stairway, they unexpectedly ran into Ling Mo and Yelen who were walking down from upstairs. Huh? Two people suddenly appeared in front of him. Ling Mo was startled at first, then relaxed and asked somewhat surprised, "Why are you here?" Apart from zombies, there should be no one else in this building, and it was not suitable to be used as a shelter. The people Xiana was looking for definitely were not here. In that case, how could he run into Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng here? But before Lu Yuhao answered, Ling Mo realized something was wrong. Judging from their expressions, they had obviously experienced fierce fighting, and they did not look like they were with the others. Otherwise Xiana should have been seen already. Where is Xiana? Ling Mo immediately had a bad feeling. Lu Yuhao had not expected to meet Ling Mo here at all, but when he heard Ling Mo's question he immediately reacted and anxiously said, "Save Xiana, she was taken away by Lu Xin." As he spoke, he rushed to Ling Mo in a few steps, grabbed Ling Mo's arm, and stared at him with eyes full of hope and fear. Taken away? By Lu Xin? This news came too suddenly. Ling Mo felt it was difficult to process for a moment. Yes. Lu Xin has mutated, but he hasn't completely turned into a zombie yet. But he's very strong and his attack power is high. I can't beat him. Xiana was also ambushed by him. He said for you to go find him, or he'll kill Xiana. Brother Ling, please. Lu Yuhao was very emotional and spoke somewhat incoherently, but he still expressed the meaning clearly. During the whole process he tightly grabbed Ling Mo's arm, as if afraid Ling Mo would refuse to help. After hearing this, Ling Mo's face immediately darkened. This Lu Xin, besides having a brain full of stupid thoughts, turned out to be quite ruthless. Lu Xin's mutation did not surprise Ling Mo, but the fact that he captured Xiana and even made threats clearly showed that he still had his rational mind. This immediately made Ling Mo very interested. His greatest wish was for Yelen to regain her rational mind as soon as possible. But since the last evolution, when Yelen showed a slight sign of developing self-awareness, there had been no further change. This made Ling Mo somewhat frustrated. Although he knew this was not a problem that could be solved overnight, he immediately began hunting mutated zombies, hoping that by continuously promoting Yelen's evolution, she could regain real thinking sooner. But the abnormal condition of Lu Xin made Ling Mo feel that he might be able to obtain some new clues from Lu Xin. As long as there was even a small possibility, Ling Mo did not want to give up. Moreover, Xiana had been captured by Lu Xin, and this idiot even threatened him by name. For Ling Mo, the threat of a mutated zombie was not very great. Lu Xin believed that after turning from a mouse into a sick cat he could take revenge on him, which was simply too naive. Brother Ling. Please, we fought side by side along the way and have some friendship. Please, Lu Yuhao pleaded again and again, his expression becoming more and more anxious. Where are they? Ling Mo made up his mind and asked. Lu Yuhao was immediately overjoyed and quickly pulled Ling Mo as they ran downstairs. In the boys' dormitory building. Hurry, I'm afraid that Lu Xian might suddenly lose his mind. If that happens, Shauna will definitely die. That's true. Ling Mo also felt his scalp tighten and quickly sped up. Yelen naturally followed closely under his control. Lu Yuhao was anxious to save someone. Even though his strength was exhausted, his running speed was not slow. Ling Mo and Yelen followed behind easily, while Wang Chang was already breathing heavily. If it were not for survival, he probably would have collapsed already. Yet the people in front had no intention of stopping to wait for him. Therefore, when Wang Chang looked at the backs of the three people ahead, his eyes showed a trace of hostility, but he quickly hid it. Several zombies also appeared on the road leading to the boys' dormitory, attracted by the fresh corpses on the ground. Ling Mo also made an unexpected discovery because of this. These ordinary zombies did not attack their own kind, but when zombie corpses appeared, they would devour them. The few zombies that appeared in front of the boys' dormitory were surrounding several zombie corpses on the ground and eating happily. If the heads of the corpses had not remained intact, revealing their blood-red eyes at a glance, Ling Mo would not have believed what he was seeing. So that was it? But if that was the case, wouldn't more mutated zombies appear? The zombies as a whole might slowly evolve to become stronger and stronger. Although their speed of evolution was far slower than mutated zombies produced by mutual slaughter in closed environments, this advantage of gradual overall evolution would slowly become apparent. Damn it! Ling Mo cursed in his heart while waving the short knife and rushing toward the zombies that had already charged at him. With the cooperation of his puppet control ability and his increasingly skilled attack techniques, these zombies were almost all knocked down in the blink of an eye. These zombie corpses would probably attract their own kind to devour them. But as a survivor, he had neither the time nor energy to deal with corpses. This slow evolutionary process of the zombie group was simply impossible to stop. I didn't expect zombies to eat zombies. Ling Mo raised his head and looked again at the zombie corpse that had been gnawed into pieces, frowning as he spoke. Lu Yuhao looked at Ling Mo somewhat puzzled and said quite naturally, "Of course they eat them." "Brother Ling, you just found out?" Ling Mo immediately closed his mouth helplessly. Lu Yuhao and the others had been living among zombies, so it was not strange for them to know this. But Ling Mo had previously stayed far away from zombies, and when searching for food he controlled zombie puppets. Even after killing zombies, he would not return later to check the condition of the corpses, so naturally he did not know. But this again proved that his guess was correct. Only by improving strength as quickly as possible could one survive in the increasingly harsh environment. After killing several more zombies, Ling Mo and the others finally entered the boys' dormitory. The narrow dormitory corridor was like a passage to hell. Whether on the walls or the floor, dark brown bloodstains were splattered everywhere. Some dormitory doors were half open and half closed, adding an even more eerie atmosphere. Walking in such a place, one had to constantly watch out in case a zombie suddenly rushed out from inside a room. This building had 5 floors and roughly more than 100 dormitories. Logically speaking, finding Lu Xian and Shauna would not be an easy task. But Ling Mo was not worried about this at all. With just one glance, he immediately noticed the traces left behind when Lu Xian passed by. Reaching out and lightly touching a bit of fresh blood on the ground, Ling Mo immediately asked, "Did Lu Xian's wounds reopen, or was Shauna injured? There was blood on the stairs earlier, and I also saw it on the road. But because there were zombie corpses nearby, I couldn't be sure. But there is nothing around here, so this blood must have been left by one of them." "It was Lu Xian," Lu Yuhao answered hurriedly. "I saw earlier that his whole body was covered in blood. I don't know what happened. As long as it's not Shauna." Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully and looked in the direction of the bloodstains. These small drops of blood that appeared from time to time were on a floor already full of brown bloodstains, so ordinary people would hardly notice them at a glance. If not for Ling Mo's sharp observation, he would not have noticed them either. However, Lu Xian obviously had no intention of hiding his tracks. Ling Mo led Lu Yuhao and the others along the bloodstains to the 3rd floor, and they soon saw Lu Xian in the corridor. It had been less than 2 hours since they separated, but Lu Xian's appearance had already become impossible to look at. Before he only made people feel annoyed, but now he was completely disgusting. The skin on his body had not only been scratched to pieces but had already begun to fester. Cloudy pus mixed with blood occasionally dripped down from his pant legs. Thinking that he had just touched such blood with his hand, Ling Mo wanted to wash his hands immediately. However, the expression revealed in those bloodshot eyes was still the same as before, arrogant and hateful. "Lu Xian. Where is Shauna?" As soon as Lu Yuhao saw Lu Xian, he became anxious. If Ling Mo had not stopped him, he would probably have rushed up to fight desperately. But Ling Mo felt that Lu Xian's current appearance was very unusual. It did not look like someone who was about to turn into a zombie. Instead, it looked like he was slowly rotting. Yes, rotting. His eyes and the changes in his strength were like a zombie's, but the changes in his body were completely different from zombies. Could it be because he had directly come into contact with the virus of a mutated zombie and his body could not withstand it? Compared with ordinary zombies, the virus from mutated zombies had higher purity and of course stronger toxicity. Lu Xian's change showed that when ordinary people were infected with the zombie virus but did not die immediately, they would indeed become zombies. But if they were directly infected by a mutated zombie and suddenly exposed to such a high-purity virus, the body would be unable to endure it. Have you seen enough? Do you think I look scary like this? Lu Xian glared viciously at Ling Mo and the others and roared somewhat crazily, Ling Mo, this is all because of you. If you hadn't refused to save me, I wouldn't have become like this. As he spoke, he grabbed his face with his hand. A piece of skin mixed with rotten flesh was immediately torn off, making everyone present feel their scalps go numb. Did you see that? This is all your fault. You could have saved me first back then, but what the hell did you do? You really think everyone in the world is your mother? I'm too lazy to argue with you. Now that I'm here, where is Shauna? Ling Mo snorted coldly and asked sharply. Lu Xian burst into crazy laughter. Shauna, you want to see her, right? Fine. First cut off your hand. The hand you used to slap me, cut that hand off for me. Hearing this, Ling Mo could not help rolling his eyes. This Lu Xian was really stupid. Not to mention that his relationship with Shauna had not reached the point where he would cut off his hand for her, just these words alone were ridiculous. This guy obviously watched too many movies and really thought that because he had a little strength now, he could act arrogantly. But Lu Yuhao was anxious and immediately looked at Ling Mo in fear, then turned to Lu Xian and shouted in panic, Lu Xian, how can you do this? If it wasn't for Brother Ling, we would have been wiped out long ago. What the hell does that have to do with me? Lu Xian spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva viciously. If you and Xia Na hadn't meddled and brought that guy Ling into our group, and insisted on coming back to the school to find those people, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Don't think I don't hate you. You're the ones who left me behind. Lu Yuhao was stunned. He suddenly gritted his teeth and actually raised the kitchen knife in his hand. How about cutting mine? As he spoke he was about to swing the knife, but Ling Mo stopped him with one hand. Before Lu Yuhao could react, Ling Mo had already rushed quickly toward Lu Xian. The distance between them was only a little more than 10 meters. With Ling Mo's current speed, such a short distance took only a breath, and he rushed directly in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian only felt a black shadow instantly pounce toward him, and then a flash of cold light appeared before his eyes. After all, he was in the process of mutating, so his reaction was not slow and his speed was considerable. At the critical moment he actually tilted his head slightly. Even so, he immediately felt his right shoulder split open. A powerful force pressed down on him, making his knees weaken and almost forcing him to kneel. Ling Mo's knife struck Lu Xian's shoulder, but he had no intention of stopping. He immediately slashed horizontally, directly cutting toward Lu Xian's neck. The shadow of death instantly covered Lu Xian. But driven by instinct, he stepped back and barely avoided the fatal blow. However, the tip of the knife had already cut his neck, and blood spurted wildly from the wound. Lu Xian's eyes became redder and redder. Seriously injured, he shouted while rushing directly toward Ling Mo. But after all he was only an ordinary person. How could he compare with Ling Mo, who had experienced countless life and death battles? Seeing him charging desperately, Ling Mo simply bent forward and rushed ahead. The moment he approached Lu Xian, he lifted the short knife upward, and a mist of blood sprayed out. The sharp blade opened a large cut across Lu Xian's abdomen, and Ling Mo kicked him to the ground. As soon as he tried to struggle, Ling Mo stepped on him. Looks like you don't feel pain anymore? Ling Mo looked at Lu Xian under his foot with interest and asked. The skin on his body was almost completely rotting and falling off, and it had been scratched into this state. On top of that, Ling Mo had already slashed him twice, yet Lu Xian showed no sign of pain. He was clearly not some tough man, so the only explanation was that he could not feel this kind of pain. Lu Xian stared at Ling Mo with clenched teeth. Although he could not feel pain, the large wound in his abdomen had opened, and even his intestines were flowing out. He could not live much longer. You left Xia Na somewhere else alone and still dared to stand in front of me and threaten me? You really overestimated yourself. Ling Mo snorted coldly. Oh, you think I'm stupid? Lu Xian's eyes suddenly became strange, and he burst into wild laughter. You really think I'm stupid? I know I'm doomed, but I won't let you have it easy. Even though I didn't kill you, it's still worth it. Ha ha ha. Didn't you abandon me? I just want you to taste what it feels like when the same thing happens to you. Ha ha ha. While laughing, he kept spitting blood from his mouth. Together with that disgusting face, he looked completely like a madman. But Ling Mo suddenly had a very bad feeling. With one strike he cut off Lu Xian's neck, ending his harsh laughter, then turned his head to look at the more than 10 dormitory rooms behind him. Shauna should be in one of those rooms, but for some reason Ling Mo instead felt uneasy. Lu Yuhao did not think so much. Seeing that Ling Mo had killed Lu Xian in just a few moves, he rushed over and began searching through the dormitories like a madman. Wang Chang frowned and followed behind. After glancing at Lu Xian's corpse with an unpleasant expression, he also began searching with Lu Yuhao. However, this person indeed had some cunning. Although he seemed very worried about Xiana's safety, he actually stayed closely behind Lu Yuhao and never approached the dormitory doors. In urgent situations, people rarely noticed such opportunistic little actions. Ling Mo also began searching along the corridor with Yelen. But in the dormitories he passed, there were basically only remains and no sign of Xiana. Soon Lu Yuhao's voice came from one of the dormitories. She's here. Xiana is here. Ling Mo's heart tightened and he quickly rushed over. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Xiana simply tied to the leg of a bed. The thing used to tie her seemed to be something like a clothesline. She lowered her head and seemed not seriously injured. But thinking about what Lu Xian had just said, Ling Mo felt that something must have happened to Xiana. Xiana, are you alright? When Lu Yuhao nervously untied her restraints, Ling Mo suddenly caught sight of her palm and immediately felt his heart turn cold. He grabbed Xiana's left hand, and Lu Yuhao also turned his gaze over in confusion. Needless to say, Wang Cheng standing nearby also saw it clearly. There was complete silence. Except for Yelen, who showed no expression, the faces of the other three instantly became stiff. Ling Mo glanced at Xiana's pale face and cursed in a low voice through clenched teeth, Lu Xian, you're really not human. On Xiana's left hand there was a fresh wound clearly visible. After cutting her hand, Lu Xian had obviously grabbed her hand with his own hand covered in blood and rotten flesh. The blood covering her palm and the faintly visible pieces of flesh clearly showed this. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Xiana slowly raised her head. In those firm eyes there was now only despair. I've been infected. The long silence made it almost hard to breathe. Xiana's words and her lifeless eyes made Ling Mo's heart sink to the bottom, and his mood instantly became extremely heavy. I would rather die than become a zombie, Xiana said in a daze and a low voice, while supporting herself on the bed and slowly standing up. Lu Yuhao stared at her blankly, obviously also in extreme shock. When Xiana had been knocked unconscious, her long blade had been left behind. But she quickly turned her gaze to Lu Yuhao. A trace of determination suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she abruptly grabbed the kitchen knife from Lu Yuhao's hand. But the moment she moved, Ling Mo suddenly came back to his senses and snatched the knife away. Xiana had already exhausted her strength and could not resist Ling Mo at all. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to become that kind of monster. Xiana's eyes became unfocused again. She pushed Ling Mo frantically and reached out to grab the knife in his hand. But Ling Mo had already thrown the kitchen knife to the ground fiercely. He grabbed Xiana's shoulders with one hand and said harshly, don't do something stupid. You haven't turned yet, right? There must be a way. Ah. Give me the knife, give me the knife. Xiana completely ignored Ling Mo's words and instead screamed hysterically. Ling Mo had no choice but to strike the back of Xiana's head with his hand, then caught her soft body as she collapsed into his arms. Infected? Xiana, Lu Yuhao stood up trembling at this moment. Looking at Xiana who had fainted in Ling Mo's arms, he could hardly form a complete sentence. Even Wang Cheng had a deathly pale face. Without Xiana, the possibility that he could continue living that kind of parasite-like life was almost zero. Will Xiana become something like Lu Xian? Lu Yuhao suddenly turned his gaze to Ling Mo and murmured. Indeed, Lu Xian's appearance was even more terrifying than a zombie. If Xiana became like that, not only Xiana, even Ling Mo would find it unacceptable. Seeing Lu Yuhao's almost collapsing expression, Ling Mo sighed silently in his heart and slowly said, calm down. The one suffering the most right now is Xiana. Don't you want to think of a way for her? A way? After hearing Ling Mo's words, Lu Yuhao seemed to wake up a little, but tears flowed uncontrollably. What way could there be? Based on Lu Xian's condition and the time since we separated from him, we can roughly estimate that from infection to the appearance of symptoms takes about half an hour. In any case, try to think of something within this half hour. Trying is better than sitting and waiting for death. Compared with Lu Yuhao, who was almost mentally collapsing, Ling Mo was much calmer. The most important reason was that beside him there was a mutated zombie, Yelen. Therefore in Ling Mo's view, becoming a zombie still left some hope. But if the whole body rotted, then there would truly be no hope. How about cutting off this hand? A trace of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Lu Yuhao's eyes as he suggested. Ling Mo shook his head. It's useless. Too much time has already passed. Then what other way is there? Lu Yuhao's expression became gloomy again. Meanwhile Ling Mo's mind immediately began to think. Lu Xian had been infected by a mutated zombie, and because he could not withstand the strength of the virus, it caused his entire body to rot. In Xiana's case, it should be considered a secondary infection. The virus she received had been diluted inside Lu Xian's body. But even so, the concentration was still higher than the virus in ordinary zombies. Could Xiana's body withstand it? The answer was unknown. Ling Mo lowered his head and looked at Xiana in his arms, feeling somewhat unwilling. What he had just said were only words of comfort. In fact, he did not know how to stop Xiana's mutation. In truth, he knew clearly that Xiana would definitely mutate. The only difference was whether she would become an ordinary zombie or something like Lu Xian. Just as Ling Mo was caught in a dilemma, Xiana slowly woke up. But in her half-conscious state, instead of pushing Ling Mo away, she seemed to be drawn by something and moved closer into Ling Mo's arms. Ling Mo was startled and quickly looked down at Xiana. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the infection ability of the virus. Xiana's eyes were half open, and a trace of red light could clearly be seen. She had already begun to mutate. From the moment Lu Xian infected her with his blood until now when the mutation signs appeared, less than 20 minutes had passed. Lu Yuhao also noticed Xiana's abnormal condition. He quickly reached out and grabbed her arm. "Xiana, how are you?" But Xiana did not respond at all. She pressed tightly against Ling Mo's chest, and her other hand directly grabbed forward. Ling Mo suddenly felt his scalp go numb and quickly pushed Xiana away. But his clothes had already been torn open. The pushed-away Xiana completely opened her reddish eyes and pounced again, shouting vaguely from her mouth, "Give it to me." In desperation, Ling Mo tried to control Xiana. Although it was not completely successful, it still caused her movements to freeze for an instant. And within that brief fraction of a second, through the intense desire coming from Xiana, Ling Mo understood what she wanted. Brain gel. Xiana actually wanted the brain gel hidden in his arms. Xiana. Lu Yuhao was stunned by Xiana's behavior. Ling Mo quickly grabbed Xiana's arm and pressed her onto the bed beside them. Using the posture of leaning down and pressing on her, he blocked the sight of Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng, while quickly taking out a piece of gel with the lowest virus purity from his pocket and stuffing it into Xiana's mouth. Unlike Yelen, Xiana still had rationality. But under the control of instinct, she had developed a crazy desire for the gel. After swallowing the gel, she immediately calmed down, lying on the bed with her arms open, her blood-tinged eyes staring blankly at Ling Mo. "How is she?" Lu Yuhao nervously rushed over, but the moment he saw Xiana's eyes, his heart suddenly sank and he almost could not stand steadily. Ling Mo stared nervously at Xiana, watching her reaction. If Xiana had not shown such a strong desire for the gel, Ling Mo would never have thought of this method. Fighting poison with poison? What if it accelerated Xiana's mutation? Without certainty, he would never dare try such a thing. But since Xiana had such a strong desire for it, and this desire came from her instinct, it meant that the gel must be beneficial to her. Maybe it could neutralize the toxins in her body and restore her to normal? As soon as this thought appeared, Ling Mo immediately became excited. But after waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, Xiana still only stared blankly at Ling Mo without any reaction. Fortunately, apart from her eyes becoming blood-red, her body did not undergo further changes, nor did any signs of rotting appear. This finally made Ling Mo feel a little relieved. "There's no other way. Let's leave here first." Ling Mo sighed helplessly and pulled Xiana up. Of course, before moving her, Ling Mo first tried to control her to test whether she still had rationality. A strong rebound force made Ling Mo feel a headache, but at the same time he also felt a bit of joy. As long as she still had rationality, it meant she had not completely turned into a zombie. After all, the mental difference between normal people and zombies was still very large. Normal people could think and had emotional fluctuations, but zombies were like machines controlled by instinct, without independent thought. Although Ling Mo's mental power was strong, it was not strong enough to suppress the thoughts of others. Earlier he had been able to control Xiana for an instant only because she had almost completely been driven by instinct at that moment, and the strength of her self-awareness was at its lowest point. Now although Xiana had little reaction, her consciousness was still active. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to control her. For safety, Ling Mo controlled Yelen and together they each grabbed one of Xiana's arms and carried her. This way, even if she suddenly went mad on the way, with both of them acting together she would not be able to hurt anyone. Brother Ling, where are you taking Shauna? Lu Yuhao had completely lost his composure and asked helplessly. Ling Mo turned his head to look at him and said, this place is very dangerous. The smell of blood will attract the zombies in the school. If something happens to Shauna again, how will we deal with it? Let's first find a relatively safe place. Right, you're right. Lu Yuhao was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, and added sincerely, Brother Ling, and Sister Yelen, thank you. This thank you contained many meanings. Ling Mo smiled but said nothing. As for Yelen, she was originally a mutated zombie. Although it could not be seen from her appearance, she naturally had no reaction to Lu Yuhao's words. Fortunately Lu Yuhao did not mind. In his impression, Yelen was probably just a quiet and beautiful older sister. When they passed one of the dormitory buildings, Lu Yuhao suddenly asked Ling Mo to wait for a moment. He ran into the building and soon came out panting, holding Xiaona's long blade. This knife was made by Xiaona herself. The quality is very good. It would be a pity to just leave it there, and she would feel terrible. That was true. Not to mention that firearms were hard to find, even if they were found, aside from whether ordinary people could use them or how good their shooting was, the most direct problem was that using firearms in such a zombie-dense urban area without a silencer was basically the same as seeking death. In this situation, cold weapons were more practical. But good cold weapons were not common. Killing zombies was not like cutting pork, and it easily caused wear. If too much force was used, the blade could even crack. Ling Mo's short knife was very light, the blade was sharp, and the quality was quite good. Xiaona seemed to come from the Wong family's line of handmade blades. Her craftsmanship was probably very good. That long blade looked extraordinary, and whenever she had time she carefully maintained it. She clearly treasured it very much. Lu Yuhao cared deeply about Xiaona, so he naturally retrieved the long blade for her, although Xiaona might not even remain the same person anymore. You treat Xiaona well. Loyal and righteous, Ling Mo said with some emotion. Wasn't he the same toward Yelen? Even though she had already become a zombie, even a mutated zombie, he still had not given up hope. Lu Yuhao showed a strange expression. Brother Ling, you may have misunderstood. Xiaona and I are not that kind of relationship. Well, Xiaona, she doesn't have those feelings for me. So that was it. During their time together, Ling Mo had already noticed that Lu Yuhao's feelings for Xiaona were unusual, but Xiaona's attitude toward him was much more indifferent. I'm not doing this because I like Xiaona, Lu Yuhao hurriedly explained again. I know. Ling Mo nodded in understanding. In Lu Yuhao's feelings toward Xiaona, there was probably more gratitude and admiration. After all, that parasite-like group was basically supported by Xiaona. No matter how hard Lu Yuhao tried, as an ordinary teenage boy his combat strength could never compare with Xiaona. Seeing Lu Yuhao exhausted, still holding the long blade, his face turning pale and his breathing becoming rapid, yet he did not ask for help, Ling Mo felt touched. He had a good impression of this loyal and kind-hearted boy, so he let Yelen take the long blade from him. As for Wang Cheng, although he was also tired like a dead pig, he was much smarter than Lu Xin. He gritted his teeth and endured it, silently following close behind Ling Mo. Soon the group left the campus and entered a high-end residential complex across the street. This kind of elevator apartment had one advantage: it was basically semi-enclosed, and there were not many zombies wandering inside the complex. But for Ling Mo this was not a suitable place to stay. However, with Xiaona in this condition, they had no choice but to settle for it. After looking around, Ling Mo led everyone into a residential building that had open ground in front and behind, making it easier to escape, and found the emergency staircase. Since they only needed a temporary place to stay, Ling Mo did not deliberately clear the zombies in the building. Instead, he entered a residence on the second floor. The door of this apartment was wide open, and inside it was already in complete disorder, but no zombies were staying there. After locking the door and carefully checking every corner, Ling Mo placed Xiaona in one of the bedrooms. At this time Xiaona's emotions were still relatively stable, even somewhat empty-minded. If not for her eyes gradually turning redder, Ling Mo would almost think she had completely returned to normal. But when Ling Mo placed her on the bed, she suddenly began struggling wildly again, her eyes staring fixedly at Ling Mo's chest. I want more? Ling Mo's heart tightened, but Xiaona had already grabbed toward him. Ling Mo had no choice but to take out another piece of low-purity gel. As soon as the gel appeared in front of Xiaona, she grabbed it eagerly and swallowed it. Then her eyes suddenly widened, and she collapsed again, her eyes slowly closing. This sudden change frightened Ling Mo. In panic he did not think much and directly pressed his ear against Xiaona's chest. Fortunately, there was a heartbeat. Then could this reaction mean that, like Yelen, she was about to evolve? But she had not even completely become a zombie yet. What exactly was going on? Ling Mo looked at Shauna with a complicated expression, his heart full of confusion. But now Shauna had fainted, and it was unknown how long it would take for her to wake up. So for the moment, they could only stay here. For safety, Ling Mo left Yelen inside to watch over Shauna. This way, even if Shauna completely mutated, he could immediately control her through Yelen. If he stayed inside himself, he would have to remain in a constantly tense state, which would be too exhausting. As a zombie, Yelen was much more sensitive to her own kind. Once Shauna woke up, she would immediately notice it, without needing to stare at her constantly like Ling Mo. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Lu Yuhao immediately asked anxiously, "Brother Ling, how is Shauna?" It's still unclear. Xiana's condition was too strange, and Ling Mo could not understand it either, so he answered vaguely. Seeing Lu Yuhao looking uneasy, Ling Mo suddenly had a thought and asked, "If Shauna mutates, what will you do?" Huh? Lu Yuhao was stunned. But along the way, this was actually the question he had been thinking about. If Shauna mutated, should he kill her to free her from suffering, or abandon her like they had done with Lu Xin? But when Ling Mo asked this question, Lu Yuhao painfully realized that he still did not know what to do. Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's wait until she wakes up. Seeing Lu Yuhao's complicated expression and distracted look, Ling Mo could not help sighing softly and patted his shoulder. But as they passed each other, Ling Mo added calmly, "If it were me, even if the girl I like turned into a zombie, I would not give up on her." Lu Yuhao's whole body trembled. Even if she became a zombie, he would not give up? Although it was only a light sentence, Lu Yuhao stood there in a daze for a long time. In his mind, apart from killing Shauna, the only other thought was abandoning her. He had never thought about continuing to try for her. Indeed, in his understanding, once someone became a zombie there was no hope. Otherwise the disaster would not have become uncontrollable from the moment it broke out, even destroying the entire human society. But having no hope was one thing. The truly terrible thing for Lu Yuhao was that he had not even had the slightest thought of trying for her. For a moment, Lu Yuhao raised his hand and slapped himself twice hard. But although his face hurt, his heavy mood did not ease. At this time Ling Mo had already walked onto the balcony and looked outside through the window. In the distance he could see quite a few zombies wandering in the campus of No. 3 Middle School, probably attracted by those fresh corpses. There were also some zombies in the residential complex, but the number was small. Although there were not many zombies in sight, Ling Mo was certain that if there were even a slight disturbance here, at least hundreds of zombies would appear. In this apartment building alone, there was no telling how many zombies there were. There might even be mutated zombies. They had truly settled inside a zombie nest. Touching the gel in his pocket, Ling Mo had to suppress the urge to improve immediately. Now Xiana's condition was unknown, and he and Yelen had to stay alert and preserve their strength. If they fainted at this time, who knew what might happen during that period? However, Xiana's strong desire for the gel puzzled Ling Mo greatly. She clearly still had rationality and had not completely become a zombie. At most she was in the process of mutating. But why was she interested in the gel? Ling Mo, as a normal person, had almost fainted just by smelling it, let alone swallowing it. Even Yelen, a mutated zombie who had evolved again, would not swallow 2 pieces of gel in succession. Even swallowing 1 piece required a long time to digest before she would desire another. Of course, as her strength increased, the time between her need for gel was gradually shortening. But compared with Shauna swallowing 2 pieces within less than half an hour, the difference was still huge. What kind of unknown change was happening to Shauna? Through Yelen's perspective, Ling Mo could observe Xiana's current condition even while staying in the living room. But just like when he had left, Shauna seemed to be completely asleep, without the slightest movement. This situation made Ling Mo somewhat frustrated. He felt that time was passing too slowly. Seeing that Ling Mo and Lu Yuhao were both lost in their own thoughts and silent, Wang Cheng sitting nearby felt extremely uneasy. He was also nervous, but not because of Shauna. He was worried about his uncertain future. At this moment he wished he could slap himself several times. Although things had indeed developed as he expected and in the end he was the only one left, that hateful Lu Xin had caused him to lose his greatest support. Try to flatter Ling Mo? From Ling Mo's undisguised attitude, it was not hard to see that trying to depend on him for survival was almost impossible. With complicated emotions, Wang Cheng had no solution. He knew that with his ability, he could only take things one step at a time. But at this time, it was best not to anger Ling Mo. Having secretly made up his mind, Wang Cheng began consciously cleaning the room. Although there were no zombies or corpses inside, there were quite a lot of bloodstains. Even though they could not be completely cleaned, it was still possible to improve the environment a little. Wang Cheng's exhausting work was not in vain. When the sun began to set, Ling Mo threw him a packet of biscuits and a bottle of water. This was much more useful than ordinary snacks. After Wang Cheng took them, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, but then he looked deeply at Ling Mo. No wonder Ling Mo did not care about the food Lu Yuhao offered. It turned out he had his own supplies. Judging by the size and fullness of that backpack, the food inside was enough for at least a week. Sure enough, in the end of the world, strength was the most important thing. Ordinary people could not find so much food, and it was not even the kind that others had already picked over. Lu Yuhao originally wanted to refuse, saying he had no appetite, but Ling Mo glanced at him with some disdain and said, "Tonight we will definitely have to take turns keeping watch. If you neither eat nor sleep, what will happen if something occurs during your watch?" Lu Yuhao was speechless. After being silent for a long time, he suddenly grabbed the food from Ling Mo's hand. "Sorry, I'll eat." When he ate, he chewed very carefully and slowly. This was exactly the same as Wang Cheng. In fact, before Ling Mo fully mastered the corpse puppet skill, he had eaten the same way. By eating slowly, one could get the greatest feeling of fullness from a small amount of food. By the way, isn't Sister Yelen eating? Although Lu Yuhao felt depressed, he had not forgotten his role as an all-purpose caretaker. After eating a few bites, he turned to Ling Mo and asked, "What Yelen wants to eat, besides gel, is probably the flesh and blood of people like you." Ling Mo twitched the corner of his mouth, stood up, and walked toward the bedroom. "I'll bring her some food and check on Shauna at the same time." In the bedroom, Shauna was still unconscious, while Yelen sat by the bed, her unusually bright eyes fixed tightly on Shauna. These ordinary foods were naturally not eaten by Yelen. Ling Mo's action was only to deceive others. But since he said he came in to deliver food, it was normal to stay for a while. Using this time, Ling Mo walked to Shauna again and carefully observed her reaction. For a person who had swallowed 2 pieces of virus gel in a row, Xiana's reaction was simply too calm. Her breathing was steady, her face looked normal, and there was not the slightest expression of pain. However, it could be certain that beneath the calm appearance, a storm of virus was raging inside Xiana's body. But no one knew what the storm would leave behind after it ended. After observing Xiana for more than 10 minutes, Ling Mo returned to the living room. At this time the sky had gradually become dark. For safety, Ling Mo completely pulled down the balcony curtains and also blocked the door with furniture. In this way, even if something unexpected happened, it could hold on for a while. Wang Cheng and Lu Yuhao also became nervous. Staying one night in this completely unfamiliar and uncleared environment was still a bit too exciting for them. Who knew when a zombie might pass outside the door? "Don't make too much noise." Ling Mo looked much calmer and only gave this simple instruction. "Then how will the watch tonight be arranged?" Lu Yuhao clearly regarded Ling Mo as the backbone. After nodding, he immediately asked. Ling Mo thought for a moment and said, "Each person will take turns for 3 hours. Xiana will be watched by Yelen. When I am on watch, I will also go and check on her. No, Wang Cheng and I will take turns. Brother Ling, you and Sister Yelen just guard Xiana." Lu Yuhao slowly shook his head and said, "You have to keep watch and also guard Xiana. That's too tiring. Wang Cheng and I have nothing else to do now. This is the only thing we can do." Wang Cheng also nodded beside him, showing he had no objection. Seeing that they insisted, Ling Mo had no choice but to agree. In fact, keeping watch was really not an easy task. When night came, in the deathly silent building, all kinds of sounds began to appear. Sometimes there were even sounds from above their heads. Not to mention the noises coming from outside. Sitting alone in a pitch-black room and listening to all kinds of tiny sounds from every direction, the fear in one's heart slowly grew little by little. It was simply a kind of slow torture. Occasionally when a slightly louder sound came, the person on watch would jump up like a startled bird, then nervously judge how far the sound was from their position and whether there was any danger. However, even Wang Cheng felt that staying alone in the living room and being frightened was still better than staying with the current Xiana. So he not only took the initiative to keep watch in the first half of the night, he even moved a stool and sat closer to the door to avoid missing any sound. After all, if something went wrong, the first person to die here would probably be himself. Although Lu Yuhao was full of worries, he had been tired for the whole day and his physical strength was exhausted. After a while he lay on the sofa and soon fell into a hazy sleep. Ling Mo moved a sofa chair into the room and sat far in the corner, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Ling Mo was also extremely tired that day. He could not compare with zombies. If he did not rest quickly, his strength could not recover. In the apocalypse this was the most taboo thing. After all, fighting a few zombies was still possible, but when encountering a large group of zombies, what mattered was speed and physical strength. Although he was not truly asleep, during this fake wrestling Mo would sometimes briefly enter deep sleep and then quickly wake up a few minutes later. This kind of sleeping method was probably already mastered by people struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but Ling Mo was especially skilled at it. The reason was still because of his special ability, puppet control. But the most important thing was that his mental power was stronger than ordinary people and had also undergone one evolution. The so-called mental power, in Ling Mo's view, was probably a general term for concentration, observation ability, and similar things. The puppet control ability he possessed was to separate a part of his own mental power to control zombies that had no reason and only acted by instinct. Doing two things at once was not simple, especially when used in battle. Life and death fighting depended on the reaction speed of nerves and body. If attention was not focused, how could one keep up with the movements of zombies? So at the beginning, Ling Mo controlled corpse puppets to fight while he himself hid behind the scenes. Later he rushed out to fight under the cover of the corpse puppets. And only after controlling Yelen did Ling Mo slowly become skilled in cooperating in battle with corpse puppets. During this process, Ling Mo's mental power had been fully trained. Therefore when Yelen evolved, Ling Mo, who was affected, also improved his mental power and even gained evolution when he tried to control two mutated zombies at the same time. The evolution of mental power was a rather vague concept. Only Ling Mo knew what that feeling was like. Simply speaking, before, when he controlled Yelen, especially when controlling her in battle, he always had to stay highly focused, otherwise Yelen would easily show signs of breaking free from control. Moreover, although Ling Mo's nerve reaction speed was fast, when he transmitted commands to Yelen, her feedback was always somewhat delayed. If Ling Mo was compared to a command-sending center, then his mental power was like a connecting hub. During data transmission, because this connecting hub was not strong enough, delays often appeared. But after evolution, this connecting hub instantly rose to a higher level, and the transmission of commands therefore became more stable and faster. For example, at this moment, in Ling Mo's perception Yelen was like a clone, and controlling her had no obstacles. Of course, Ling Mo did not really treat her as a clone. In fact, during battle Ling Mo had always consciously trained his own ability instead of completely relying on Yelen. Most of the time he was the main force and Yelen assisted. Although there was a big difference between ordinary people and zombies, it was not completely impossible to fight against them. Zombies were feared because once they discovered prey, they attacked madly and would not retreat even if they were seriously injured. Ordinary people, on the other hand, were usually timid, worrying about getting hurt. Also, when they saw zombies, they became frightened first and lost momentum. But for Ling Mo, who had always dealt with zombies and even lived in the same room with zombies, zombies were not that terrifying. Leaving aside the group advantage of zombies, when encountering a single zombie, ordinary people actually had an advantage. Zombies only relied on instinct, so they seemed crazy and terrifying, but this was exactly their weakness. Ordinary people, however, would use skills in battle and would not attack blindly. However, Ling Mo also knew that this was only thinking about it. Most people still had to stay together in groups to barely survive, because in this big city there were simply too many zombies. One madman was not terrible, but what if it was a group of madmen? Millions of bloodthirsty madmen wandering in this city, what a terrifying scene that would be. Even Ling Mo himself, although relying on his puppet control ability and having Yelen, a mutated zombie, by his side, could only run for his life when encountering many zombies. Just like earlier at the revolving door of the shopping mall. Even though they killed that group of zombies by using the terrain advantage, there were still casualties in the team. Ling Mo asked himself that in that situation, if it were only him and Yelen, they would not have been able to handle it. If not for the frenzied fighting Shauna. Huh? A strange feeling suddenly completely woke Ling Mo. He suddenly threw aside the blanket on his body, stood up, and looked toward Shauna lying on the bed. Just now, under Yelen's close gaze, Shauna suddenly opened her eyes in a strange way. Near midnight, the room was already completely dark, and Shauna, who had been motionless the whole time, suddenly opened her eyes. Even from a distance, Ling Mo saw Xiana's pair of strange red eyes that were still clearly visible in the darkness. At the same time, from Yelen's instinctive reaction, he felt a slight urge to move. This was the reaction she would show only when facing her own kind, especially mutated zombies. Could it be that Xiana had already completed her mutation? Ling Mo carefully moved closer, wanting to observe Xiana's reaction more carefully. But as soon as he reached the bedside, Xiana suddenly flipped over and, in the darkness where almost nothing could be seen, rushed straight toward Ling Mo. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably only feel a gust of wind rushing toward them, and then, without even realizing what had happened, be torn into pieces. In the dark, zombies were much stronger than ordinary people. In terms of vision, they had an absolute advantage. Naturally, Ling Mo could not clearly see Xiaona's movements in this situation, but through Yelien's perspective he could clearly see every move Xiaona made. Moreover, when he approached the bed earlier, he had already raised his guard. The moment Xiaona moved, Ling Mo immediately jumped to the side. At the same time, Yelien, who had been quietly sitting beside the bed, suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Xiaona's arm from behind. Although Xiaona reacted extremely quickly and immediately turned to attack Yelien, Ling Mo had already rushed over and directly knocked Xiaona down onto the bed. This was the weakness of zombies. They lacked judgment, attacked only by instinct, and were easily distracted. However, Xiaona's struggle made Ling Mo extremely strained. If he had not immediately controlled Yelien to firmly pin her down, she would probably have already broken free. But just as Ling Mo turned her over and was about to control her, Xiaona suddenly said in a somewhat confused voice in a low tone, "What are you doing?" Pfft. If he had not just witnessed Xiaona's extremely strong aggression, Ling Mo would even have thought Xiaona was still a normal person. In great shock, Ling Mo looked somewhat blankly into Xiaona's eyes, only to discover that the eyes that had been completely blood-red just now had actually returned to the state of a normal person. At this time Ling Mo's eyes had begun to adapt to the darkness. Although it was still somewhat blurry, at such a close distance he could barely see Xiaona's gaze and the expression on her face. Judging from her reaction, she seemed somewhat confused about the current situation. And that trace of confusion in Ling Mo's eyes made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously, after Yelien evolved, she had once briefly shown such an expression. It seemed as if she had vaguely regained some reason, and also as if the beginning of thought had appeared. In any case, she was no longer a zombie that only knew killing. Although that expression quickly disappeared from Yelien's eyes, it had already been deeply engraved in Ling Mo's heart. For Ling Mo, this was a kind of hope, the hope that Yelien could completely regain her reason. But now he actually saw the same expression in Xiaona's eyes, and different from Yelien, she could also speak. Xiaona? Ling Mo only came back to his senses after a long moment. He quickly grabbed Xiaona's shoulders and shook them hard a few times, calling out in a hurried low voice. The noise inside the room also alarmed Wang Cheng, who was keeping watch in the living room, and even woke Lu Yuhao. "Brother Ling, did something happen to Xiaona?" Lu Yuhao asked anxiously and urgently outside the door. Ling Mo said without turning his head, "Don't come in." At this moment the situation was unclear. Letting them come in would only cause trouble, and Ling Mo could not wait to find out whether the current Xiaona should be considered a zombie or a normal person. Perhaps stimulated by the sound, Xiaona, who was in confusion, finally showed some reaction. However, she did not answer Ling Mo. Instead, she began struggling wildly again, and her eyes turned blood-red once more. The ferocity and brutality belonging to zombies once again occupied her mind. Ling Mo quickly had Yelien firmly restrain Xiaona, while he used his puppet control ability and began trying to control Xiaona. If she continued like this, both sides would eventually be injured. At present it was very necessary to make her lose her aggressiveness. Xiaona's mental light cluster was indeed very different from Yelien's. To be precise, in Ling Mo's eyes Xiaona's light cluster was simply a tangled mess. Compared with zombies that completely lacked reason, Xiaona's light cluster was not blurry. On the contrary, it was very bright. But this scene of red and white constantly alternating was something Ling Mo had never seen before. And now it was clearly the red part that had the upper hand, and because of this Xiaona became extremely violent. When Ling Mo tried to control her, he encountered an unprecedented huge pressure. Fortunately his mental power had evolved. Although it was extremely difficult, when Ling Mo was almost rolling his eyes from the effort, he finally suppressed Xiaona's instinct and seized control of Xiaona's body. However, because Xiaona seemed to still retain some reason, Ling Mo did not completely control her in a domineering way. Instead, just like when he previously controlled Yelien, he only established a mental connection with her so that she would not attack, and when she wanted to attack others, he could stop her in time. After struggling until his whole body was soaked with sweat, Xiaona finally quieted down. Ling Mo rubbed his temples and slowly climbed off the bed, looking at Xiaona with a complicated expression. Xiaona's state of sometimes turning into a zombie and sometimes showing a trace of reason made Ling Mo unconsciously think of a word: schizophrenia. After being infected and beginning to mutate, Xiaona swallowed 2 pieces of gel in a row. The virus in her body had not been neutralized, but instead had eroded her thoughts. But precisely because she swallowed the gel, Xiaona's body, after continuous impacts from the virus, was instead preserved intact and did not rot like Liu Xian's. This could be considered a blessing in misfortune. After being controlled by Ling Mo and having her attack instinct forcibly suppressed, Shauna actually calmed down again, and even her eyes slowly returned to a normal state. However, her gaze was still somewhat confused, as if she had not fully awakened. Even so, controlling her under these circumstances still consumed a great deal of Ling Mo's mental energy. Of course, in this condition it was already good enough that she could maintain a mental connection with him. Controlling her movements was somewhat difficult. Controlling one mutated zombie and one somewhat schizophrenic zombie at the same time was really a huge pressure for Ling Mo. At this moment Liu Yuhao could no longer hold back and rushed in. But as soon as he saw the situation in the room, he was completely stunned. The messy bed was naturally ignored by him, but Shauna sitting blankly on the bed made Liu Yuhao suddenly shout with great joy. Shauna didn't turn into a zombie, she actually didn't turn into a zombie. Ha ha ha, Shauna. As he spoke, he rushed to Shauna and excitedly reached out to pull her. Don't touch her. Unfortunately Ling Mo was still a step too late. As Liu Yuhao's hand touched Xiaona's arm, the originally confused Xiaona suddenly became violent again. The blood color in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. If Ling Mo had not restrained her firmly, she would have already begun attacking Liu Yuhao. This situation immediately frightened Liu Yuhao so much that he stepped back several steps before looking at Ling Mo with great fear. What is going on? Ling Mo of course could not tell him about his puppet control ability, but regarding Xiaona's situation he thought of a very reasonable explanation. I guess she is still in the after effects right now. You'd better not provoke her, otherwise she will lose her reason. After effects? Liu Yuhao widened his eyes, but did not doubt Ling Mo's words at all. Indeed, apart from after effects, there was no better explanation for Xiaona's current condition. At this moment Xiaona's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty aura as she stared tightly at him, no different from those zombies that only knew killing. But she happened to remain sitting in place without moving. This situation showed that she still vaguely retained some reason. After a night of repeated changes, and fainting several times along the way, Xiaona's condition finally stabilized in the morning. Just as Ling Mo had guessed, the current Xiaona had indeed turned into a zombie, but she also possessed a trace of reason at the same time. Compared with before, her schizophrenia had improved a lot, but only improved a lot. The current Xiaona was still one step away from a mutated zombie, but her strength was stronger than that of ordinary zombies. Ling Mo also found a pattern in her schizophrenia. As long as she did not face danger, Xiaona would remain in the state of a normal person. Although she was somewhat confused and rarely reacted to people, she still retained basic language ability and occasionally would say a few words on her own. But as soon as she felt that she was in danger, the remaining trace of reason would immediately be replaced by instinct, and she would turn into a zombie with extremely strong aggression. However, under Ling Mo's control, her emotions gradually became much more stable, and her hostility toward Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng was not very strong anymore. But because there was a special mental connection between her and Ling Mo, the person Xiaona seemed closest to was Ling Mo. For example, right now, Xiaona was looking at Ling Mo with a slight confusion, and one hand was tightly grabbing him. Xiaona, do you recognize me? After calling Xiaona no less than 100 times in one night, she had developed an impression of her own name and would respond whenever it was called. But for these questions, rather than not understanding their meaning, it was better to say that she was completely confused and simply did not know what the other person was asking. However, Xiaona showed extremely strong interest in her long blade. When Ling Mo saw Xiaona holding the long blade, she stared blankly in confusion for a while, then suddenly pulled the blade out of its sheath. The momentum she showed was even a bit stronger than the previous Xiaona. But after that she refused to put the long blade down, and Ling Mo always felt that Xiaona, like Yelen, should have a chance to fully regain her reason, so he did not forcibly control her to hand over the long blade. Having an obsession was better than completely becoming a zombie with no reason at all. It could be said that Xiaona's situation completely strengthened Ling Mo's confidence. Zombies were indeed terrifying, but what influenced zombies was ultimately the virus. And judging from the current situation, Ling Mo already had a forming idea in his mind. As the virus continued to evolve, the strength of zombies would also increase, and at the same time they would gradually grow into monsters with reason. Xiaona's situation was proof of this. She absorbed too much virus at once, which caused her current condition, and after evolving Yelen had also shown signs of recovering reason. Therefore, unlike Liu Yuhao who felt sorrowful, Ling Mo at this moment was full of energy. Brother Ling. Xiaona is like this now. Liu Yuhao no longer dared to get too close to Xiaona. He could only sit far away to the side and watch Xiaona's every movement. From his expression it was not hard to see that he was both full of confusion and also felt sad for Shauna. Any normal person did not want to become a zombie, even if not completely. Ling Mo looked deeply at him and said, compared with letting Shauna die, or turning into something like Liu Xin, don't you think the current result is already fortunate? A trace of hesitation appeared on Lu Yuhao's face, and then he nodded heavily. That's right, this is still better than dying. And at least she does not show hostility toward you, brother Ling. When he said this last sentence, Lu Yuhao's tone was somewhat bitter. Ling Mo had not told him about his puppet control ability, so Lu Yuhao thought Xiaona's closeness to Ling Mo came entirely from instinct. But she had no memory of him, a classmate who had fought side by side with her for a long time. This naturally made Lu Yuhao extremely depressed. Ling Mo touched his nose as if to hide something and said, maybe, Xiaona will slowly recover her reason. What? Lu Yuhao was shocked. He no longer cared about his disappointment and immediately fixed his eyes on Ling Mo's face. Ling Mo slowly said, you also saw it. Xiaona is different from ordinary zombies now. You cannot say she completely has reason, but at least she is not completely controlled by instinct. This condition may not have appeared in any zombie before. No matter what, as long as her mind has not been completely erased, there is hope of recovery. It's just that the time may be very short, or it may be very long. Although what he said was only speculation, Lu Yuhao's eyes had already become extremely eager. As long as there is hope, it's good. But, now Xiaona only recognizes you. After Lu Yuhao's excitement, he became disappointed again. With Xiaona's current condition, he could not even get too close to her, let alone be like before. Just as Ling Mo was about to say something, he suddenly saw Wang Cheng run over quickly, then stop at a place relatively far from Xiaona, and say with a surprised expression, there are people on the street. Survivors. Survivors? After following Wang Cheng to the balcony, Ling Mo looked outside through the gap in the curtain and indeed saw the survivors he mentioned. But after just one look, Ling Mo could not help the corner of his eye twitching. There was not just one survivor down there, but a whole survivor team. There were about 20 young men and women, all carrying various backpacks, and the weapons in their hands were also of many kinds. They looked like they had come out early in the morning to search for food, but at this moment they were being attacked by more than 10 zombies. After watching for a while, Ling Mo noticed that although these people were all ordinary people, there were several young men with very good skills among them, and they attacked more fiercely than the others. But what attracted Ling Mo's attention the most was their method of dealing with zombies. Those young men rushed to the front, while the others immediately scattered in groups of 2 or 3, using cars and other cover to deal with the zombies. Although their fighting ability was not strong, they formed supporting angles and looked after each other. Even though they could not fight zombies head-on like those young men, they eliminated the remaining zombies one by one while moving around. Seeing this, Ling Mo almost wanted to shout in praise. In his opinion, this kind of team was a true survivor team. But after all, their combat strength was insufficient. In a place filled with zombies like this, they soon fell into danger. Attracted by the smell of blood, more and more zombies came out from all directions and rushed toward them crazily. After holding on for a while, these people had to fight while retreating, and in the end they withdrew into this residential area and came directly toward the building where Ling Mo and the others were. Soon a dull bang sound came from downstairs. Obviously these people had rushed into the emergency stairway. But immediately a series of loud noises followed. It was those zombies violently hitting the stairway door. From the sound it would not take long for the stairway door to be broken open. At that time a group of zombies would rush in, and Ling Mo and the others hiding in the room might also face danger. At this time the best method was to hide in the room and make no sound, but as the messy footsteps approached, Ling Mo suddenly felt extremely depressed. These people had actually gone upstairs, and even rushed into the corridor on the second floor. Actually, it was not difficult to understand why this group of survivors retreated into this building. The reason was probably the same as why Ling Mo chose this place. First, this building was closest to the main gate. Second, the geographical conditions here were the best. On one side was an artificial stream, on the other side was a fountain square, and there was a certain distance between it and the surrounding buildings. In this way they would not fall into an encirclement, and there were several escape routes. This group was probably planning to use this building to delay for a while, and then take the opportunity to escape from the other side. However, just after this group reached the second floor, a loud noise came from below. Obviously the main door had been completely broken open. The noise and their footsteps immediately attracted the zombies hiding in the building. For a moment, the sounds of chopping and screams rose everywhere. Several times the door of the apartment where Ling Mo and the others were located was hit. It was unknown whether it was zombies or people who bumped into it. Ling Mo quietly walked to the door and looked outside through the peephole. He saw that these people had retreated into an apartment diagonally opposite and quickly locked the door. A large group of zombies crowded densely in the corridor and were frantically hitting the door. Hearing tearing and chewing sounds mixed in, Ling Mo guessed that there must have been casualties among them, and the corridor should now also be full of zombie corpses. Retreating into the room could not stop the zombies at all. That group probably planned to jump from the building to escape. This was actually a good method. Lead the pursuing zombies into the stairway and then jump from the building to leave this place. Even if they could not completely get rid of the zombies, they could gain time to escape. Jumping from the second floor was actually quite dangerous, but Ling Mo knew that there was grass all around outside the building. As long as one was not especially unlucky, it should not result in a broken leg. Moreover, in such an emergency situation, it was not easy to find a perfect solution. Being able to think of using the building was already much better than those who only knew how to panic and run. What should we do, Brother Ling? Should we help them? Hearing the noise outside the door, Lu Yuhao came to Ling Mo with an ugly expression and asked in a low voice. Ling Mo glanced at him sideways and said, "There are at least more than 30 zombies outside. If we open the door we will be blocked here. How can we help?" Lu Yuhao immediately had no answer, and Ling Mo secretly shook his head in his heart. Speaking well, this kind of personality was kindness. Speaking badly, it was meddling without considering the consequences, and it was probably not something that could be changed in a short time. However, hearing more and more zombies outside the door, and even some zombies starting to hit their own door, Ling Mo's expression immediately became somewhat gloomy. "We can't stay here anymore. Let's go." Zombies hitting the door did not necessarily mean they had discovered Ling Mo and the others. It was a reaction after temporarily losing their target but becoming extremely violent because of the smell of blood. Not only Ling Mo's door, other doors were also being hit. Wang Chang had already been frightened silly by the noise outside. At this moment he subconsciously asked, "Where do we go?" "Jump from the building." However, although he said so, Ling Mo would not rashly jump without confidence. Once the legs were injured, it would truly mean waiting to die. Fortunately he had blocked the door with furniture last night. Although the door was now being hit with loud bangs, there was no immediate danger of it being completely broken open. But even so, the time left for Ling Mo and the others was not much. Ling Mo quickly took out a climbing rope from his backpack. He had previously collected it from an outdoor equipment shop. Originally he planned to use it to deal with certain desperate situations, but he did not expect it to be useful so soon. After tying a loop knot and fixing it, Ling Mo controlled Yelen and Shauna to grab the rope and go down first. The second floor was not high, and there were air conditioning outdoor units outside the window that could be used for support. In addition, the skills of these two zombie girls were much more agile than ordinary people, so they quickly landed on the ground and immediately began clearing the nearby zombies for Ling Mo and the others. Although Lu Yuhao's face had turned pale with fear, he insisted on not going down first. After Ling Mo urged him twice, he grabbed the rope, jumped onto the air conditioning outdoor unit, then used the support to go down. When he was still more than 1 meter from the ground, he released the rope and jumped down. Next was Wang Chang. Finally, when Lu Yuhao jumped down, the door had already been broken open by the zombies. Several zombies rushed directly to the window and immediately jumped down after them without hesitation. However, zombies did not know how to use ropes. After jumping down they inevitably fell under inertia. Ling Mo and Yelen did not give them a chance to stand up. Xiana's long blade was also not to be underestimated, but when Ling Mo saw that after she attacked her eyes began to turn red, his scalp went numb. He quickly strengthened his control over her and did not let her continue attacking. "Let's go quickly." In a moment several zombie corpses appeared on the ground. It was imaginable that soon many zombies would be attracted and swarm here, so Ling Mo immediately led Yelen and the others to run toward the side gate of the residential area. The reason they did not go through the main gate was because there were also many zombies there now, and they had all been attracted by that group. Unexpectedly, just after running along the residential building to the driveway behind it, they ran straight into that group of survivors. These people had jumped from the building on the other side, and their goal was also to escape through the side gate. As soon as Ling Mo saw this group, he immediately felt extremely depressed. With such a big target like them, the zombie group would definitely follow. However, in just this short time, it seemed that 3 or 4 of them were already missing. One young man ran in front, probably to clear the path, so he saw Ling Mo and the others at a glance and immediately cried out in surprise. They probably never expected that there were still survivors in this residential area, and that they would meet them so coincidentally. Ling Mo rolled his eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that these people were falling behind to cover the rear, escaping quickly was the proper thing. It was unknown what method they had used, but the zombies did not appear for the time being. Ling Mo led Yelen and the others running all the way out of the residential area, and only then heard zombie noises from far away. "Hey!" The young man from earlier still followed them and called out to Ling Mo and the others while gasping for breath. Being forced to abandon their foothold so early in the morning, Ling Mo's expression was not very good, and his tone carried some dissatisfaction. "What?" Well, the young man was not stupid. As soon as he spoke he actually apologized. "Sorry, we didn't know you were here. We dragged you into this. This is not a place to talk. Do you want to come back to our camp with us?" "Camp? This group actually had a camp?" Ling Mo immediately showed a surprised expression. He originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Yuhao behind him. Of course he himself did not want to go to any survivor camp, and he did not care much about Wang Cheng's life or death. But Ling Mo had a good impression of Lu Yuhao. However, Lu Yuhao's personality determined that Ling Mo could not keep him by his side. The best result would be for Lu Yuhao to find a good place to go. The situation was urgent. After the young man finished speaking, he looked at Ling Mo anxiously. Just now he had called out, and Ling Mo was the one who answered, so he vaguely felt that among these people, this seemingly ordinary young man was the one in charge. "Where is your camp?" Ling Mo frowned and asked. The young man probably did not expect that in such a critical situation Ling Mo would still be considering these questions. Normally when people met a survivor team, they would stick to them like glue. The reason he took the initiative to invite Ling Mo and the others was partly because he felt apologetic, and partly because he was surprised by their combat ability. Although there were not many zombies on the road toward the side gate, there were still a few that rushed out to block the way. Originally the young man thought these people would either be unable to resist and run back, or they would also pay a certain price. But what shocked them greatly was that this seemingly weak group, 2 girls, 2 boys, and 1 young man, actually had extremely strong combat ability. These scattered zombies did not cause them any trouble at all. Such a group was clearly not a burden, but very worth recruiting. Ginkgo community. "So, do you want to come back to the camp with us?" the young man asked eagerly. Ginkgo community was not far from here. It only required going around 2 streets. But this group looked like they had just left the camp, so why were they going back so soon? On such matters, Ling Mo had no intention of hiding anything and asked directly. The young man quickly said, "You misunderstood. We came out 2 days ago and have been collecting supplies nearby. Today we originally planned to take a risk and look for some things here, but we didn't expect this place to really be like a dragon's den and tiger's cave. Now that we ran into trouble, we plan to return to the camp immediately to avoid greater losses." "So that was the case?" Ling Mo nodded and turned back to look at Yelen and Shauna. At this moment Xiaona's mood was stable. Like Yelen, her real identity could not be seen from her appearance. But to be safe, Ling Mo calmly controlled Yelen to take a baseball cap out of the backpack and put it on Shauna. This small action did not attract the young man's attention, because at the same time Ling Mo was talking with him. "All right, then we'll go back to the camp with you." "Great. Let's go." The young man showed a trace of joy. For the camp, the joining of newcomers usually meant 2 possibilities. 1, one more mouth to feed. 2, one more helper. In the young man's eyes, Ling Mo's group was clearly the latter. People like this were welcome anywhere. The members of the team had no objections to the temporary joining of Ling Mo and the others. Most of them even nodded at them to show welcome. Observing these people at close distance gave Ling Mo a more direct understanding of this team. Among this group there were both men and women. They all looked young. The oldest looked only a little over 30, and the youngest seemed only 15 or 16. Although they had just experienced a life-and-death fight, their expressions were not terrified. Their foreheads were covered with sweat, and they looked very tired. The only one with a heavy expression was a girl about 20 years old. Her eyes were red, but she had not shed tears. While moving forward with this group, Ling Mo heard the young man whisper a few words of comfort to the girl. Only then did he learn that the girl's older brother had just tried to hold back the zombies. When jumping from the building he was a step too late, and right in front of her eyes he was pulled back from the window. By now he was probably only a skeleton. After giving up the plan of searching for supplies, this group went from the main street into a small alley. Originally Ling Mo felt somewhat confused, but seeing that the young man leading the way seemed very familiar with the route, he felt somewhat relieved. There were not many zombies in the alley. Because this alley was between 2 residential communities, there were walls on both sides. Except for occasional abandoned vehicles, there were basically no obstacles. After walking through this alley for about 5 or 6 minutes, the group turned onto a street that was not very wide, and more zombies began to appear on the road. With this group's orderly fighting method, and with Ling Mo occasionally taking action to reduce their pressure, it did not take long to pass through this street. Soon they arrived at Ginkgo Community. Unlike the high-end residential community opposite No. 3 Middle School, Ginkgo Community, although also a high-end housing development, had just been completed not long ago and not many people had officially moved in. This also meant the environment was relatively clean, and there were only a few zombies inside the community. However, a small number of zombies could still be seen at the main gate. This was completely determined by the geographical location, since nearby there was a busy commercial street. The camp mentioned by the young man was an elevator apartment building in the community. The entrance door of this apartment building was built quite well and could provide a certain degree of protection. Although it would definitely be useless against a large group of zombies, it was not a problem to resist a small number of zombies. Moreover, someone was guarding behind the door. When he saw the young man bring several strangers back, he only looked at Ling Mo and the others a few more times with a scrutinizing gaze and did not say anything. People here have to take turns standing guard. There are also people responsible for watching from upstairs. If the situation is not right, they will organize us to evacuate or hide, the young man said proactively when he saw that Ling Mo seemed somewhat curious. They went up to the second floor along the emergency stairway and entered an apartment. What surprised Ling Mo was that no one lived here. There was only a woman wearing glasses who helped these people take off their backpacks. Then she took out a notebook, counted the things these people brought back, and made detailed records. "Wait a moment," the young man said to Ling Mo, then went over and took off his backpack. Ling Mo stood at the door and watched for a while. He found that the things brought back by this group were really quite a lot. Besides various kinds of food, there were also all kinds of medicines, clothes, and even some women's supplies. After the woman finished registering them, she asked the young man to sign it, and then signaled them to leave. The supplies were then sorted by the woman and moved into the inner room. Ling Mo glanced from a distance and found that the bedroom had been turned into a warehouse. When the door opened and closed, he could vaguely see that there were quite a lot of supplies piled inside. The young man came out with a slight smile. "Well, I didn't have time to tell you before. Actually, I'm not qualified to let you join. We have to ask our leader. But you can rest assured, our leader is a very good person. Now I'll take you there." Ling Mo nodded indifferently. Suddenly his eyes flashed and he asked tentatively, "What you were doing just now was?" "Oh, just registration. The people here are divided into 3 teams. Each team goes out to search for supplies in turn. After returning, they have to register the supplies in storage, and then the captain signs it. By the way, my name is Liu. I'm the captain of Team 2. A trace of pride flashed in Liu's eyes. After the others came out of the warehouse, they all returned to another apartment, while Liu led Ling Mo and the others to the 3rd floor. Ling Mo was quite interested in this so-called leader. After all, being able to establish such a survivor camp in a short time meant this leader's methods were not ordinary. Before meeting this leader, Ling Mo made many guesses in his mind. But he never expected that when the door on the 3rd floor was opened, the one who appeared before his eyes would be a somewhat sickly-looking girl. But that was not the key point. The real reason Ling Mo widened his eyes and instantly stood there stunned was that he actually knew this girl. The little girl from the neighbor's house whom he thought had died in Wang's blade shop, Wong Lin. When Wong Lin looked up at him, Ling Mo almost subconsciously blurted out, "What the hell?" When Ling Mo stepped into that extremely bloody workshop, where even a mutated zombie had remained, he believed that this beautiful girl who he had only met a few times and remembered as very fragile had probably long ago turned into a few bones and some fragments. He never expected that he would actually see a living Wong Lin in this place. Originally Wong Lin had only calmly raised her head, but when she saw the group standing at the door, her eyes suddenly widened. She jumped up from the chair at once, raised one slender arm, pointed at them, and said quickly and nervously, You. "Ha, do you know Sister Lin?" Liu had good eyesight and immediately noticed something unusual. He asked in surprise. "Sister?" This girl looked at most 17 or 18 years old, yet you, a grown man, call her sister? Ling Mo had not yet fully recovered when he fell into shock again. The way he looked at Liu suddenly became somewhat unbelievable. Liu's face turned red from being stared at and he said in a low voice, "Sister Lin is very strong. Sometimes even the boss can't control her. Last time she even took the boss and ran back home." Before he could finish speaking, Wong Lin had already taken a deep breath and strangely returned to calm. She slowly walked in front of Ling Mo and the others and looked at them one by one with a somewhat strange gaze. While Ling Mo was still racking his brain thinking of how to start speaking, Wong Lin had already spoken in a slightly disdainful tone, Oh, Xiana, you're not dead yet? Ling Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had been too shocked and forgot that this girl was Xiana's relative. But judging from Wong Lin's tone, why did it seem like she had some hidden hostility toward Xiana? Yet thinking about her expression just now, she had clearly been very excited, but when she spoke she became so cold. This Wong Lin seemed somewhat inconsistent between her heart and words. Hearing someone call her name, Xiana gave a slight reaction. Her somewhat confused eyes turned toward Wong Lin. After glancing at her once, she silently moved her gaze away. This was not because she was arrogant, but because of the aftereffects of being infected and becoming a zombie. But Wong Lin knew nothing about this. Seeing Xiana react like this, a trace of anger immediately appeared. Always acting cold? That's right, how could someone like you die so easily? But seeing that I'm still alive, are you disappointed? Naturally Xiana gave no answer, while Ling Mo showed a strange expression. Why did Wong Lin's tone sound not only sour, but also somewhat aggrieved? Was it because Xiana's reaction to seeing her was too calm? If it were Yelen, Ling Mo could control her to give some reaction, such as nodding or shaking her head. But Xiana, being able to suppress her so that she did not attack randomly was already good enough. Forcing control over her actions could only make her follow his movements. Although she was not a mutated zombie, the difficulty of controlling her was no lower than that of a mutated zombie, and even more complicated. If Ling Mo's mental power had not evolved, he really would not be able to control both Yelen and Xiana at the same time continuously. Since Xiana did not speak, Wong Lin snorted heavily again. When she looked at Ling Mo and the others again, her expression became somewhat unfriendly. Who are you? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment, then showed a bitter smile. He remembered this neighbor girl quite clearly and had even felt sad for her death, yet this girl did not recognize him at all. This was not surprising. No matter from which aspect, Ling Mo was extremely ordinary. Throw him into a crowd and no one would look at him twice. Although this girl had met him face to face several times, it was normal that she did not remember him. After all, he was just an ordinary person with no special features. Instead, Lu Yuhao suddenly said in surprise, Lin. I think Xiana has a cousin called Wong Lin. Wong Lin snorted unhappily and glanced sideways at Xiana again. Seeing that Xiana still had no reaction, her eyes seemed to spit fire. But just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly caught sight of the short blade at Ling Mo's waist. At once her attention shifted from Xiana to Ling Mo. From the moment Ling Mo entered the room, Wong Lin had not looked at him directly, but now she fixed her gaze on him. Ha, you're the one who stole my short blade. Why are you with Xiana? Stole? What do you mean stole? In the apocalypse, your completely abandoned shop could be entered by anyone. Could it be that the mutated zombie was the shop owner? But Wong Lin's words seemed to have another meaning. Could it be that when Ling Mo went to Wong's handmade blade shop that day, this girl had been hiding somewhere and watching? Thinking this, Ling Mo looked at Wong Lin with that meaning in his eyes. What are you looking at? Give the knife back. I made it. Why are you holding it? Wong Lin glared at Ling Mo and said rudely. Return the knife? Ling Mo was stunned for a moment. Then the shocked expression on his face slowly disappeared and was replaced by a faint coldness and a trace of gloom. Indeed, the short blade had been made by Wong Lin, but Ling Mo had entered danger to retrieve it, even killing a mutated zombie for it. Now this girl stood casually in front of him and simply stretched out her hand asking him to return the blade. How could things be so easy? Moreover, for this blade Ling Mo had already paid a certain price, which was helping Xiana and the others break through to number 3 middle school. Whether emotionally or logically, he owed Wong Lin nothing. Looking at Wong Lin's impatient face, Ling Mo asked coldly, why should I return it to you? Wong Lin was stunned for a moment. Beside them Liu looked at Ling Mo as if he were looking at an idiot and quietly pulled Ling Mo's sleeve. That belongs to Sister Lin. You dare keep it? Give it back to her. His expression was also full of regret. If he had known the group he brought back would immediately have a conflict with Wong Lin, he would not have interfered. Ling Mo only snorted and said nothing. But his expression already clearly showed his attitude. He would not take out the short blade. What do you mean why? Wong Lin immediately became furious and said, I made this knife, and it was the first finished product I was satisfied with. You went into my family shop and took something I made. How is that different from a thief? Now the owner asks you to return it and you still ask why. Wong Lin's tone made Ling Mo very unhappy. A strong sense of superiority and that arrogant attitude showed that this seemingly sickly girl carried the manner of a true young lady. Not only Ling Mo, even Lu Yuhao's expression toward Wong Lin became somewhat unhappy. He secretly thought that although they were cousins, Wong Lin was far worse than Xiana. As for Wang Cheng, he looked at Wong Lin cautiously and quietly stepped back 2 steps. He did not want to be involved in this dispute. Wong Lin seemed to have quite a status in this survivor camp, but during the past 2 days Ling Mo's strength had also left a deep impression on him. He even vaguely felt that although Wong Lin spoke very rudely and looked fierce, Ling Mo would definitely not give in. At this moment, however, the door of the inner room suddenly opened, and a man about 30 years old walked out. He was clearly disturbed by Wong Lin's shouting. As soon as he came out, he asked in annoyance, "Wong Lin, who are you arguing with again?" When he saw Ling Mo and the others, the man was stunned for a moment. Especially when he saw Shauna, his expression suddenly became very strange. Just like Ling Mo's expression when he saw Wong Lin, the way this man looked at Shauna seemed as if he had seen a ghost. "This Wong Lin's cousin, when we went to her house a few days ago, weren't there no living people left?" the man blurted out, not noticing that Wong Lin was glaring at him with an ugly expression. Ling Mo raised his eyebrow, thinking that this girl indeed had a cold appearance but a warm heart toward Shauna. But this did not mean Ling Mo would be moved. No matter what, the thing he risked his life to obtain would not be returned to Wong Lin. "You're here too?" The man quickly turned his gaze to Ling Mo, and spoke as if he knew him. "When you killed that mutated zombie that day, I also saw it. Very impressive. I didn't expect you would come to our camp together with Wong Lin's cousin. This must be the beauty who was with you that day, right?" At this moment Liu also inserted a sentence at the right time. "This is our boss Song. Boss, we met these people today in the number 3 middle school community." "What boss? Just call me Song Tian." Song Tian smiled. Ling Mo deliberately ignored Wong Lin glaring at him. He also smiled slightly and said, "I'm Ling Mo, and Xiana, that is, Wong Lin's cousin, is." At this point Ling Mo himself hesitated. Now Xiana had turned into a zombie. Once she left his control she would become a monster. But because of Xiana's strength and also a faint reluctance in his heart, Ling Mo did not want to give up on Xiana. So Xiana's relationship with him should temporarily be friends. "I am Xiana's friend. And these 2 boys are both Xiana's classmates," Ling Mo said. "That's really quite a coincidence." Song Tian clapped exaggeratedly, then a troubled expression appeared on his face. "Wong Lin, you're still thinking about that short blade?" "Of course." Wong Lin raised her eyebrows and said naturally, "Ling Mo, right? Hurry and return the short blade to me." "No." Ling Mo answered firmly. "You made the blade, but I risked my life to get it. You say you want it and I must give it. Isn't that the logic of a robber?" Seeing Ling Mo refuse so directly, Wong Lin's face immediately became very ugly. However, Song Tian laughed and tried to smooth things over. "Wong Lin, stop arguing. We'll talk about the short blade later. It's not easy to see your cousin again. Let's first ask them to stay. What do you think, Mr. Ling?" Song Tian looked ordinary, but his body was very strong. In his movements there was faintly some military temperament. Although Wong Lin was arrogant, she seemed to listen to Song Tian's words somewhat, so she only snorted and turned her head away without speaking again. However, her gaze still glanced at Ling Mo from time to time, and occasionally she impatiently glared at Xiana. Unfortunately, neither Ling Mo nor Xiana reacted at all to her actions. After asking Liu about the situation, Song Tian dismissed him and then invited Ling Mo and the others into his office. After all, he was the leader of the camp. This apartment was different from the empty rooms on the 2nd floor. It had not only been renovated, but was also fully furnished. It seemed someone had lived here before the apocalypse arrived. Song Tian's office was one of the remodeled bedrooms. The extra furniture had been moved away, leaving only a bed and a desk, and there was also a 4-seat sofa. For some reason, Wong Lin also followed in and sat on the edge of the bed with an unhappy expression. "Sit down. Don't worry, it has all been cleaned." Song Tian leaned against the desk and gestured for everyone to sit on the sofa. However, the extra sentence he added made Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng, who had just sat down, show strange expressions. The meaning of his words clearly implied that someone had died on that sofa. But after struggling through the apocalypse for so many days, even Wang Cheng had developed some resistance during these 2 days. He could sit in a pile of corpses, so a sofa where someone had died was nothing. As Liu said just now, it was our team that dragged you into trouble. I'm really sorry about that. When Song Tian began apologizing, Wong Lin immediately snorted dissatisfied beside him. Ling Mo originally wanted to say it was nothing, but when he saw Wong Lin's reaction he immediately sneered and said, "We were living there just fine. As soon as your people came, we were forced to abandon our place. Changing locations is not a big deal, but unfortunately all the supplies we worked hard to collect were left there." After hearing Ling Mo's words, Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng both showed strange expressions. They had indeed left in a hurry, but except for a climbing rope, Ling Mo should not have lost anything. Saying this now, did he want the other side to compensate for it? Don't forget this was their camp. Moreover, in the apocalypse supplies were even more important than life. Even though Song Tian seemed gentle, asking him to take out supplies as compensation was unrealistic. But the things they could think of, would Ling Mo not think of them? Since he dared to speak, he naturally had something to rely on. First, Xiaona's presence. If Song Tian wanted to do something excessive, Wong Lin would definitely not agree, so things would not become too ugly. Second, combat strength as support. Not to mention Ling Mo himself, just Xiaona and Yelen, these two female zombies, would be enough to turn this camp upside down. Although some people here had good skills, compared with mutated zombies they were still far behind. Most importantly, Ling Mo was not intentionally trying to rob them. After finishing speaking, he glanced especially dissatisfied at Wong Lin, and this glance was immediately accurately captured by Song Tian. Ling Mo's meaning was very clear. Your people not only dragged me into trouble and caused me to lose supplies, but you are also asking me for something. Song Tian suddenly felt a headache. He had personally seen Ling Mo kill the mutated zombie that day, so he was somewhat wary of Ling Mo's strength. That was why he had stopped Wong Lin earlier, hoping to find a gentler way to get the short blade back. But now that Ling Mo said this, no matter how thick Song Tian's skin was, he could not bring himself to ask for it again. Should he act tough and demand it? Although this was his own camp, Song Tian had worked hard to build it and naturally did not want trouble to occur. The camp had not been established long. Although it looked orderly on the surface, many problems still existed internally. For the sake of one short blade, forcibly taking it, others could do such a thing, but as the leader he absolutely could not. In the apocalypse, strength was the basis of speaking, but in the early stage of building the camp, Song Tian knew he still needed to win the hearts of the people below. The most important thing was that the moment Song Tian saw Ling Mo, he had an idea: keep Ling Mo and his group here. A strong person who could kill a mutated zombie alone joining the camp would be like an injection of strength. I'm really sorry, Song Tian ignored the signals Wong Lin kept giving him and said, so Mr. Ling, what do you think we should do? Just call me Ling Mo. Ling Mo frowned and thought for a while, then said, I know your camp has many people and supplies should be very tight. I don't plan to ask for compensation, but this short blade. Under Wong Lin's almost murderous gaze, Song Tian forced a bold smile and said, it's just a short blade. Consider it a gift to you. One short blade in exchange for a new member with very good skills, it was worth it. As for Wong Lin, at worst he would endure her cold looks for a few days. Humph, coward. Wong Lin angrily cursed and slammed the door as she left. Song Tian smiled awkwardly and then spoke again, you lost your place to stay and your supplies, so I really feel sorry about it. How about this, our camp is short of manpower now. Do you want to join us? Although this camp was small, Song Tian's ability could be seen from this. Ling Mo had some admiration for him. But join the camp? Forget it. Staying together with two female zombies and a large group of survivors every day would be more thrilling than dancing on the edge of a knife. Moreover, the two female zombies, especially Yelen, needed to keep consuming gel to evolve. Joining the camp would bring too many restrictions, while he needed to hunt mutated zombies. Therefore Ling Mo shook his head without hesitation and said, thanks, but the two of them and I still have things to do, so we can't join you for now. But this friend of mine is quite capable. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Lu Yuhao. This result immediately disappointed Song Tian greatly, but since Ling Mo had not completely refused, Song Tian vaguely felt that there was still some hope. After all, Shauna was Wong Lin's cousin. Thinking of this, the disappointment on Song Tian's face faded a lot, and he followed Ling Mo's gaze toward Lu Yuhao. You want to join? What about that one? The second person he asked about was naturally Wang Cheng. Hearing this, Wang Cheng looked nervously at Ling Mo, then nodded decisively. I'll join. This camp clearly was not a place that fed useless people. A healthy young man like him would certainly have to go out to collect supplies, so Wang Cheng's decision was actually made with great determination. Not join? Ling Mo would not support him. The most important thing was that in his heart he knew that Xiaona beside Ling Mo was a zombie. Staying with a zombie sooner or later every day, such a dangerous and thrilling thing, Wang Cheng felt his heart could not bear it. But with Wong Lin here, he did not dare reveal this matter. Who knew what Wong Lin's attitude toward Xiaona really was? Moreover, Xiaona's appearance looked completely the same as a normal person. If he said it, would anyone believe him? Offending Ling Mo without certainty would be asking for death. When it was Lu Yuhao's turn, he seemed somewhat hesitant. It was not hard to see from his expression that he could not let go of Xiaona. But he knew clearly in his heart that in Xiaona's current state, it was impossible for her to stay here with him. As for Ling Mo, The relationship between Ling Mo and them could not be called very close. They simply got along well with each other, but that was all. Leaving such a dangerous Xiaona by his side had already made Lu Yuhao extremely grateful to Ling Mo. If it were someone else, even if they did not kill Xiaona, they would definitely draw a clear line from them and leave immediately. Of course, this was because Lu Yuhao did not know that Ling Mo possessed a special ability, puppet control. He also did not know that during Xiaona's mutation, Ling Mo had even taken out 2 pieces of virus gel from the brains of mutated zombies and let Xiaona swallow them. But no matter what, in Lu Yuhao's view, if Xiaona wanted to continue living like a human, the only way was to stay with Ling Mo. And he himself absolutely could not give her that. Follow Ling Mo and leave? Lu Yuhao had thought about this idea more than once, but Ling Mo's attitude was very clear. He did not need burdens by his side. And did he count as a burden? Lu Yuhao asked himself this question. He naturally knew Ling Mo's strength. Although Yelen rarely acted, it could be seen that her strength was not low. As for Xiaona, it went without saying. After becoming a zombie, not only had her strength not weakened, but in some ways it had become even stronger. Compared with them, Lu Yuhao was only an ordinary boy who was a little brave and knew a little about fighting. Thinking of this, Lu Yuhao looked at Ling Mo with a complicated gaze, hoping to get some hint from him. Ling Mo noticed it immediately. Ling Mo actually had a good impression of Lu Yuhao, especially after comparing him with his classmates. But Ling Mo was already traveling with 2 zombies and needed to hunt mutated zombies. Bringing Lu Yuhao would definitely be inconvenient. Moreover, Ling Mo did not want anyone to know about his ability to control zombies for now. So from the moment he successfully controlled Xiaona, Ling Mo had already planned to find a place for Lu Yuhao to leave. The survivor camp established by Song Tian seemed very suitable to Ling Mo. So when Lu Yuhao looked at him, Ling Mo looked deeply at him, then as if casually turned his gaze to Xiaona before nodding. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Yuhao's eyes, but at the same time there was also a sense of determination. All right, I'll join too. Even though he was still a burden now, someday? Although Ling Mo and the 2 girls refused to join, being able to gain 2 strong young teenagers still made Song Tian very happy. A newly established camp like his lost people every day while collecting supplies. Bringing suitable survivors back to the camp had already become a rule. Except for rare people like Ling Mo, most people happily joined the camp. After all, surviving alone was extremely difficult. Even if you didn't join, Miss Xia is Wong Lin's cousin. Why not stay here today? Song Tian's suggestion was reasonable, but Xiaona naturally gave no response. Ling Mo felt that Xiaona's condition was still unstable. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. If someone noticed something unusual, that would be very bad. So he smiled and refused. I would like them to catch up, but we really have urgent matters. How about this, after we finish what we need to do, I'll bring Xiaona back. These words were only an excuse. Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng both knew the real situation. They also knew that after leaving, Ling Mo would probably not appear before them again for a long time, perhaps even never again. This was the apocalypse. Zombies were everywhere, and death could appear anywhere. It could be said that survivors living in this world could die at any moment. In such circumstances, any promises seemed weak. Wang Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He feared Ling Mo, but he feared Xiaona even more now that she had become a zombie. Lu Yuhao's eyes became slightly red. His gaze stayed on Xiaona the whole time, but he did not dare move closer even a little. Except for Ling Mo, Xiaona did not recognize anyone. I see, then I won't force you to stay. But before leaving, let Miss Xia meet Wong Lin again. By the way, that's just how she talks. Don't mind it, Song Tian said when he saw it was impossible to persuade them. Don't mind it? With that attitude, how could one not mind? Ling Mo had once felt some sympathy for Wong Lin, but after this contact he had little good impression of her. However, Song Tian was right. Xiaona was still her cousin. Leaving without letting them meet again would not be appropriate. When Song Tian got up to go outside, Lu Yuhao suddenly pulled Ling Mo and said sincerely in a low voice, Brother Ling, I hope you can take good care of Xiaona. Although she is a zombie, you also saw that she will not harm you. If you can help her recover her reason, that would be best. Even if not, don't abandon her, please. Looking at Lu Yuhao's eyes, Ling Mo felt somewhat moved. He sighed quietly and patted Lu Yuhao's shoulder. You should also live well. Wait, just as Ling Mo was about to step forward, Lu Yuhao pulled him again. But this time his tone contained a trace of determination. I will become stronger than I am now. So I think that one day I will go find you. These words surprised Ling Mo for a moment, but then he smiled. Then work hard. The chance that Lu Yuhao would find them was probably very small. But when a person lived in this world, having some hope was not a bad thing. Song Tian searched around the building and after quite a while returned with Wong Lin, who looked very unwilling. By this time Ling Mo and the others had already reached the entrance of the building and were ready to leave at any moment. Since she failed to get the short blade back and lost face in front of Ling Mo, Wong Lin's expression when looking at Ling Mo was very unfriendly. But when she looked at Shauna, her gaze was not much kinder. Probably because she was unwilling to accept it, Wong Lin walked directly to Ling Mo and Shauna. She even reached out and punched Ling Mo heavily once. Ling Mo could have easily dodged this punch, but a little girl's fist had no real power and did not hurt at all. That Liu was so afraid of Wong Lin and even said she was very strong? Apart from her momentum, Ling Mo could not see where this girl was strong. Don't think that because the two of you joined forces you can bully me. That short blade, sooner or later I will make you return it. After throwing down these harsh words, Wong Lin turned and walked upstairs. But after climbing 2 steps, she suddenly turned back and said, "Don't bully my family's people, or I will never let you go." Ling Mo stared blankly as Wong Lin ran upstairs. This girl really liked to say harsh words, but she had shouted so fiercely before and still ended up being overridden by Song Tian. As for bullying, Ling Mo turned to look at Xia Na beside him, and suddenly a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In her current state, there are some things that must be done with my help. Does that count as bullying? Watching Ling Mo and the other two leave from upstairs, a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Wong Lin's mouth. Now let's see where you can run. Behind her, Song Tian rubbed his head with some headache. You did something to him, didn't you? None of your business. Wong Lin glared at him rudely, then blinked slyly. If you won't help me, I have my own way. At this moment, Ling Mo, who had already walked out of Ginkgo community, did not know that Wong Lin had quietly left a small mark on him. Only after leaving the survivor camp far behind did Ling Mo finally breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped his forehead with his hand and looked at it. His palm was full of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Xia Na beside him had a faint red glow in her eyes. It was really very difficult to keep Xia Na firmly suppressed. Xia Na, what exactly is your condition now? Ling Mo looked at Xia Na deeply. At the moment she met Wong Lin, Xia Na's emotions suddenly fluctuated. If Ling Mo had not forcibly controlled her, she would probably have revealed something at that time. Now it seemed that his decision had been somewhat rushed, but judging from the result, everything had turned out well. Lu Yuhao had been settled, and Wang Cheng, that burden, had also been shaken off. Now beside Ling Mo there were only 2 female zombies left, Yelen and Xia Na. One was a mutated zombie that was evolving and becoming stronger, while the other still retained the last trace of reason, in a divided state between zombie and normal human. This really was troublesome. But on the other hand, without other people present, Ling Mo also felt more relaxed. When others were around, his abilities could never be used properly. However, the most important thing now was not to immediately hunt mutated zombies, but to find a suitable place to stay. A place like the No. 3 middle school community was absolutely unsuitable. Once Yelen swallowed virus gel and began evolving, Ling Mo himself would also be strongly affected. If something like what happened this morning occurred again, he would probably only be able to wait for death. Therefore this place to stay had to be hidden. Touching the virus gel in his pocket, Ling Mo showed a slight smile. He led Yelen and Xia Na running quickly and soon turned into a desolate street. Ling Mo was not familiar with the surroundings here, but he knew that along this kind of street he would certainly find a suitable place. Because it was in a busy area, there were shops on both sides of the street, with residential buildings above them. Zombies could occasionally be encountered. But with Yelen clearing the way in front, the zombies were knocked down before they could even react. However, Ling Mo was not bold enough to walk openly in the street like this. He carefully hid in the shadows and moved forward slowly. There were indeed suitable places here, but they were too close to Ginkgo community, which was still somewhat unsafe for Ling Mo. For other people, a survivor camp like that would undoubtedly be an excellent refuge, but for Ling Mo, controlling 2 zombies among a large group of people was far more dangerous than fighting zombies. After passing this street, a square appeared before Ling Mo's eyes. Ling Mo had been to this newly built square several times. There were shops all around it, and there was even a large hotel. After observing from afar for a while, Ling Mo set his target on a 2-story building by the river. The first floor of the small building was a shop, and the second floor was a tea house. What Ling Mo valued was that the staircase leading to the tea house was very narrow, and there was also an iron door that could completely close it. In addition, there was some distance between it and the neighboring buildings, and behind it was a shallow river. Even if surrounded, there would still be a chance to escape. Most importantly, its location was relatively remote and it looked very inconspicuous. After slowly reaching the building, Ling Mo first let Yelen enter the shop on the first floor. As expected, there were still 2 zombies inside the shop, but these ordinary zombies did not actively attack Yelen. After thinking for a moment, Ling Mo also did not eliminate them. Leaving 2 zombies there meant that even if other survivors passed by, they would not imagine that someone was living upstairs. Shauna naturally would not attract the attention of these 2 zombies either. Instead, Ling Mo held his breath. After controlling Yelen to deliberately make a small noise to attract their attention, he quickly went upstairs. At this time Shauna had already searched the tea house and found 3 zombies in total. 2 of them were quickly killed by her, while the remaining one, after discovering Ling Mo, rushed toward him crazily. There were many obstacles in the tea house, so the zombies' movements were inevitably hindered. Just as he was blocked by a tea table, Shauna had already caught up from behind and thrust her long blade downward. This attack method was far inferior to the powerful sword technique Shauna showed when she had self-awareness. However, it was faster and more powerful. With this stab, the zombie was pierced straight through. Technique was certainly important, but when one's own strength reached a certain level, this straightforward method of attack was instead more astonishing. Ling Mo also vaguely felt that so-called mutation meant that humans were completely driven by instinct, and the body's potential was stimulated because of it. But the shortcomings also became more obvious. They did not understand tactics and did not know how to advance or retreat properly. For example, when Shauna was conscious, Ling Mo might perform better than her when killing zombies, but if the 2 fought each other, Ling Mo might not be her opponent. Although his abilities had improved in all aspects, his fighting techniques were all learned through real combat, and they could not compare with Shauna's swordsmanship. Although the mutated Shauna seemed stronger, Ling Mo felt that if he faced this state of Shauna, even if he could not defeat her, avoiding her attacks would be easy. As for evolution, evolution was the real foundation that made zombies truly stronger. After Yelen evolved, a trace of consciousness began to appear. Mutation might only turn humans completely into monsters, but evolution would turn zombies into monsters with reason. What kind of terrifying killing machine would a bloodthirsty monster with reason become? However, this thought only flashed through Ling Mo's mind and he did not dwell on it, because his attention soon shifted to a more urgent matter. After searching around behind the teahouse counter for a while, Ling Mo found a large lock inside. It should have been used to lock the iron door downstairs. After controlling Yelen to go down and lock the door, Ling Mo then had Shauna follow him to throw the zombies one by one out of the window into the river behind the building. As for the bloodstains on the floor, they could only pretend not to see them. Although there were no beds in the tea house, there were many 2-seat sofas, which could barely be used. After locking the door and blocking the staircase with some heavy furniture, Ling Mo finally showed a slight smile and took out the virus gel from his pocket. But as soon as he took out the gel, Ling Mo's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. What is going on? It had been more than a day since Ling Mo hunted the mutated zombie and obtained the gel. During that time, Ling Mo gave 2 pieces with slightly lower virus purity to Shauna, and carefully kept the rest on his body. However, in order to avoid being infected by the virus, he deliberately put all these gels into a plastic bag. Although he had touched them directly with his hands before, that had only been for a short time. Storing them close to his body like this, not to mention whether there might be a risk of infection, just the disgusting feeling alone was already unbearable. When he fed the gel to Shauna yesterday, the appearance of the gel had not changed. But after more than one night, when he took out the gel again now, it had become like this. Originally there had been several pieces of gel, but without him noticing, they had quietly fused together, and now could only barely be separated into 2 pieces. Yet the total volume had decreased by more than half. Could it be that virus gels could also devour each other? Ling Mo raised the plastic bag and looked closely. He discovered that the virus gel in his hand was indeed different from before. It had become clearer and much more red. Originally the red parts had been distributed inside the gel like blood vessels, but now they almost covered the entire virus gel. What kind of virus is this? Ling Mo was full of doubts. However, he did not have knowledge in this area. Everything he knew about virus gel came from observing Yelen. But the purer the virus gel was, the more useful it was for Yelen. This was certainly correct. But what Ling Mo did not expect was that as soon as he took the gel out of the plastic bag, Xiana's mood immediately showed a slight change. Her eyes quickly became covered with a layer of red, and she stared tightly at the gel in Ling Mo's hand. Although she had already been infected and mutated into a zombie, Xiana's situation was very different from ordinary zombies, even somewhat fundamentally different. The biggest characteristic of ordinary zombies was that they had no reason and were extremely aggressive. But when Xiana was not going mad, she would sometimes show a confused expression. When facing familiar people, such as Wong Lin, she would even show a slight reaction. Not only that, whenever someone called her name, she would turn her attention toward that person. This was absolutely not something an ordinary zombie could do. But on the other hand, Shauna had completely retained the characteristics of zombies, aggression. Moreover, perhaps because she swallowed 2 pieces of virus gel during her mutation, although her strength was not as great as a mutated zombie, her habits were already completely the same as a mutated zombie. She attacked her own kind without mercy, and she had a strong desire for gel. Now that Ling Mo had taken out these 2 obviously refined virus gels, not only did Yelen immediately send a feeling of desire to Ling Mo, but even Shauna began to stir restlessly. But Xiana's speed of consuming virus gel was too fast. She had just swallowed 2 mutated gels less than 48 hours ago. Ling Mo hesitated and looked at Shauna, but a slight stabbing pain immediately came from his mind, and the red light in Xiana's eyes became brighter and brighter. It seemed that if he did not give her the gel, she would probably break free from control and rush forward to grab it. Helplessly, Ling Mo handed 1 piece of gel to Shauna. After receiving the gel, Shauna held it as if it were some supreme delicacy and hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth. But after swallowing this extremely pure virus gel, Shauna suddenly stiffened all over. Then a strange pale red color quickly appeared on the surface of her skin. Ling Mo was greatly shocked. But as soon as he reached out to support Shauna, he immediately felt something was wrong. Judging from her appearance, Xiana's body temperature should have been very high, but when he touched her skin, it actually felt somewhat cool. Immediately afterward, a trace of struggle appeared in Xiana's eyes. She even moved her lips slightly as if she wanted to say something. Not only that, Xiana's mental fluctuations suddenly became extremely strong. If Ling Mo had not clenched his teeth and held on desperately, she would probably have completely broken free from his control. However, this situation lasted only more than 10 seconds. Then Shauna tilted her head and suddenly fainted. Only then did Ling Mo's body go weak and he collapsed onto the ground. Just now forcibly controlling Shauna had already exhausted him greatly. He could not have lasted even 1 more minute. Fortunately, Shauna finally could not withstand the impact of the virus and fainted completely. Her mental fluctuations also instantly calmed from a boiling state into complete silence. This silence was even somewhat strange. Even when Yelen had just been controlled by Ling Mo, she had not been in such complete silence. At that time, her instinctive desire had already been stronger than that of ordinary zombies. But ordinary zombies also could not be described as silent. They were simply blank, with no thoughts or emotions at all. Xiana's current mental state seemed as if all fluctuations had stopped, but beneath that surface calm there might be enormous waves rising. Unfortunately, Ling Mo's mental power was not strong enough to spy into others' minds. At this moment he could only feel that all desire and resistance from Shauna had disappeared, yet it was not completely blank like ordinary zombies. After Shauna swallowed the gel, Ling Mo also felt a subtle change. Perhaps because his connection with Shauna was not strong enough, and her mental world had become completely calm like still water, the influence transmitted to Ling Mo through their mental connection while she was being transformed by the virus gel was not very strong. Even so, Ling Mo could feel that as a trace of violence appeared deep in his mind, his heartbeat suddenly became intense. At first this feeling made Ling Mo somewhat concerned, but after waiting for quite a while, there were no further changes. Ling Mo guessed that the change Xiana brought to him was probably only to this extent. What kind of state will this Xiana become? Looking at the unconscious Xiana still tightly holding her long blade, her face pale and her lips tightly pressed, Ling Mo could not help feeling a trace of pity. In the apocalypse she had relied on her own ability to survive and even supported many classmates, but in the end she was betrayed by her own people and became like this. And Yelen, if she had not gone to cook dinner for him, she would not have been trapped in the bus. Perhaps she might still have had a chance to live, but now she had become a mutated zombie. Ling Mo sighed quietly, carried Xiana and placed her on the sofa, then took the last piece of virus gel and walked to Yelen. This piece of virus gel was larger and even redder in color. Moreover, unlike Shauna, Yelen had already been hungry for several days. Since meeting Shauna and the others, Yelen had not eaten any virus gel. By today, her desire had reached a critical point. This was also the reason Ling Mo was eager to separate from Lu Yuhao and the others. Although he felt Lu Yuhao was a good person, he did not trust him too much, let alone fully open his heart. Whether it was the ability he possessed or this method of artificially accelerating zombie evolution, neither could be known by others at present. In the eyes of others, such a method would not only seem strange, but completely crazy and terrifying. Not to mention that among those he controlled there was also Shauna. Until the moment of parting, Lu Yuhao believed that Shauna still retained a trace of reason and had an inexplicable closeness to Ling Mo, so she had no intention of attacking him. He could never imagine that Ling Mo, an ordinary person, actually had the ability to control zombies. But if he knew, the situation would probably be very different. And if Lu Yuhao could not accept it, would Wong Lin accept it? Not only people related to Shauna, but even ordinary survivors would definitely not accept such an ability that could be considered terrifying. Therefore, although the puppet control ability was powerful, before Ling Mo himself became strong enough, it had to remain a secret from everyone. Seeing that Shauna would not wake up for a while, Ling Mo handed the virus gel in his hand to Yelen. The mental connection between him and Yelen was already very strong. Although Yelen looked at the virus gel with burning eyes, she did not try to snatch it. And when facing Ling Mo, her instinctive reactions had weakened a lot. This was not strange. He and Yelen were now like two parts of one body. Controlling Yelen was almost the same as controlling his own hands and feet, so problems like those with Shauna would naturally not appear. In the end, his puppet control ability was still not strong enough. Controlling several ordinary zombies at the same time was fine, but controlling Yelen and Shauna together for a long time was not so easy. Eat it. Ling Mo gently stroked Yelen's cheek with some affection, watching her swallow this extremely pure piece of virus gel. As the gel entered her body, the highly pure virus inside it would spread throughout Yelen's body, and in the end it would probably gather at the back of her brain. It was just unknown how pure the virus contained in the lesion inside Yelen's brain already was. But while staring at Yelen, Ling Mo suddenly became nervous. Unlike Shauna, once Yelen evolved, he himself would also be greatly affected. The last time Yelen evolved, although he gained great benefits, the process was still very painful. And that time she had only swallowed one piece of gel, but what she swallowed now was an extremely pure virus gel. Even if it was not as exaggerated as 1:10, it was certainly equal to 5. Sure enough, after Yelen swallowed the virus gel, a kiki strange sound immediately came from her throat. After the last evolution, her eyes had turned black, but just after swallowing the virus gel, the white part of her eyes suddenly seemed to fill with countless red blood vessels and instantly became blood red. Even her pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of red mist. Fortunately, she did not show any sign of resisting, but she also did not faint like Shauna. Yelen trembled all over, her eyes full of bloodthirsty aura. If someone stood with their back to her and did not see her slender body and pretty face, anyone would think that a fierce beast waiting to devour people was lurking behind them. Before, Ling Mo believed that something like killing intent was just a bluff and did not exist at all. But at this moment, looking at Yelen, Ling Mo truly understood what killing intent meant. Although she sat on the chair without moving, Ling Mo, who stood close in front of her, did not dare to move at all. It felt as if even moving a finger would attract her attack. Of course, this feeling only lasted for a moment, because the mental connection between Ling Mo and Yelen had not wavered. It was impossible for her to attack him. Even so, Ling Mo still felt very shocked. This undisguised violent aura had never appeared in Yelen before. At this moment, the influence transmitted through the mental connection suddenly shook Ling Mo, and a violent intent instantly swept through his mind. Different from before, this time Ling Mo did not feel any physical discomfort. On the contrary, while his eyes turned red and his fists clenched tightly, what he felt was an extreme sense of pleasure. Every pore on his body seemed completely open, and his mind was clearer than ever before. Although his vision almost turned completely red, the feeling of holding power made Ling Mo feel extremely satisfied. But at the same time, his thoughts were completely affected by the violent killing intent. Everything that appeared before his eyes, he wanted to destroy it crazily. Although the pleasure brought by his body was already very enjoyable, Ling Mo vaguely felt that only by letting himself destroy everything could his heart gain real satisfaction, and the pleasure would double. He even felt that at this moment, his way of thinking and the sensations coming from his body were exactly the same as those of a zombie. If his mental strength had not been strengthened before, Ling Mo might have completely fallen into this feeling. But just as he was gradually losing his reason, a resisting will transmitted from Yelen suddenly woke him up. Just as this tendency appeared in him, Yelen almost broke free from his control. No wonder zombies lose their reason and become monsters that only know killing. That feeling of giving one's whole body and mind to instinct was like pressing an extremely exciting button, and once this gate was opened, it would probably never close again. After waking up, Ling Mo felt lingering fear while struggling with great difficulty to resist the strange feeling coming from deep inside his heart. Even with his strong willpower, in this situation he could not help breathing heavily, and his whole body trembled slightly. It was not because of pain, but because of the wave-like pleasure surging in. Yelen, who sat in front of him, also had a flushed face. Her eyes stared steadily at Ling Mo, as if she had already fallen into that feeling. When Ling Mo was almost unable to suppress it, a low roar suddenly came from his throat. He suddenly pounced onto Yelen and tightly held her in his arms. Only in this way could he shift his attention and free himself from the desire to destroy everything. But holding her tightly was not enough, he needed more. Ling Mo suddenly held Yelen's face. Under the gaze of her blood-red eyes, his whole body trembled as he fiercely kissed her lips. Those cool lips and the warm tip of her tongue finally brought a trace of calm to Ling Mo's violent heart. Holding Yelen, he forgot himself as he tasted her sweetness. Passionate and frantic kisses fell like raindrops on Yelen's cheeks and neck. His hands also moved along Yelen's waist, stroking her slender back, her smooth rounded shoulders, and those slightly raised collarbones. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo gradually regained consciousness. When he came back to his senses, he had already rolled onto the carpet together with Yelen. Yelen's upper clothes had been torn into pieces by him. That small piece of underwear alone could not completely cover her proud breasts. There was even a kiss mark left on her chest. Naturally, this was Ling Mo's work when he was almost insane. At that time, when his mind was almost losing control, Ling Mo had completely awakened the desire for Yelen in his heart by instinct to resist that violent feeling. Now it seemed that the effect of shifting his attention was not bad. But kissing a zombie? Pressing a zombie under his body? Probably only he could do such a thing. But damn it, who says a zombie cannot be kissed? The feeling was actually quite good. Of course, in his heart Yelen was not a bloodthirsty zombie, nor some monster. Maybe she was no longer human, but in Ling Mo's eyes she was still the girl who made his heart race. However, after gradually calming down, Ling Mo suddenly felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head. The experiences of Liu Xian and Shauna had already confirmed that the virus could spread through blood. Then what about saliva? Just now, when he had almost lost his reason, he had taken quite a lot of sweet liquid from Yelen's mouth. And the most crucial problem was that Yelen had just swallowed a piece of virus gel. Did that count as directly drinking the virus? When a person's head becomes dizzy, they lose the ability to think. Moreover, under external influence, the fact that Ling Mo had not directly lost control of his mind and gone mad on the spot was already very good. But now that he had calmed down, Ling Mo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Any normal person would not want to turn into a zombie. And once he mutated, both Shauna and Yelen would be finished. Maybe Yelen would dig out the back of his brain on the spot and then disappear into this terrifying city full of zombies. And Shauna? She probably would not be able to escape from Yelen either. What should he do? Ling Mo sat there with his whole body cold, staring blankly at Yelen, and a bitter smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. My first kiss is actually fatal. 10 minutes passed. Ling Mo did not know whether it was a psychological effect or whether he had really been affected, but he always felt that his blood was boiling and his heart seemed about to jump out of his throat. But strangely, he was still very clear-minded, and apart from that nothing else had changed. Ling Mo's mind was desperately thinking of countermeasures. He did not know whether he would become something like Liu Xian, nor did he know whether he would become a real zombie. But before the final moment came, Ling Mo did not want to give up. At this moment he deeply understood Shauna's feelings at that time, that sense of despair slowly rising in the heart. However, Ling Mo did not regret it. If he had not released his desire for Yelen just now, he might already have become a violent madman. That extreme pleasure and desire washing over a person's body and mind at the same time could easily drive someone crazy. And now, even if he turned into a zombie, at least before that he had solved the problem of his first kiss, and it was with Yelen. Should he swallow some virus gel like Shauna did? Or a more direct method, drink some zombie blood? Maybe in the end he would be like Shauna and retain a trace of reason? Thinking of this, Ling Mo turned his attention to the plastic bag he had thrown aside. There were still some remnants of virus gel inside, although not much. But in a completely rational and clear state, eating such a thing, even for Ling Mo who lived with zombies day and night, still brought great psychological pressure. This had been taken out from the brain of a mutated zombie. Even such a small amount of poison probably contained more virus than a normal zombie. But between completely becoming a zombie and keeping a trace of reason, the balance in Ling Mo's heart gradually leaned toward the latter. He frowned, stretched out his hand, and slowly picked up the plastic bag. As soon as he brought the plastic bag in front of his eyes, an extremely pungent smell came out of it, making Ling Mo's head ache. But instead of being angry he felt happy, and his heavy mood relaxed a little. Since he still felt strong disgust toward this virus gel, it meant he had not begun to mutate yet. The smell of this gel was really too strong. If he ate this thing without mutating, Ling Mo suspected he would vomit everything in his stomach as soon as he opened his mouth. So he chose to wait. As long as signs of mutation appeared, he would eat the residue. Having a little hope was better than completely giving up. Thump thump thump. The sound of his heartbeat seemed to ring in Ling Mo's ears. He also felt as if his body had lost strength. This feeling was like a person who had drunk too much alcohol. 20 minutes, it should be soon. Shauna also began to mutate at about this time. Ling Mo sighed in his heart and nervously tightened his grip on the plastic bag. As long as there was the slightest sign, he would eat it. Taking a gamble was better than waiting to die. Although he had survived in the apocalypse for so long, Ling Mo essentially still did not want to die. He wanted to live. But once such a crisis came upon him, he did not lack the courage to face it. Most importantly, he lived with zombies day and night, so he did not have that deep fear of zombies. Becoming a zombie meant erasing the reason of a living person and turning them into a monster that only knew killing. Although this was more terrible than death, it was still better than dying immediately. But after waiting, an hour passed. Not only did Ling Mo show no signs of mutation, but his heartbeat gradually calmed down, and the strength he had lost slowly returned to his body. What was going on? Could it be that saliva did not transmit infection? Ling Mo, whose heart had already become like dead ashes, suddenly became extremely excited when he realized this problem. Not transmitted through saliva. Then did that mean it would also not be transmitted through? Ling Mo's gaze subconsciously moved to Yelian's body, especially those long legs pressed together. Not contagious, good. Not contagious is good. Ling Mo suddenly jumped up. If he had not been afraid of alerting the zombies downstairs, he would have burst out laughing 3 times. He had thought he was doomed, but it turned out saliva was not contagious. However, in his great joy, Ling Mo did not notice that during the long hour of waiting, his expression of rejection toward the object inside the plastic bag had gradually disappeared. He did not even realize that the originally extremely pungent smell no longer affected him. And after he confirmed that he would not mutate, the plastic bag was thrown onto the ground. While Ling Mo laughed silently, Yelian's eyes had already returned to normal. When Ling Mo looked at her, she was staring at him closely with a slightly confused expression. Ling Mo's heart immediately skipped a beat. He rushed over, grabbed Yelian's shoulders, and shook her hard. Yelian? Yelian looked at Ling Mo, then suddenly reached out and touched his hand. After that, she slightly frowned and looked at her own hand somewhat confused. This action was already quite human-like. Ling Mo's heart suddenly tightened. He stared blankly at Yelian but could not say a word. Normally he only maintained the mental connection with Yelian and did not deliberately control her movements. Therefore, Yelian's actions now came from herself. Sure enough, as Yelian continued to evolve, her reason was gradually recovering. But seeing that Yelian had no intention of speaking, Ling Mo's excitement slowly calmed down. He clearly knew that Yelian's recovery probably could not be accomplished in a short time. Being able to reach this level already was very good. Sure enough, after a brief moment of confusion, Yelian returned to an expressionless face. But when she looked at Ling Mo, her gaze was no longer completely emotionless like before. There was faintly a trace of dependence. Whether because of their mental connection or for some other reason, the way Yelian looked at Ling Mo had already changed slightly. But after knowing that Yelian's saliva would not harm him, Ling Mo could not help hugging her tightly and pecking her lips again. I should be the first human to kiss a zombie, right? Ha ha ha. The mental connection between Yelian and Ling Mo was very close. Even when he made such an intimate move toward Yelian, she did not resist at all, though she also had no reaction. Her human-like behavior only showed in the change of the way she looked at Ling Mo. As for other things, Ling Mo was not in such a hurry anyway. Meals had to be eaten bite by bite, and roads had to be walked step by step. At least now he could safely have closer contact with Yelian. As long as he was careful not to touch blood? Thinking of this, Ling Mo suddenly showed an extremely bitter smile. Not touch blood? Then how would his wish to push Yelian down be realized? Yelian, she was still a virgin. After swallowing a piece of virus gel with extremely high purity, besides the gratifying progress in reason, Yelian also seemed to have some changes in her body. Although her skin still showed a sickly pale color, great strength seemed to be hidden inside that slender body. It was impossible to fully test it in this tea house, but when Ling Mo let Yelian try moving within a small area, he discovered that Yelian's speed had already become extremely fierce. Before, Yelian could only be said to resemble a cheetah, but now when she almost completely turned into a black shadow and darted quickly around the surroundings, she had completely become a crazy cheetah. In terms of pure speed she certainly could not match a cheetah running at full speed, but in agility she was not inferior to a cheetah at all. So powerful, Ling Mo could not help being stunned for a moment, but soon he fell into excitement and agitation. When he had crazily kissed Yelen just now, although the continuous feeling of pleasure had been forcibly thrown to the back of Ling Mo's mind, the influence on his body was real. But when Ling Mo clenched his fist, he did not feel any increase in strength, which immediately made him frown. However, he soon turned his gaze to Yelen, who had already stopped, and then showed a look of realization. His evolution and Yelen's were connected. Since Yelen's improvement was completely shown in speed and agility, perhaps it was the same for him. Thinking of this, Ling Mo walked to a corner of the tea house, then took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward. Running in an environment full of obstacles without fast enough nerve reaction ability and corresponding physical reaction speed had only one result: falling badly. Although Ling Mo felt that his body had indeed become somewhat more flexible and probably a little faster, it should not yet have reached the point of moving quickly among obstacles like Yelen. But Ling Mo miscalculated. He did not expect that when he ran with all his strength, his speed would be so fast. Although he still could not compare with Yelen, he was already faster than many ordinary people. And at such a speed, rushing to the sofa and tables not far away was only a matter of a blink of an eye. Most importantly, Shauna, who was still unconscious, was lying on that sofa. Damn, can't dodge, can't dodge. Ling Mo cursed in his heart, but it was already too late for his feet to break. Just as he was about to crash into the tea table in front of the sofa, Ling Mo suddenly twisted his body at the critical moment. Making an evasive move while moving at high speed was very difficult, but in order not to injure himself, and even more to avoid bringing disaster to Shauna, Ling Mo still gritted his teeth and did it. But a movement made in a hurry, even if successful, was greatly reduced in effect. Ling Mo only managed to turn his body slightly. Although he avoided the tea table, he had already lost balance and the whole person fell forward. Ah! Ling Mo had just let out a low cry when his body was already lifted into the air and then fell down. So painful. His knees hit the ground. Even though there was a carpet, the feeling was still very unpleasant. Fortunately, his upper body did not hit the ground, otherwise he would inevitably have bruised his nose and face. A faint fragrance drifted into Ling Mo's nose, and when he supported himself with both hands trying to stand up, his left hand grabbed a soft mass. Huh? Ling Mo subconsciously raised his head and immediately froze. Although he tried to avoid harming Shauna, fate did not cooperate. His upper body had still fallen onto Shauna. At this moment his right hand was pressing on Shauna's flat lower abdomen, while his left hand was grabbing one of Shauna's breasts. Perhaps out of instinct, Ling Mo even subconsciously tightened his fingers and squeezed it. Quite soft. But in the next moment, Ling Mo's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. Because when he looked at Shauna's face, he discovered that Shauna had already opened her eyes, and those eyes almost the same as a normal person were staring at him. Ling Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Although he had not done it on purpose, and he knew that after becoming a zombie Shauna should not feel anything about such violation, Ling Mo still coughed lightly as if to cover it up, then slowly released Shauna. But what made him instantly freeze was that a trace of anger suddenly appeared on Shauna's face, and then she said two short words with a clear voice. Pervert. Huh? What did she say? Did I hear it wrong? Ling Mo suddenly jumped up. Previously when Shauna swallowed the virus gel and then woke up, she had also spoken, but afterward she had never spoken again. So in Ling Mo's view, she was mostly still in the process of mutation at that time, not a zombie in a complete state. Saying one or two sentences while confused was not a big deal. But after observing for a whole day and night, Ling Mo could be sure that even if Shauna had not completely become a zombie at that time, she was definitely a zombie now. When he found Yelen, she was already a mutated zombie and had even gone through one evolution, yet she still could not speak. Although Shauna's situation was very different from ordinary zombies, but could it be that after eating a piece of high-purity virus gel, Shauna not only did not mutate further into a zombie, but instead became more like a human? But who could clearly explain a thing like a virus? Ling Mo looked at Shauna with a dizzy mind, feeling both excited and full of doubt. Shauna also looked at Ling Mo, then turned her gaze to Yelen. After a short moment of confusion, she frowned and said, I know you. Nonsense, of course you know us. Hearing Shauna speak again, Ling Mo immediately shouted and directly grabbed Shauna's shoulders tightly with his hands. You recovered? Perhaps because he used too much force, Shauna, who had seemed to return to normal, suddenly had her eyes turn red. Although she did not directly attack Ling Mo, that bloodthirsty aura suddenly burst out. This immediately shocked Ling Mo. Fortunately, although he was excited, his reaction ability was still there. With force from both hands gripping Shauna's shoulders, he pressed her back onto the sofa again. After struggling for several minutes, Shauna calmed down again and slowly returned to normal. But Ling Mo could see it clearly now. Shauna had completely become mentally split. When no one provoked her, she was like half a normal person, with a bit of reason and some judgment ability. But once someone touched her, or made her feel hostility, her zombie instincts would immediately be triggered. As for Ling Mo's control, what made Ling Mo depressed was that earlier Shauna's spiritual world had undergone such strange changes, and after she woke up, although the connection between them still existed, he could no longer control her. Not only that, deepening the control again was temporarily impossible. As long as Ling Mo slightly moved that thought, a strong rebound would come from Shauna's mind. Fortunately, even though he only maintained a connection with Shauna, she would not attack him. Ling Mo suddenly felt that Shauna now was even more troublesome than a real zombie. But fortunately the connection could slowly deepen. Perhaps when his mental power increased again, he could control her again. Thinking of this, Ling Mo slowly leaned closer again, looking down at Shauna lying on the sofa, and suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I squeeze it again?" Shauna looked at Ling Mo with slight confusion for a while. Her judgment ability had clearly not completely recovered yet, but when she had just been violated, it had triggered a girl's instinct. And now perhaps also out of the instinct of self-protection, she refused with a somewhat unclear voice. "No." "Then twice?" "I don't know." "3 times then, no less." This night, Ling Mo was in a very good mood. He even opened a can of beer to reward himself. Lu Yuhao had stuffed it to him. And sitting in front of him were Yelen and Shauna, these 2 mutated female zombies. In Ling Mo's view, Shauna should also be considered a mutated zombie, and she also seemed to be in some kind of evolution. However, her direction of evolution was completely different from Yelen's. Yelen herself possessed powerful strength. During her evolution process, the recovery of her reason appeared very slow, but the strengthening of her body could clearly be seen after each evolution. But Shauna was different. She had been infected a second time, and during the mutation process she never completely fell. The continuous absorption of the virus not only did not turn her completely into a zombie, but instead made her slowly begin to recover the side of a normal human. As long as she did not feel danger, or did not produce strong aggression herself, Shauna was just like a normal person, except that her brain seemed somewhat, not so good at working. But on the other hand, when her zombie instincts awakened, she would fight crazily like a zombie, and she would not feel tired. Although on the outside they were 2 delicate beauties, only Ling Mo knew clearly that whether Yelen or Shauna, both were terrifying humanoid killing weapons. And Ling Mo's wish was to gradually let these 2 weapons recover the reason of being human, preferably exactly like normal people. Shauna's split, and Yelen's slight changes, made Ling Mo's confidence even stronger. He no longer had to continue facing Yelen's cold and emotionless eyes, and Shauna would occasionally say a few words. With such a result, how could Ling Mo not be happy? Moreover, his own speed had also greatly improved. Although his strength had not increased, when facing zombies, having a pair of legs that could run fast was also very good. While drinking beer, Ling Mo lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out the window. The black shadows that occasionally appeared in the square were zombies. Compared with ordinary people, they had more advantages at night, so on nights like this it was basically impossible to see any survivors moving on the streets. When zombies were not attacking, their movements were slow, their bodies swaying unconsciously. Most zombies would not leave this area unless they were attracted by survivors. But zombies could also become hungry. Although their physical consumption was much lower than that of ordinary people, when they ate, the amount of food they needed was also large. The terrain of this square was open, and there were no supermarkets or places around where food could be collected. Therefore Ling Mo concluded that for at least several days no living person had appeared here, meaning no prey for them. And someone like Ling Mo, who had the courage to hide in a small 2-story building and quietly observe these zombies, was probably not common. However, Ling Mo did not suddenly develop this interest. He had heard some subtle movement. Most importantly, this sound came from the shop below his building. Right under Ling Mo's eyes, a zombie suddenly rushed out from the shop. With the help of moonlight, Ling Mo vaguely saw that her body was covered with blood. Did she eat the other one? That was very possible. The subtle sound just now sounded like a wild dog chewing bones. It really was a dark night suitable for killing. Not doing it during the day, but waiting until midnight when the light was poor. This was the first time Ling Mo had seen an ordinary zombie suddenly attack its own kind. He had only seen them eat the corpses of their kind, but had never seen them truly take the first step of mutation, that was attacking their own kind. Ling Mo immediately became interested. His eyes stared closely at the middle-aged female zombie who had rushed out of the shop, wanting to see what she would do next. After dealing with the zombie beside her, this female zombie rushed straight toward the nearest zombie in the square. That zombie probably had not yet reached the point of hunger where it needed to attack its own kind, so it had no defense at all. It did not even manage to struggle before the female zombie twisted off its head. She then lowered her head and held that head while crazily gnawing it. Because it was too far away, Ling Mo could not tell whether she dug out the brain and ate it. Watching zombies eat human flesh, even though the one being eaten was also a zombie, Ling Mo still felt his scalp go numb. Although there were 2 mutated zombies beside him, they did not have such bloody eating habits. These zombies, in simple terms, were living people infected by a virus. They were different from the zombies in movies that revived after death. But because they attacked living people and had the habit of eating humans, probably no one would treat them as humans anymore. There were not many zombies in the square to begin with, and most of them were gathered on the other side, far from Ling Mo's position. But the actions of this middle-aged female zombie immediately attracted them. More than 10 agile figures quickly rushed over. If one did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe that 1 second earlier they had still been slowly swaying? These zombies did not come to attack the middle-aged female zombie, but to eat. The corpse of their own kind was no different from living people to them. When a large number of zombies moved in one direction at the same time, some zombies would inevitably be torn to pieces by others accidentally, or collide with obstacles and get wounded, then attract attention and be eaten. Being a zombie was not easy either, Ling Mo suddenly thought. But the huge advantage in numbers was the most important. Even if zombies died every day, so what? The number of survivors decreased much faster than zombies. Seeing other zombies come to compete for food, the middle-aged female zombie again showed an extremely fierce side. She immediately pounced on the nearest zombie. But what surprised Ling Mo was that this time she encountered resistance. That zombie had probably also reached the edge of bursting out. If it had just been allowed to eat something, it could have continued swaying slowly and honestly, but the middle-aged female zombie happened to attack it first. The stimulation of the smell of blood and the strong hunger that had been stirred up instantly drove this short zombie into madness. It was Ling Mo's first time seeing ordinary zombies fight each other. He widened his eyes, afraid of missing any detail. While the 2 of them were tangled together fighting, the other 10 or so zombies had already finished dividing and eating that corpse. Their eating speed was truly terrifying. But it was obvious that a single corpse was not enough, and at this time the 2 zombies fighting like beasts had both been injured. When Ling Mo saw those zombies turn their attention toward them, even he, who was watching from far away, realized that a brutal fight was probably about to break out in the square. Compared with ordinary people, zombies were stronger in speed, stamina, and strength. Especially their life-risking crazy attacks, ordinary people would probably feel fear when seeing them. As long as they still had one breath left, these zombies would not retreat, and their battles with each other were more like fights between wild beasts. The middle-aged female zombie had probably eaten the most, so her performance was the most crazy. Ling Mo saw with his own eyes that during the chaotic battle she grabbed a zombie's arm and tore it off alive. This strength was truly terrifying. A single zombie rarely could do this. That was also why zombies usually used their mouths to bite. Compared with the strength of their hands, their biting force was actually stronger. For a moment the square was filled with flying flesh and blood. Low growls came from the zombies' throats, and the level of bloodiness made people feel nauseous just by looking. Although Ling Mo was very interested in zombie mutation and evolution, he only watched for a while before he did not want to look anymore. But just when he turned his head, he discovered that Shauna had stood up at some point and was staring blankly out the window. For Shauna, who still had some reason, what kind of influence would this scene produce? Ling Mo thought with some curiosity. This fight between zombies ended quickly, but the one who won in the end was not that middle-aged female zombie, but a male zombie who looked very thin and weak. It seemed that physical advantage became useless after turning into a zombie. The middle-aged female zombie clearly belonged to the brute force type, but after being surrounded and attacked by several zombies, her strength gradually could not keep up. Although she had no intention of retreating, the intensity of her attacks was no longer enough. Instead, that thin male zombie, who had been completely unremarkable before and had not even touched the middle-aged female zombie, relied on his flexible movements and finally laughed last. More than a dozen incomplete zombie corpses lay scattered under his feet. The male zombie did not hesitate and squatted down to begin eating. Although this process was disgusting, in order to figure out how zombies evolved and mutated, Ling Mo still forced himself to watch his movements carefully. At the beginning there was nothing special. He was just like the other zombies, drinking blood and eating flesh. But after he finished gnawing the head of that middle-aged female zombie, he suddenly began rolling crazily on the ground. What is going on? After all, it was night and the light was poor, and the distance was far. Although Ling Mo's mental power was good and he could hear sounds from far away and his eyesight was also better, it was still unrealistic to clearly see every movement of that male zombie from such a distance. Fortunately, the zombie quickly returned to normal. But after standing up, he no longer showed interest in the other corpses. Full already? Ling Mo stared at this zombie with curiosity. He actually wanted to immediately send Shauna or Yelen to capture this zombie for research, but after standing up, the zombie suddenly rushed quickly in one direction. This was somewhat unreasonable. Unless prey appeared, how could zombies have such leisure to run wildly under the moon? Ling Mo immediately looked in that direction. Although it was hard to distinguish clearly, he indeed vaguely saw some dark human-shaped figures. So other zombies were attracted here. Ling Mo immediately showed a cold smile. Night completely belonged to zombies, and in this large city that had completely turned into a dead city, perhaps such things were happening everywhere. The evolution of zombies was probably not as simple as what he had just seen. The fight among those zombies had broken out at the other corner of the square. Although he could not see it from such a distance, fortunately he still had two mutated zombies beside him. Considering that Shauna's condition was unstable, Ling Mo controlled Yelen to go downstairs, open the door, then turn around and lock the door before rushing toward the battle location. Under the night sky, Yelen's agile figure moved across the square like a strange black shadow, then silently stood under the eaves of a shop and looked at the battlefield not far away. This distance was already the limit of Ling Mo's control, but with Yelen's vision that was not restricted by light, everything happening there could already be seen clearly. That male zombie could be said to be showing great power now. The zombies that appeared in front of him were quickly knocked down. But he did not eat all of their corpses. Instead, he only targeted their heads, to be exact, the back of their heads. Through Yelen's perspective, Ling Mo frowned while watching all this. It seemed that inside the back of the head of ordinary zombies there was also a lesion, that was, virus gel. However, mutated zombies like Yelen were already not interested in the gel inside ordinary zombies' brains. What she needed was the brain gel of mutated zombies. And Ling Mo saw clearly that this male zombie was not digging the gel out of their brains, but stuffing their entire brains into his mouth. This scene immediately reminded Ling Mo of the zombie corpses he had seen inside the bus when he first found Yelen. At that time he had not observed carefully, but now that he thought about it, those zombies' brains had indeed all been hollowed out, rather than Yelen's later method of only taking the virus gel. Thinking about it like this, Ling Mo suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, but soon he dismissed it. So what if she ate human brains? He had already decided on Yelen. Besides, these zombies were no longer humans. After hollowing out the brains of these zombies, this male zombie still seemed unsatisfied and even went back to dig out the brains of the remaining corpses. Even considering the appetite of zombies, he had eaten quite a lot. If he kept eating, his stomach might even burst. But after finishing, he actually raised his head and let out a low roar. Although the sound was not loud, it made Ling Mo suddenly startled. Could this zombie be about to mutate? Although the distance was quite far, Ling Mo clearly saw that the red light in his eyes had become brighter. And when he raised his head and roared, the bones around his body seemed to crackle. Although this was only a feeling, Ling Mo felt that he truly saw it. His body seemed to stretch a little, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became even more intense. A mutated zombie. Although weaker than the mutated zombies he had seen before, this was indeed a mutated zombie born right in front of his eyes. Ling Mo immediately became excited. He knew that the smell of blood here would soon attract other zombies, so while this newly born mutated zombie was still roaring, he controlled Yelen to rush behind it. Both were mutated zombies, but this newborn was completely no match for Yelen. He only noticed Yelen's existence when she was already 10 meters behind him, that special perception between the same kind. But 10 meters was not distance for Yelen at all. This mutated zombie had just turned his head when Yelen had already rushed in front of him. With a hand strike, she fiercely chopped his neck. The weakness of zombies was basically the same as that of ordinary people. It was just that non-fatal injuries could not stop their attacks. After Yelen's hand strike landed, the mutated zombie's eyes rolled white and he fainted. This was probably the first zombie that had been knocked unconscious. When ordinary people faced zombies, it was always a fight to the death. No one would finally get close to a zombie only to knock it unconscious. And fights between zombies were even more so, fight until death. Even if one of them accidentally fainted, what waited next was immediate death. Therefore this newly born mutated zombie became the first unlucky zombie in history to be knocked unconscious by its own kind and then dragged away. Yelen's slender body dragged such an adult male zombie very easily, without any effort at all. At this time there were no zombies left in the shop downstairs, so Ling Mo had no concerns. He ran downstairs, personally opened the door for Yelen, and then locked the iron door again as before. Researching zombies. After returning upstairs, Ling Mo immediately sat excitedly in front of this zombie and unconsciously rubbed his hands. Ling Mo did not understand medicine, nor biology, so his research method was very simple and crude: dissection. In order not to make this temporary resting place too dirty, he controlled Yelen to drag the mutated zombie into a private room of the tea house. Then Shauna took action and used a long knife to cut a deep opening along his body. Although Shauna could not be controlled by Ling Mo now, she was still Ling Mo's corpse puppet, so she would still listen to simple instructions. Moreover, she had recovered some reason and could still understand some of Ling Mo's words. For something simple like cutting open a body, she could naturally do it easily. At this moment Shauna's zombie side was shown. Her expression was very indifferent, without any emotional change, as if what she cut open was not a human body at all. Even when the strong smell of blood spread, a faint red light flashed in her eyes. However, fortunately her eating habits were the same as those of mutated zombies. She was not very interested in the blood and internal organs. It was only that her instincts had been stimulated. But after Shauna finished, she looked at Ling Mo with some confusion, obviously not understanding what he wanted to do. Even if she had questions in her mind, with Shauna's current muddled thinking she could not organize them into sentences, let alone ask them aloud. Even so, she still stood quietly to the side, closely watching every movement of Ling Mo. Ling Mo was unwilling to let Yelen do such dirty work, so he took out a short knife and pried open the long cut a little more. In order to see clearly, he also took out a flashlight. Usually he rarely used lighting tools like this that could attract zombies, but fortunately the surrounding zombies were already dead, and there were thick curtains blocking the windows, so using it temporarily would not cause any problem. Under the beam of the flashlight, Ling Mo clearly saw the situation inside the opening. Although he inevitably felt some nausea, what he felt more was surprise. Ling Mo was not a doctor, and he had never performed human dissection before. But since the apocalypse arrived, he had seen too many corpses, most of which had been cut open, with internal organs scattered everywhere. So he knew very well that the color of normal organs would absolutely not be like this mutated zombie. Even ordinary zombies would not appear like this. The spreading speed of the virus was indeed astonishing. In the open cut, besides the flowing blood, one or two organs could vaguely be seen. On the surface of these organs, like threads, appeared blood-red veins like the virus gel, like coagulated blood. Not only that, on the outside of some thicker blood vessels, this kind of thread could also be seen. Although not dense, while Ling Mo stared and observed, these threads continued to appear. No wonder, the powerful strength of mutated zombies probably came from this. These viruses were indeed transforming the body of zombies. Probably ordinary zombies also had this situation in their bodies, but because they absorbed too little virus it was not obvious. And this mutated zombie had just swallowed so many brains-containing lesions, so the virus he absorbed was now rapidly spreading through his body. Zombies did not feel pain, but they still had instincts. At this moment he had already woken up. But Yelen and Shauna both lifted their feet and stepped on one of his hands each, making him unable to move. However, his body was still twisting and struggling desperately. While blood kept pouring out, Ling Mo could no longer see clearly. Hee, don't worry, you'll be freed soon. Ling Mo smiled at the crazed zombie, then lightly cut across his throat with the short knife. After the trachea was cut, the long breathing that could hardly be heard from the mutated zombie soon turned into a sound like a broken bellows. He uselessly spat out his last breath, and his face had already turned dark green. After the mutated zombie completely died, Ling Mo turned his body over. But he knew that by himself he probably could not pry open the zombie's head, so he had to let Shauna do it. To be honest, Ling Mo did not want to look at a fresh human brain at all. But when that brain was taken out, he still could not help glancing at it, and then showed a surprised expression. Inside the brain of this newly born mutated zombie, virus gel had not yet appeared, but the surface of his brain was covered with the same red veins that Ling Mo had just seen on the organs and blood vessels. Presumably if he had been given some more time, these veins would gradually gather together and condense in his brain to form a lesion, that was, virus gel. Staring blankly at the brain for a while, Ling Mo suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand. The brains of ordinary zombies were actually also full of these veins, but because the amount of virus was too small and the purity too low, they could not be seen with the naked eye. But the newly born mutated zombie had absorbed a large amount of virus, so these veins appeared. At this time he was most strongly affected by the virus. In the original simple desire for human flesh another desire would appear, That was the desire for the virus. To absorb more virus, naturally he had to kill zombies, and further, kill mutated zombies. Going further upward were the real mutated zombies. Virus gel had already appeared in their brains. At that time, the virus's invasion of the brain instead concentrated at one point, and the other areas that were originally restricted were gradually released. Virus gels would devour each other, and the purer the virus gel, the smaller its size. Perhaps when it reached a certain level it would become extremely small, and at that time the zombie that possessed it might recover reason. Shauna's special situation was that the amount of virus in her body had originally been very small, and before it completely spread to her brain she had already swallowed 2 pieces of virus gel consecutively, and later swallowed one with extremely pure virus content. In this way, before her brain was completely invaded, a lesion probably had already formed inside her brain, so the influence on her thinking was the lightest. Ling Mo did not know whether his thinking was correct, but judging from the situation of this mutated zombie now, this was probably the closest answer. Sure enough, his direction was not wrong. For Ling Mo at this moment, nothing could make him happier than this discovery. He was not a medical scientist, this deduction might have many mistakes, but from the result it seemed very possible. Now that this hope had been proven to truly exist and the probability was high, the next thing to do was to turn this guess into reality as soon as possible. After being excited for more than 10 minutes, Ling Mo finally realized that something was a bit wrong. No matter what, a living person standing in front of such a disgusting corpse and smiling while imagining things was somewhat strange. Throw it into the river, sigh, tomorrow I need to find a new set of clothes. With this smell of blood, unless a zombie's nose rots they won't fail to smell it. Why are you smiling? While helping carry the corpse, Shauna suddenly asked with confusion. Not easy. After being silent for so long she finally managed to say a complete sentence. Ling Mo blinked strangely at her and said, because I suddenly remembered something. The feeling there is indeed good, just a bit small. If possible, Ling Mo actually wanted to take Yelen and Shauna, find a safe place to stay, and live a relatively relaxed and safe life for a while. But after personally witnessing the birth of a mutated zombie last night, Ling Mo really could not sit still anymore. How large was the population of this provincial capital? 10 million. Conservatively estimating the number of zombies, there were at least several million. And what kind of concept were several million zombies? 20 zombies were already enough to make Ling Mo turn around and run, unable to fight them head-on. And a survivor team like Song Tian's, even if they defended using geographical advantages, at most 50 zombies could wipe them out. Several million. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Fortunately these zombies had no organization or discipline. They were scattered in every corner of the city, even inside many buildings. But even so, it was enough to show that this city was full of danger everywhere. Zombies were already terrifying for ordinary people, not to mention mutated zombies. If he did not have the puppet control ability, Ling Mo would not dare to confront mutated zombies directly. That would simply be seeking death. And things like what happened last night might be happening every moment in the city. They would rapidly grow into terrifying mutated zombies and continue evolving. On the other hand, both Yelen and Shauna needed to keep feeding, and their food source was mutated zombies. Therefore no matter from which angle he considered it, now was not the time to hide peacefully. As a survivor, Ling Mo had to move through this big city, hunting mutated zombies in order to obtain more virus gel. After one night passed, several zombies appeared again in the square. They had been attracted by the smell of blood. After feeding, they remained wandering slowly in this square. On the ground were dried blood stains, as well as scattered bones and fragments of clothing. After Yelen's clothes had been torn by Ling Mo, there was temporarily nothing to replace them with. Fortunately there was a clothing store in the square. They only needed to deal with these zombies. As soon as the iron door opened and Ling Mo appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of these zombies. They instantly rushed toward him crazily. Under the sunlight, their faces covered with blood, their hands full of blood stains, even the pieces of flesh stuck under their fingernails could be seen clearly. Before they even reached him, a strong smell of blood rushed toward his nose. Together with their ferocious twisted faces, it was truly enough to frighten people. These zombies did not simply rush forward to bite. Their movements were very flexible, and their strength was great. As soon as they reached Ling Mo, they stretched out their arms and grabbed fiercely toward him. One zombie even used the momentum of its charge to leap high and pounce at Ling Mo from the air. Being attacked by several zombies at the same time, Ling Mo was basically in a situation where he could not avoid them. But he was not nervous. When the distance between him and the zombies was less than 5 meters, he had already used his puppet control ability to control the 2 zombies rushing in front. Without worrying about exposing his ability, Ling Mo's puppet control power could finally show its greatest effect. The two zombies he controlled immediately turned around to block the zombies behind them and instantly launched attacks. As for the zombie that leaped high, although its momentum was fierce, with Ling Mo's current speed it was very easy to dodge. But he did not dodge. Instead he pushed off with his back leg and also jumped into the air. With a swing of his right arm, a flash of cold light immediately slashed toward the zombie's head. Crack! As the blade cut into flesh, the zombie immediately fell heavily to the ground. However, although its head was bleeding, it was not fatal. The fearless ferocity of zombies immediately appeared. As soon as it landed, it jumped up again and rushed directly toward Ling Mo, who had just landed. The zombie's arm struck fiercely, even bringing a whoosh sound of wind. At such a close distance, the strong smell of blood and rot completely surrounded Ling Mo. But facing the attack, Ling Mo only tilted his head slightly. A sharp long knife immediately thrust out. Following the zombie's arm forward, it stabbed directly into his armpit, then lifted upward with force. Puff! Blood burst out. The arm was instantly cut off, and the powerful force even lifted the zombie and threw him to the ground. Ling Mo immediately flicked his wrist without hesitation. With the blade of the short knife pointing downward, at the moment the zombie had just raised its body, he stabbed into its heart. Behind Ling Mo, Shauna's figure appeared. For ordinary zombies, a zombie like Shauna was their own kind, so they would not actively attack her unless they were zombies that had already stepped onto the path of mutation like last night. At the same time, the two zombies controlled by Ling Mo also achieved good results. They blocked two zombies and quickly killed them. The remaining zombie was easily strangled by Yelen. But these two zombies were useless anyway. Ling Mo lightly waved his hand. The two zombies immediately grabbed each other's necks and twisted hard at the same time. Puppet control ability, his own combat ability, and coordination with corpse puppets, although not yet perfectly smooth, Ling Mo was already quite satisfied. Experts were not trained in a single day. Moreover, Shauna still could not be controlled by him and could only cooperate with him. After the evolution last night, Ling Mo could vaguely feel that between him and the corpse puppets there seemed to be countless threads connecting them. It was through these threads that the corpse puppets received instructions from him. The threads between him and Yelen had already reached a nearly solid level, but the threads between him and Shauna were semi-transparent. It seemed that through these threads he could clearly see how strong his control over the corpse puppets was. A real puppet master indeed. But ordinary puppet masters control dolls with their hands. What I control are zombies, using mental power. After easily dealing with these zombies in a short moment, Ling Mo's mood was quite good. But with corpses everywhere, it was obviously not suitable to stay long. He immediately brought Yelen and Shauna into the abandoned clothing store. This kind of high-end boutique store was somewhere Ling Mo had never entered before. Clothes costing thousands were completely luxurious goods for him. But in the apocalypse, these clothes hung crookedly there. Some were even thrown on the ground, covered with blood. Most survivors would not even glance at them. No matter how expensive luxury goods were, in the apocalypse they were not even worth a small piece of biscuit. Ling Mo casually found a t-shirt and changed into it, then picked a clean set of clothes from the shelf and dressed Yelen with it. During the process he inevitably observed Yelen's figure closely and touched that delicate skin. As for Shauna, she actually learned from Ling Mo and began picking clothes from the shelves. After a while she took out a bright red shirt. As expected of a zombie, liking blood red? That's too conspicuous. Ling Mo snatched it from her, then found a black lace top. With a strange smile on his face, he looked at Shauna. But when he handed the clothes to Shauna, she returned them to Ling Mo's hand with a slightly confused expression, then simply looked at him expectantly. After being stunned for a moment, Ling Mo suddenly realized. Shauna's reason had only recovered a little, and she seemed to remain in a confused state most of the time. Judging from her behavior now, she probably did not know how to change clothes. He had already squeezed anyway, might as well change them. Ling Mo did not feel any psychological burden. In a few moves he stripped Shauna completely, then put the lace top on her. After the clothes were put on, Ling Mo stepped back 2 steps. After looking her up and down, he showed a very satisfied smile. This should be the most sexy zombie, right? That hollow transparent lace top could barely cover her breasts, but other places, such as her flat abdomen and slender waist, were completely visible. Although City X was very large and zombies were everywhere, Ling Mo was not completely clueless. He had already thought about the next destination last night, which was X City University, not very far from here. Although it was not the only higher education institution in City X, it was the one Ling Mo was most familiar with. After all, Yelen was a student there, and he had gone there several times because of that. Large area, complex environment, located in a prosperous district, countless zombies. This was Ling Mo's guess about the current situation of X City University. Such a place was simply a perfect location to hunt mutated zombies. As for potential dangers, risk always existed together with reward, and Ling Mo understood this very clearly. But just as he stepped out of the clothing store, he suddenly froze for a moment, then quickly stepped back and hid in the shadows inside the shop. 3 figures had suddenly appeared in the square. What made Ling Mo feel most unbelievable was that he actually knew all 3 of them, and had even seen them yesterday. Wong Lin, Liu, and Wang Cheng. How did Wang Cheng end up walking together with them? Even if he was flattering them, that promotion was too fast. Ling Mo almost immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be that Wang Cheng had told Wong Lin about Shauna? If it had been someone like Liu Xin, that possibility would be very high. But Ling Mo felt that a person like Wang Cheng should understand limits and know what should be said and what should not be said. Moreover, he had never had any direct conflict with Ling Mo, so Ling Mo had never thought about killing him. After all, although Ling Mo had puppet control ability, he was not a murderer. Perhaps because it was his first time leaving the main group, Liu kept looking around. He held a sharpened iron rod in his hand and looked somewhat nervous. Wong Lin walked in front holding a curved knife, while Wang Cheng followed closely behind her. Ling Mo immediately noticed that there were pieces of fresh flesh hanging on Liu's iron rod, and his body was splashed with blood, while the curved knife in Wong Lin's hand was still dripping blood. It seemed that the 2 of them had already gone through fierce fighting on the way here. Liu had good fighting skills, so his condition was not surprising. But Wong Lin, with that weak body, was actually able to kill zombies. As for whether she was afraid, from her always pale face, it was really impossible to tell. The most important question was, why had these 2 come here? Wong Lin walked directly into the square and immediately noticed the blood stains and remains on the ground. She walked over and looked at them for a moment, then turned her gaze toward the surrounding buildings of the square. Seeing Wong Lin look over, Ling Mo quietly stepped back, and Yelen also remained completely still under his control. Shauna behind him seemed a little restless, but Ling Mo quickly calmed her with a look. Soon Wong Lin noticed the tea house hidden in the corner. She waved at Liu, who was looking around, and then ran to the tea house first. As soon as she saw the zombie corpses on the ground, Wong Lin immediately showed a satisfied smile. Wang Cheng behind her looked at her with surprise and then flattered her. "Sister Lin, you are really amazing. Didn't you praise that guy surnamed Ling to the sky before?" Wang Lin said unhappily. Wang Cheng smiled awkwardly. "Sister Lin, you were the one asking me how strong he was. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Whether you lied or not, we'll know when we catch up with him. When we left the camp I already warned you. If you dare fool me, I'll leave you outside here and let you survive on your own." Wang Lin snorted. Wang Cheng suddenly felt cold sweat appear. He looked at Wang Lin with some annoyance and cursed his bad luck inside. If he had known earlier, he would not have tried to flatter her. Originally when Wang Lin curiously asked about Ling Mo, Wang Cheng had said a few extra things, hoping to build a good relationship with this girl who clearly had a high status. Unexpectedly he had been forced to come along. Just after entering the camp he had been dragged out. Fortunately this girl was indeed quite strong, comparable to Shauna. Along the way he had not faced any life-threatening danger. But the problem was that the person she wanted trouble with was Ling Mo. Thinking of this, Wang Cheng wanted to turn around and run away. But with his ability, leaving Wong Lin meant death. So even though he was terrified, he had no choice but to follow closely behind her. On the contrary, Liu Hao had kept his mouth shut and said nothing, and had escaped this trouble. Damn, Liu arrived shortly afterward. When he saw the scene in front of him, he froze for a moment. How about that? Didn't I say he couldn't escape from my palm? Look at these corpses on the ground. The blood is still flowing. They just died. Wong Lin glanced sideways at Liu, seeming very satisfied with his reaction. Liu walked around among the corpses and swallowed. But Sister Lin, we haven't really caught up with them yet. It looks like they already left. What are you afraid of? Anyway, today I will definitely catch up with them. Wong Lin said indifferently. But, Liu hesitated, glanced again at the corpses on the ground, and then said with determination, even if we catch up, we can't beat him. After saying that, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he didn't dare look at Wong Lin. Wong Lin's expression immediately became unpleasant after hearing this. Sister Lin, I followed you out secretly. When we go back Boss Song will definitely scold me. Besides, you also saw it. This guy is very strong. All these zombies on the ground were killed by him. Liu continued nervously. Wong Lin glared at him angrily. Are you stupid? How could he alone kill so many zombies? Shauna must have helped him. She won't attack me. I don't believe that thief can beat me one-on-one. Wang Chang originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Wong Lin's unhappy expression, he wisely kept quiet. Liu was speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, he asked curiously, Sister Lin, can you tell me how you knew which direction they went? I can't tell you. Wong Lin snorted and turned to look at the shops. In a very low voice she murmured, too bad I can't sense precisely. Annoying. But they must be nearby. Watching Wong Lin and the other two stay under the tea house for a while before slowly leaving along another street, Ling Mo, who was hiding inside the clothing store, sighed. It was obvious this girl had come to find him. She clearly still had not given up on her short knife. But Ling Mo felt that wanting the knife was probably only one reason. The main point was probably to regain her pride. People really could not be judged by appearance. This girl looked sickly and weak. In Ling Mo's imagination she should have been the gentle type who spoke softly. But unexpectedly she was not only fierce and domineering, she also had a very bad habit, persistence. It was already the apocalypse, yet she still stubbornly brought people out to find him. He only took a knife, not her virginity. But how exactly did this girl find this place? Ling Mo simply could not figure it out. After muttering a few complaints and estimating that they had gone far enough, Ling Mo came out of the clothing store with Yelen and Shauna and deliberately chose a route opposite to Wong Lin's. It was not because he was afraid of her, but because Shauna was still with him. The best method was simply to shake her off. She could not search the entire city for him forever, could she? If she wanted to search, then let her search. Such a huge city, zombies everywhere, where could she possibly find him? While cursing silently, Ling Mo turned into a small alley. But he did not know that just after he entered the alley, Wong Lin appeared again at the street corner. She showed a cold smile and looked toward the alley Ling Mo had entered. Got you. You dared to take my knife and even shamelessly extort Song Tian. After walking less than 200 meters into the alley, Ling Mo suddenly stopped. He looked back, and his expression immediately became gloomy. Yi Lian had been temporarily left at the entrance of the alley. Through Yi Lian's vision, he clearly saw Wong Lin and the other two crossing the square toward this direction. Something is definitely wrong. This girl can know my position, Ling Mo snorted. After looking around, he took Shauna and entered a bar, while Yi Lian was quickly withdrawn. There were quite a few zombies inside the bar, roughly at least 10. But because of the terrain restrictions, they did not pose much threat to Ling Mo. After leaving 4 zombies under his control, the other zombies were killed one by one. Then Ling Mo ran with Yi Lian and Shauna to the second floor of the bar. There were also several zombie corpses killed by him on the way. Combined with Wong Lin's sticky persistence, it was not difficult to guess that he was hiding nearby. But searching building by building would be extremely difficult. Ling Mo clearly understood that Wong Lin seemed to know only his approximate location but not the exact one. Otherwise she would not have left empty-handed at the square earlier. However, she was quite clever to return again. But Ling Mo was not stupid. He did not believe that the square he found after walking several streets could be coincidentally discovered by Wong Lin. That was why he had left Yi Lian at the alley entrance just in case. Just as Yi Lian was about to move out of his control range and he was about to call her back, Wong Lin appeared. Really like a ghost that won't go away, Ling Mo cursed angrily. Then he looked back at the 4 corpse puppets behind him and showed a strange smile. Since you keep chasing me, I don't mind giving you some trouble. The returning Wong Lin had pride written all over her eyes, but when she entered the alley, she still signaled Liu and Wang Cheng to stop. She carefully leaned forward and looked inside. But just as she stretched her head out, she suddenly let out a scream. A zombie covered in blood suddenly lunged silently from the side, and it was even holding an iron rod in its hand. The moment Wong Lin showed her head, the iron rod swung horizontally with a whoosh. Although it passed along her cheek and did not really hurt her, Wong Lin was completely frightened. She had never seen a zombie that could hide itself and then ambush at the right moment, and she had never seen a zombie use a weapon. However, her reaction was still good. Even in fear she instinctively counterattacked. The curved knife quickly chopped downward, aiming directly at the zombie's hand holding the iron rod. According to the zombie's habit of never retreating, when Wong Lin chopped down, the zombie should be raising both arms to continue attacking. With the force of both sides added together, a severed hand would be inevitable. This was experience Wong Lin had summarized in battle, and it had almost become a reflex when she fought zombies. But what she never expected was that the zombie actually stepped back, dodging her curved knife, and then swung the iron rod again toward her fiercely. What kind of zombie was this? Wong Lin's eyes immediately widened. At this moment Liu and Wang Cheng, who had rushed over after noticing something wrong, were also shocked. Seeing the iron rod swinging down, Wong Lin hurried to dodge. Her body was very flexible. While twisting her body to avoid it, her curved knife struck toward the iron rod in the zombie's hand. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out immediately. At the moment Wong Lin struck the iron rod, she twisted her wrist, turning the chop into a slicing motion, sliding the blade along the rod directly toward the zombie's right hand holding it. Her movements were fast, her reaction was quick, and her attack technique was accurate. In her view, this strike would certainly succeed. Even Liu, who was preparing to rush forward, stopped his movement and silently praised Wong Lin's knife technique. But what none of them expected was that while the three of them were all focused on this strange zombie, another zombie suddenly appeared behind Wang Cheng, who was standing at the back. It covered his mouth with one hand and quickly dragged him aside. Wong Lin's strike indeed did not miss. Blood splashed as three of the zombie's fingers were cut off at once, and the iron rod in its hand fell to the ground with a clang. This kind of injury could not stop a zombie at all, and Wong Lin understood that clearly. After knocking the weapon from the zombie's hand, she stepped forward again and slashed downward with her curved knife. According to her experience, zombies would never care whether they were injured. As long as their movement was not affected, their attacks would never stop. Therefore, when Wong Lin slashed again, the zombie should have rushed right into her blade. But what happened next greatly exceeded Wong Lin's expectations. After losing its weapon, the zombie suddenly turned around and rushed into a building. It ran away. The zombie actually ran away. Wong Lin's expression immediately became extremely shocked, and behind her Liu's mouth was already wide open. It could use tactics, use weapons, and even run away. If they had not seen its blood-red eyes and twisted face up close, they would never believe it was a zombie. Wong Lin had almost been hit by that zombie just now. Seeing it run away now, she was immediately furious. Are you even a zombie? Do you have any self-awareness as a zombie? Wong Lin quickly came back to her senses from the shock. Just as she was about to chase after it, she suddenly heard Liu shout in surprise. Where is Wang Cheng? Wang Cheng had disappeared. Right under their noses, he vanished silently, and there was not even a drop of fresh blood on the ground. This unexpected situation immediately made Wong Lin's face darken, while Liu's eyes were full of undisguised horror. Wang Cheng basically had no fighting ability, and he had stayed almost step by step with them along the way. If someone said he had run away by himself, neither Liu nor Wong Lin would believe it. But how could such a big living person disappear right under their eyes? It must be that Ling Mo. Wong Lin suddenly frowned. Maybe this Wang Cheng already discovered Ling Mo, so he secretly ran away to join him. That means Ling Mo is somewhere nearby. Wong Lin turned her gaze toward several buildings nearby, but she felt uneasy in her heart. Who knew whether that strange zombie was the only one? What if they encountered another one? How about, we ignore Wang Cheng and just leave, Liu suggested cautiously. That zombie just now seemed like it had intelligence. This is really, really ridiculous. The corner of Wong Lin's mouth twitched slightly, but she still snorted angrily. What are you afraid of? Didn't that zombie still lose to me? Maybe it's like a mutated zombie, just a little different. Didn't you see it could only run away? Besides, when we encounter this kind of special zombie, we should figure out its situation clearly. After we go back, we can give everyone some information so they won't suffer losses if they meet it later. As she spoke, the shock in Wong Lin's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by excitement and agitation. The discovery of a new kind of zombie. She had only come out to chase that thief, yet she unexpectedly gained such a surprise. Although she had been somewhat frightened just now, thinking about it now, that zombie was not really that scary. It had even run away when facing her. As for Wang Cheng, whether he ran away by himself or something happened to him, Wong Lin did not care at all. To put it plainly, he was just a burden, and only a newcomer who had just joined. That's true, then are we still looking for the knife? Liu asked again. Of course. Why wouldn't we? But, we can't give him a chance to run away. You stay here outside and guard. Wong Lin said firmly. When Wong Lin and Liu separated, Ling Mo, who was standing at the window on the second floor of the bar, showed a satisfied smile. Compete with me? Just an underage girl. Although she had some ability, her judgment was not very good. One corpse puppet was enough to distract her attention. This was not Song Tian's camp anymore. When Ling Mo used his ability, he had no concerns. Besides, who would think he could control zombies? As long as the identities of Yelen and Shauna were not exposed, probably no one would think of it. Moreover, his purpose was to teach this girl a thorough lesson and find out exactly how she had been tracking him. Being tracked and constantly followed had already touched Ling Mo's bottom line. Everyone could simply try to survive on their own, but she insisted on coming to cause trouble for him. This was a typical case of refusing the road to heaven and forcing her way into hell. Now he was not afraid of her stubborn persistence. The more she refused to give up, the worse the lesson she would receive in the end. Following the blood trail left by that strange zombie, Wong Lin entered the building, while Li Yu, although frightened, had no choice but to stay where he was. Personally, he had never wanted to chase Ling Mo in the first place. But Wong Lin's persistence gave him a headache. Fortunately her cousin Shauna was with Ling Mo, so there probably would not be too much conflict. But the appearance of that zombie just now had completely disrupted the plan. Originally they had only come to find Ling Mo, but now they also had to search for that zombie. Now things were worse. Wang Chang had mysteriously disappeared, and the remaining two were forced to act separately. When he was the only person left in the entire alley, Li Yu suddenly felt an uneasy feeling. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the iron rod in his hand. Calm down. Although that zombie could ambush, Wong Lin had already chased it. There could not be many zombies like that. Even if there were others nearby, being careful should be fine. Judging from its fighting ability, it was not very different from ordinary zombies, maybe even weaker. Ordinary zombies would not run away. After encouraging himself like this, Li Yu finally felt a little courage. But just as he straightened his back, he suddenly heard a light sound behind him. The sound was very slight, but in Li Yu's ears it was like thunder. He almost immediately turned around, holding the iron rod horizontally in front of him, nervously looking toward the direction where the sound came from. However, in front of him there was only a small stone still rolling on the ground. Damn! I was tricked. Li Yu immediately realized something was wrong, but he had no time to react. After a muffled sound, a surprising and even somewhat terrifying scene appeared in the alley. A zombie with a twisted face grabbed the collar of a young man and quickly dragged him into a nearby building. Looks like you weren't willing either, so I'll just leave you here. Inside the bar, Ling Mo's eyes flickered slightly as he casually waved his hand. At the same time, the zombie that dragged Li Yu away immediately brought him into a room filled with the smell of decay and threw him onto the ground covered with strange coagulated substances. The zombie's strength was great. Although Li Yu was unconscious, he still let out a painful groan when he hit the ground. This could be considered a small punishment from Ling Mo. Under Ling Mo's control, the zombie quickly closed the door, returned to the street the same way it came, and then entered the building where Wong Lin had just gone. While Ling Mo was dealing with Li Yu, another corpse puppet dragged a person behind him. With a dull thump, the zombie threw Wang Chang onto the ground. Wang Chang lay at the zombie's feet with his eyes tightly closed and showed no reaction, obviously already unconscious. Even while unconscious, his body was trembling uncontrollably. However, his fainting was not caused by the zombie. The corpse puppet had not even made a move before Wang Chang had already fainted from fear. But Ling Mo did not just throw him somewhere. Instead, he had the corpse puppet bring him here. But now was not the time to deal with Wang Chang. Ling Mo still had to control the two corpse puppets and prepare a surprise for Wong Lin. Just now he had controlled 3 corpse puppets at the same time and done 3 different things. This method of dividing attention in battle caused huge exhaustion for Ling Mo, and sweat had already appeared slightly on his forehead. But Ling Mo did not feel tired at all. Instead he felt extremely excited. Each corpse puppet was equivalent to one of his clones. Being able to control these clones freely, like moving his own hands and feet, gave Ling Mo a great sense of satisfaction. The 2 corpse puppets entered the building one after another and silently surrounded Wong Lin. But Wong Lin did not know that her escape route had already been cut off. She was holding her curved knife and cautiously walking along the corridor on the 3rd floor. This place had originally been a small hotel. Rooms were on both sides of the corridor. Some doors were tightly closed while others were wide open. But even standing at the doorway, it was impossible to clearly see everything inside the room, not to mention spaces like bathrooms that were convenient for hiding. She had already carefully checked the 2nd floor but found nothing. However, she knew clearly that the building only had 3 floors. The zombie that ambushed her had to be here. Searching for that zombie in this environment still put a lot of pressure on Wong Lin, but the curved knife in her hand made her feel calmer. That Ling Mo is probably hiding nearby too. After I deal with this zombie, humph. Wong Lin frowned slightly in annoyance, then quietly approached the nearest door and gently pushed it open with her curved knife. No one was inside the room, but the closed bathroom door caught Wong Lin's attention. This zombie could ambush and run away. Maybe it could also close doors? Thinking this, even Wong Lin herself found it a little funny. What were zombies? Mindless monsters. Although this zombie's performance today had shocked her greatly and made her pay attention, she still did not believe that a zombie would lock itself in the bathroom and hide quietly. But just when Wong Lin was about to move to the next room, a slight sound suddenly came from the bathroom, as if something had fallen onto the ground. Although not very clear, Wong Lin caught it with extreme sensitivity. She was stunned for a moment, then showed a cold smile. Playing games with me. Holding the curved knife tightly, Wong Lin slowly approached the closed bathroom door and reached out her left hand to grab the doorknob. Just as she slowly turned the handle, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind her. Bang! Wong Lin instinctively turned her head, only to see in shock that the room door had been closed. The zombie that had slipped in quietly not only closed the door behind it, but immediately rushed toward her. At the same time, the bathroom door in front of her suddenly opened, and a dark figure jumped out. Although Wong Lin's knife technique was excellent, the strange situation had completely confused her. Before she could react, the figure had already knocked her to the ground. However, after being knocked down, Wong Lin's reaction was fierce. Although frightened, she immediately bent her knees to create some space to struggle, while swinging the curved knife toward the zombie's neck. But after knocking her down, the zombie rolled away immediately. Her counterattack was fast but completely missed. Before she could get up, another zombie rushed over again and grabbed the wrist holding her knife. Wong Lin's face immediately changed. She twisted her wrist to break free, but the zombie that had just avoided her attack suddenly rushed back again. Instead of attacking, it pressed her completely to the ground. Although Wong Lin immediately bent her knees and struck the zombie's back, the zombie lowered its body at the same time. Its mouth, filled with a strong rotten smell, quickly moved toward her pale face. Facing two zombies that cooperated with each other, Wong Lin had completely lost the ability to think. At this moment there was only one thought in her mind. I'm going to die. I'm going to be eaten by them. Seeing the zombie's mouth getting closer and closer, those blood-red eyes staring tightly at her, no matter how she twisted her body she could not break free. For the first time in her life, extreme fear filled Wong Lin's heart. Even when the apocalypse first broke out, although she had been frightened, she had never felt such terror. The zombie moved very slowly. It did not immediately tear her apart like ordinary zombies when they caught prey. But this slowness gradually destroyed Wong Lin's will. Her mind became blank. Even her struggling body suddenly stiffened, and all strength seemed to leave her body. Inside the bar, Ling Mo's expression was very satisfied. Under his control, the zombie did not bite Wong Lin but instead made a very unusual move. Seeing Wong Lin's eyes dull and scattered, clearly losing the will to fight, Ling Mo immediately controlled the corpse puppet to grab her other hand. Then both corpse puppets exerted force at the same time and pulled her up from the ground. This sudden change caused a ripple to appear in Wong Lin's dull eyes. What was happening? Weren't they going to eat her? In Wong Lin's mind, zombies existed to eat people, and that was indeed their characteristic. But these two zombies were clearly exceptions. After pulling her up, they did not tear her apart. Instead they did something even more unbelievable. The zombie with intact hands took away her curved knife, then freed one hand and slapped her round, firm buttocks hard. Smack! The pain from her buttocks and the crisp sound of the slap completely broke Wong Lin. Spanking, she had been spanked by a zombie. Wong Lin had never imagined that one day someone would slap her butt, and the one doing it would actually be a zombie. For a moment Wong Lin was completely stunned. Ling Mo was very satisfied with her reaction. And spanking was only the beginning of her punishment. Actually, if Wong Lin had not stubbornly chased him, Ling Mo would not have wanted to fall out with this girl, nor would he have planned to do this. For Wong Lin, whose knife technique was very good, as long as she was careful not to fall into a zombie encirclement, protecting herself was completely possible. This was also the biggest reason she dared to come and trouble Ling Mo. In fact, even Ling Mo had to admit that Wong Lin was indeed strong. Her strange knife technique was almost equal to Shauna's. Unfortunately, she was still just a young girl. When facing corpse puppets, zombies that did not follow normal logic at all, she could only accept defeat. Facing the unknown, especially something that overturned common sense, a person's confidence would always weaken first. No matter how strong Wong Lin was, she was still only an ordinary person. She had some small cleverness but lacked a broader view. Otherwise she would not have secretly brought two people to cause trouble for him. This kind of emotional conflict might be possible before the apocalypse, as long as you had money and power. But doing it in the apocalypse was simply foolish. Smack! 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 3 consecutive slaps landed accurately on Wong Lin's buttocks. At this moment she finally reacted, but just as she screamed in humiliation and anger, she suddenly felt her arms being held like iron clamps. With the strength of zombies, twisting Wong Lin's hands behind her back was extremely easy. Wong Lin was furious and shocked, but without her curved knife she was like a sick cat without claws. Even though she kicked wildly with her legs, she had no effect on zombies that felt no pain. When the zombie behind her twisted her arms behind her back and forced her body upright, Wong Lin finally realized what kind of nightmare she was about to face. For any normal girl, it would be impossible to accept a zombie with a twisted face and a strong smell of blood slowly approaching her, and its intention was a forced kiss. Under Ling Mo's control, the other zombie held Wong Lin's face with both hands, puckered its rotten mouth, and stared at her with blood-red eyes as it leaned closer. Seeing such an obvious action, Wong Lin immediately understood the zombie's intention. One thought instantly appeared in her mind: the zombie is going to ooks me. Unable to resist and overwhelmed by fear, Wong Lin could not endure the enormous mental pressure. With a scream of terror, her eyes rolled white and she fainted immediately. The zombie controlled by Ling Mo stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Wong Lin. As the controller, Ling Mo could completely receive the corpse puppet's vision. From his perspective, it looked exactly like he himself was about to forcibly kiss Wong Lin. Should I actually kiss her? Forget it, I wouldn't be the one getting the benefit anyway. Seeing Wong Lin faint so quickly, Ling Mo felt a little bored and also somewhat amused. Such an arrogant girl, yet she could not even handle being frightened.
Guys, did you like the story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thanks for watching, and see you later.